Chapter 3158. Greetings, Vice Leader, Elders. Zhao Xiaojin bowed to them one by one. You are Zhao Xiaojin? One of the elders asked. Yes, I am. Zhao Xiaojin nodded respectfully. That elder said, I heard that you have comprehended the third profound of the law of light? Yes. Zhao Xiaojin waved her hand, and the holy light sword appeared. It really is the third profound. Not bad, not bad. Other than the 10th elder, the other elders were full of praise. Zhao Xiaojin dispersed the holy light sword and silently retreated to the side. The white-robed old man glanced at the 10th elder, then looked at the vice leader and said, Old man Yi, you called all of us here, is there something important? Yes. The vice leader nodded and said, but don't worry, it won't take up much of your time. That's good. This old man is very busy managing such a large hall of the exalted. The white-robed old man chuckled. Busy? How do you have the face to say that? Who doesn't know that you hide in the mountains all day long? The vice leader rolled his eyes. Ahem. The white-robed old man coughed dryly, looking rather embarrassed. The vice leader glanced at the 10 elders and said, All right, back to the topic. This time, I called everyone here because I have something to investigate, Zhao Xiaojin. Zhao Xiaojin was stunned. Why did he call her name the moment she arrived? She quickly stepped forward and said respectfully, This disciple is here. The vice leader said, Let me ask you, when you went back to bury your parents' bodies, did something happen? This, Zhao Xiaojin couldn't help but glance at the 10th elder. At the same time, the 10th elder also looked at her with a hint of threat in his eyes. Don't be afraid. With me and your Hall of the Exalted's Hall Master here, no one dares to do anything to you. The vice leader said. Zhao Xiaojin took a deep breath, looked at the vice leader, and nodded. This time, I did encounter a lot of things when I went back. I even almost lost my life with Mo Yuanyu. Tell me the details. The vice leader said. At that moment, Zhao Xiaojin told him everything that had happened. Don't slander me. I don't know about this. The 10th elder immediately shouted. Elder, this disciple respects you very much because you are a big shot in our Rogue Cultivator Alliance. But, I didn't expect that you would not even dare to accept it. Zhao Xiaojin's eyes were filled with disdain. Preposterous. Is this how you speak to an elder? The 10th elder was furious. Shut up. The Vice Alliance Master glared at him fiercely. The 10th elder's neck shrank back, and there was a clear trace of fear on his face. The Vice Alliance Master glanced at Zhao Xiaojin, and then he gazed at the white-robed old man and the other 9 elders. I believe all of you have heard of this as well. This old man really doesn't know. It's quite novel. The white-robed old man said with a smile. It's not surprising that you don't know. The Vice Alliance leader said faintly before looking at the other 9 elders. The white-robed old man smiled awkwardly and did not say anything else. The 9 elders looked at each other and nodded. We have indeed heard of it, but it is only a rumor. We still need to verify it. That's right. We do need to verify it. I'd like to see who's behind all this and tarnish the reputation of our Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The Vice Alliance Master bellowed. The 10th elder's pupils shrank, and he became more and more flustered. Da. Accompanied by a series of footsteps. Xing San walked in from outside, looked at the Vice Alliance Master above, and said respectfully, Sir, I've brought them here. Let them in. The Vice Alliance Master said. Who is it? Everyone could not help but turn to look outside suspiciously. Come in. Xing San shouted loudly. Immediately, 3 middle-aged men ran in. Looking at the 3 of them, the 10th elder's expression changed drastically. Zhao Xiaojin's eyes were filled with hatred. Because these 3 people were Wu Sanyuan, Zhao Yunhai, and Zhao Yuntian. Greetings, Vice Alliance Master. Greetings, elders. As soon as the 3 of them entered the main hall, they immediately knelt on the ground in fear. Do you know why I've called you here? The Vice Alliance Master said in a deep voice. Yes, no, we don't know. The 3 of them shook their heads. Do you know or not? The Vice Alliance Master shouted. Yes, the 3 of them nodded repeatedly. Then tell me, who ordered you to do all this? The Vice Alliance Master said. If you dare to say a word, I'll kill you. The 10th Elder transmitted his voice. The three of them trembled and their faces turned pale. On one side was the Vice Alliance Master, and on the other side was the 10th Elder. No matter what, it was a dead end. The Vice Alliance Master glanced at the 10th Elder and said, "Don't worry and speak boldly. As long as you speak the truth, I can consider giving you a lighter sentence. But if you dare to lie to me, then you can wait for your clan to be exterminated." Exterminated. The three of them quivered and said, we'll say. This was all ordered by the 10th Elder. You're courting death. The 10th Elder's killing intent rose as he slapped at the three of them. Annoying. The Vice Alliance Master slammed the crutch in his hand on the ground, and a terrifying aura immediately rushed toward the 10th Elder. The 10th Elder let out a miserable groan and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He retreated continuously, and his face turned pale. The Vice Alliance Master looked at him gloomily and said, "Let me tell you, if you dare to make a move again, I'll directly cripple you." The 10th Elder stared at the Vice Alliance Master with a terrified expression. The Vice Alliance Master snorted coldly, looked at Wu Sanyuan and the other two, and said, "Continue, I want to know everything." "Yes." The three of them nodded and hurriedly told him the truth. "Old 10, are you stupid? How could you do such a thing? The cause of this matter was your grandson's fault. You should take the initiative to apologize to Zhao Xiaojin, but you actually wanted to harm her. How can you be an elder of our Rogue Cultivator Alliance like this? Do you know how the world will talk about our Rogue Cultivator Alliance behind our backs if this matter were to spread?" The 9 great elders immediately looked at the 10th Elder angrily. This matter has already been spread out. Now, our Rogue Cultivator Alliance has become a malignant tumor of the Eastern continent. Everyone has the right to kill us. Even those who were originally loyal to our Rogue Cultivator Alliance have already sided with the Demon Palace. Our Rogue Cultivator Alliance will be destroyed in the hands of someone like him sooner or later. The Vice Alliance Master roared. "I'm at fault. But aren't you wrong? Who was the first to attack Qin Feiyang and the others back then? Let's just say that Yi Yuan bullied men and women in Wind Sea City and committed all sorts of crimes. Isn't this ruining the reputation of our Rogue Cultivator Alliance?" The 10th Elder looked at the Vice Alliance Master unconvinced. "Yes. It was indeed me who attacked Qin Feiyang first. Yi Yuan was indeed in the wrong. But did I pursue the matter? You all saw it too. Not only did I not pursue the matter, but I've been looking for opportunities to reconcile with Qin Feiyang and the others. Originally, they were about to reconcile with us, but because of your selfishness and misdeeds, all of our efforts were in vain. Do you know that Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo are of use to our Rogue Cultivator Alliance? As long as they are willing to join our Rogue Cultivator Alliance, then our Rogue Cultivator Alliance will truly have the capital to contend against the Demon Palace. You're simply incapable of accomplishing anything but good at ruining things." The Vice Alliance Master was furious. "That's right. Qin Feiyang and the others have a sovereign divine weapon. To our Rogue Cultivator Alliance, they are the saviors sent by the heavens." The other great elders nodded one after another. The 10th Elder lowered his head, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. The Vice Alliance Master gazed at the white-robed old man and said, "Old friend, how do you think we should deal with this matter?" "Just that." The white-robed old man glanced at Zhao Xiaojin, and then he glanced at the 10th Elder before he spoke indifferently. "I think that little girl, Xiaojin, is very pitiful. On the other hand, Zhao Eyong was extremely loyal and conscientious to our Rogue Cultivator Alliance. He truly died an unjust death. I understand what you're saying." The Vice Alliance Master nodded, and then he gazed at the 9 great elders and said, "I believe all of you understand as well. Our Rogue Cultivator Alliance's reputation absolutely can't fall like this. Otherwise, our Rogue Cultivator Alliance will be destroyed sooner or later." The 9 great elders nodded in succession. "So, we have to give the world a satisfactory explanation for this matter. I officially announce that the 10th Elder is relieved of his position as an elder, and Wu Sanyuan is relieved of his position as the city governor of Ocean of Cloud City. Moreover, head to the city immediately and kneel on the square at the center of the city to apologize and repent. said the Vice Alliance Master. What? The 10th Elder's expression changed, and he roared at the Vice Alliance Master, "You don't have the authority. Only the Lord Alliance Master has the right to relieve me of my position as an elder." "All right then, we'll ask the Alliance Master to make a decision. But you have to think this through. Based on the Alliance Master's character, if he finds out about this, it won't be as simple as relieving you of your position as an elder. Because the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was established by the Alliance Master single-handedly. It's his life's work. He will absolutely not tolerate anyone tarnishing the reputation of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance like this." The Vice Alliance Master sneered. The 10th Elder's face instantly turned ghastly pale. The Vice Alliance Master looked at the other 9 Great Elders and said, "If any of you have any objections, you can voice them out." "No." The 9 Great Elders shook their heads. "All right. Carry it out immediately, Xing-san," the Vice Alliance Master shouted. "Yes, sir." Xing-san stepped forward. "Take them to Ocean of Cloud City. If any of them dares to cause trouble, kill them without mercy." With that, the Vice Alliance Master tossed the snake-shaped walking stick in his hand to Xing-san. Xing-san grabbed the walking stick and was instantly filled with confidence. He nodded and said, "Yes, sir." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the 10th Elder, Wu Sanyuan, and the other 2 and said, "Please, how would Wu Sanyuan and Zhao Yunhai dare to say anything?" They hurriedly got up and walked outside. But the 10th Elder's face was filled with rage. He glared at the Vice Alliance Master and roared, "You can't treat me like this. How troublesome." The white-robed old man shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the power of law surged. The time in the main hall instantly stopped. Then, he took a step forward and instantly landed in front of the 10th Elder, directly shattering the 10th Elder's sea of chi. This was the profound meaning of the law of time, time stop. After the sea of chi was shattered, the white-robed old man waved his hand again. The time in the main hall returned to normal. The 10th Elder immediately let out a scream. "Take him away." The white-robed old man waved his hand indifferently. "Yes." Xing-san responded respectfully. He grabbed the 10th Elder and left with Wu Sanyuan and the other 2. Chapter 3159. Phew. After Xing-san left with the 4 of them, the Vice Alliance leader heaved a sigh of relief. "It's finally settled. Let's hope we can salvage some of our reputation." One of the elders sighed deeply and asked, "Who's going to replace the 10th Elder now?" "There's no rush. Let's put it aside for now." The Vice Alliance leader waved his hand and looked at Zhao Xiaojin. "I hope you won't be disappointed in our Rogue Cultivator Alliance because of this. Actually, someone like the 10th Elder is just an exception." "I won't." Zhao Xiaojin shook his head. "That's good. Work hard. With your talent, you'll definitely achieve something in the future. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to look for Yi Tian. You're a loyal descendant. I'll get him to take care of you." The Vice Alliance leader smiled. "Thank you, Vice Alliance leader." Zhao Xiaojin bowed and thanked him. Cloud Sea City. With the arrival of the 10th Elder and the other 3, the entire city was in an uproar. "So he's the 10th Elder. What a shabby face. Shifty eyes. One look and I can tell he's not a good person." Everyone gathered outside the square and cursed endlessly. The 10th Elder stood in the square, his eyes filled with rage. "Kneel." Xing-san looked at him expressionlessly. Wu Sanyuan and the other 2 had already knelt, but the 10th Elder did not kneel because of his status. "Xing-san, you're just a dog in front of the Vice Alliance leader. What are you being arrogant for? Don't you know that a starving camel is still bigger than a horse?" The 10th Elder shouted. "I really don't know about that. I only know that this is the Vice Alliance leader's order. I'll ask you one last time. Are you kneeling or not?" Xing-san asked. "No." The 10th Elder roared. A cold glint flashed in Xing-san's eyes. He took out his snake-shaped walking stick and smashed it on the 10th Elder's leg. Crack. Both of his legs broke immediately. The 10th Elder knelt on the ground powerlessly. "You're courting death." He looked up and stared at Xing-san with eyes filled with hatred. "You're the one courting death. Don't forget what the Vice Alliance leader said before he left. Kill anyone who dares to cause trouble. Third Xing's eyes glinted coldly. The 10th Elder's pupils shrank. Looking at the snake-shaped walking stick in Third Xing's hand, his face was filled with fear. He no longer dared to be arrogant and knelt there obediently. Third Xing smiled coldly, then looked at the crowd around him and said, "Everyone, we all know about what happened in the past few days. We, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, will not tolerate such a person. Thus, Wu Sanyuan and the 10th Elder have been stripped of their positions as elders and city lords. Furthermore, Lord Vice Alliance Master has ordered them to continue kneeling here to apologize and repent until everyone forgives them. I hope that everyone will not misunderstand our Rogue Cultivator Alliance because of one or two scum. You have to believe in us too. The mission of our Rogue Cultivator Alliance has never changed." Third Xing said passionately. "I thought the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was going to protect them. That's what I originally thought too. At most, I would only punish them a bit. Never would I have expected that they would be forced to kneel and repent in public. It seems like the Rogue Cultivator Alliance is treating this matter fairly. However, it will never be possible to forgive them. Scum like them should be taken away by the heavens so that they won't continue to harm others." Everyone was in a heated discussion. Third Xing frowned subtly when he heard these discussions. It seemed like he had completely angered the crowd this time. It would be difficult to calm the anger of the people. In short, we are sincerely apologizing to everyone. We also hope that everyone will give our Rogue Cultivator Alliance another chance. As for these 4 people, you can do whatever you want to them. Third Xing bowed deeply to the Lord, then silently retreated to the side. "Do whatever we want to them? Really?" everyone asked. "Really?" Third Xing nodded. "Haha, all right then. I've been unhappy with Wu Sanyuan for a long time. He's been bullying us all day long just because he's the city lord of Cloud Sea City. Pooh, you're a scum." A middle-aged man ran into the square and immediately spat on Wu Sanyuan's face. "You." Wu Sanyuan immediately glared at the middle-aged man. "What about me? You're no longer the city lord of Cloud Sea City and you're still trying to scare me?" The middle-aged man sneered, then looked at the 10th Elder and scolded, "And you old fart. Zhao Eyong is such a good person and you actually allowed your grandson to kill him. You're worse than an animal." After he finished speaking, he sprayed another mouthful of saliva on the 10th Elder's face. When had the 10th Elder ever suffered such humiliation? A strand of divine sense immediately appeared and charged towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was shocked and hurriedly retreated in panic. But at the same time, Third Xing snorted coldly. With quick reflexes, he swung the snake-shaped walking stick in his hand and shattered that strand of divine sense on the spot. "Looks like you won't be obedient even if I destroy your Sea of Qi." Third Xing smiled coldly and took out 4 bracelets from his universe ring and put them on the 10th Elder and the other 3. Soul-sealing magic stone. The 10th Elder was shocked. "That's right. Let's see how you can still be arrogant after putting on the soul-sealing magic stone." Third Xing sneered. "Soul-sealing magic stone? I heard that Zhao Eyong's family was killed by his grandson because they couldn't use their divine soul because they were wearing the soul-sealing magic stone. This is really an eye for an eye. Old bastard, you didn't expect this, did you?" A few more people ran up and started to punch and kick the 10th Elder. It was really pitiful for the 10th Elder of the Rogue Cultivators Alliance to be reduced to such a state. But no one sympathized with him. They were all gloating over his misfortune. "Hey, isn't this the 10th Elder? What's wrong with you? Why are you kneeling here?" Suddenly, a strange voice sounded. A young man walked out from the crowd and entered the square. "Mo Yuan?" Third Xing was stunned. The 10th Elder, Wu Sanyuan, and the other 2 also looked at the person in shock. That's right. He was Mo Yuan after Qin Feiyang's disguise. What's going on? And you guys, don't you have eyes? Don't you know this is the 10th Elder of our Rogue Cultivators Alliance? Be more polite to him. Look carefully, be like me." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he directly kicked the 10th Elder's crotch. Ouch! The 10th Elder suddenly let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. He covered his crotch with both hands and his face was pale. Ah! Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. This was called being polite. It seemed that they didn't have a deep understanding of the word polite in the past. 10th Elder, I've been very polite to you. In the future, don't try to trick me again. I'm just a small fry. Even if you succeed, what can you do? But if it's like this again and you accidentally put yourself in danger, then the loss outweighs the gain. Qin Feiyang laughed. Little bastard, I swear, I'll kill you. The 10th Elder stared at Qin Feiyang with resentment. Qin Feiyang kicked him again. The 10th Elder was in so much pain that his face contorted. See, don't scare me. I'm a timid person. Once I'm scared, I'll lose control. If you kick me until I explode, I won't be able to pay for it, Qin Feiyang said with grievance. Shameless. Shameless. He's still feeling wronged. Everyone shook their heads. It seemed that this person wasn't easy to deal with either. Seeing this scene, Third Xing's rough face was also holding back a smile. You guys are here too. Sorry, I didn't notice you guys just now. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned and landed on Wu Sanyuan and Zhao Yunhai. The three of them instinctively covered their crotches. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched and said with a smile, calm down, calm down. I don't have that kind of special hobby. I'm not very interested in you guys. Not only did the three of them not feel humiliated, they even breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and leaned over to the 10th Elder's ear, whispering, old bastard, how do you feel? Although I'm not as strong as you, as long as I use my brain a little, I have 10,000 ways to make you wish you were dead. You, the 10th Elder looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and anger. That's right, I planned all of this. But there's one thing that I didn't expect. Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo would actually interfere. However, their appearance has made this plan even more perfect. Qin Feiyang chuckled. He said this purely to stop the 10th Elder's imagination from running wild. He didn't want the 10th Elder to think that he had something to do with Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo. You're ruthless. The 10th Elder gritted his teeth. Ruthless? No, 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 I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Of course, if you want to continue playing, then I don't mind playing with you even more ruthless. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, and then laughed. Then, 10th Elder, I won't disturb you anymore. You can enjoy it slowly, don't be polite to everyone. After saying that, Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled at Third Xing, then turned and left. Haha, Mo Yuan is right. We have to be more polite to the 10th Elder, so that he won't take revenge on us. That's right, that's right. We have to be gentle. Don't be so violent. Everyone started to jeer. Although they said that, their actions were more and more ruthless. In the square, miserable howls continued. Among them, Zhao Yunhai and Zhao Tianyun were filled with regret. Originally, they could have relied on their relationship with Zhao Xiaojin to make the Zhao family stronger. However, because of a single mistake, not only did they destroy the Zhao family, they also destroyed themselves. If they had known that Zhao Xiaojin and Mo Yuan were so capable that they could bring down the 10th Elder, they would not have listened to Wu Sanyuan's instigation even if they were beaten to death. What a pity. It was too late to regret now. He had to grit his teeth and finish eating the evil fruit that he had sowed. Tianyu Tower, Qin Feiyang, Madman, White-Eyed Wolf, and Yuqing sat together with smiles on their faces. Although I couldn't kill them, it was more satisfying than killing them. Madman snickered. Actually, to torture a person, you don't have to kill him. Just like these four people, living now is more painful than dying. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Then, Qin Dage, what are your plans now? Yuqing asked. The matter has been resolved. It's time to leave. Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea and looked at Yuqing with a smile. Chapter 3160. Leave. Yuqing was slightly taken aback and quickly asked, where to? Find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Just cultivating in seclusion? Then you can stay in our Tianyu building. Don't worry, no one will disturb you if you stay here. Yuqing said. Little girl, what do you mean by that? Do you have any ulterior motives for wanting us to stay in Tianyu building? The white-eyed wolf looked at her teasingly. No. I cherish friends like you very much. Besides, you know my situation. I'm all alone, so I hope to make more sincere friends. Yu Qing said faintly. I see. I thought you had taken a fancy to one of them. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Nonsense. Yu Qing's cheeks turned red. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy couldn't help but stare at the white-eyed wolf. We still prefer to find a quiet place to cultivate. Besides, we've already established a contract bridge. If you need any help, you can send us a message. Not to mention that we'll be at your beck and call. As long as we can help, we won't refuse. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's fine. Yu Qing nodded with a trace of disappointment on her face. By the way, didn't you say that Yi Miao is also here? Why haven't I seen her? Frenzy asked curiously. Miao Miao is in East Sea City. Yu Qing smiled and then explained, now that our business is getting bigger and bigger, there are more than 100 branches. Naturally, we can't stay together every day like before. More than 100 branches? Frenzy was stunned. He raised his thumb and praised, amazing. No. This is all thanks to Old Man Yu's help. Without their secret support, we wouldn't have been able to develop so quickly. Yu Qing waved her hand repeatedly. Looks like your relationship with Zhuo Tianxing and the others is pretty good. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yes. Yu Qing nodded and hurriedly said, but Miao Miao and I both know that they only helped us because of you. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying, don't be so modest. Zhuo Tianxing and the others can help, but that's only in secret. The ones who are truly capable are you guys. Qin Dage, you flatter me. Yu Qing waved her hands. All right then, you guys continue to work hard. Maybe one day, I'll have to rely on your Tianyu Tower. Qin Feiyang smiled. If such a day really comes, don't worry. Even if you ask us to go through fire and water, we won't hesitate. Yu Qing said with a firm expression. Ha ha, Qin Feiyang laughed and stood up. Then I'll thank you in advance. See you again. Come visit when you're free. Yu Qing also hurriedly stood up to send him off. I will. Qin Feiyang nodded, opened a teleportation altar, and quickly left with the white-eyed wolf and the madman. Above a glacier, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air and landed on an ice peak, looking at the azure wave snow mountain in front of him from afar. Heavy snow continued to fall, and bone-chilling cold wind hung in the void. The madman and the white-eyed wolf had already entered the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang naturally planned to return to the Alliance capital. Although the vice leader's performance this time had indeed impressed him, his intuition told him that he still couldn't be careless. Therefore, in the future, he had to be careful in the Alliance capital and not reveal any flaws. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang took out a sound transmission crystal, sent a message to Zhao Xiaojin, and then flew forward. Not long after, he arrived in front of the barrier. The black-robed old man guarding the barrier also appeared. Looking at Qin Feiyang, the black-robed old man's eyes couldn't help but flash a cold light, but his face was full of smiles, and said, "You're back." Qin Feiyang nodded. The black-robed old man took out a token and opened the barrier. Qin Feiyang looked at the token without batting an eyelid, then entered the barrier, looked at the black-robed old man, and said with a smile, "I still have to thank you for your care." Care? The black-robed old man was stunned and asked in confusion, "Did this old man take care of you?" "Of course. If it wasn't for your care, how could Zhao Xiaojin and I have encountered so many things in the Zhao family?" Qin Feiyang chuckled. "What do you mean by that?" The black-robed old man frowned. He never thought that Qin Feiyang would be so direct, pointing out this matter as soon as he arrived. "What do I mean? You know very well in your heart." Qin Feiyang smiled, and then flew towards the Alliance capital without looking back. The black-robed old man turned around and stared at Qin Feiyang's back, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stopped again. He looked at the black-robed old man and said with a smile, "The heavens are watching what people do. It's better for you to be a bit more careful in the future. After all, the 10th elder is a good example." The black-robed old man's expression froze. Qin Feiyang did not say anything else, and turned to leave. The black-robed old man's eyes flickered, and suddenly said, "Mo Yuan, wait." Qin Feiyang stopped and turned to look at him suspiciously. The black-robed old man flew forward, his face full of sincerity, and cupped his hands. "This old man apologizes to you." "Apologize?" Qin Feiyang was startled. "Yes. Since you've already seen through it, then this old man might as well admit it." "That's right, it was this old man who informed the 10th Elder. But this old man also has his own difficulties. You know the 10th Elder's position in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, people like us can't afford to offend him." The black-robed old man sighed. "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded. "So, this old man sincerely begs for your forgiveness." The black-robed old man said. "Since it's all said and done, then it's nothing. From now on, let's be friends." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Little brother, you're really a straightforward person." The black-robed old man laughed. He didn't expect Qin Feiyang to be so easy to talk to. "Then I'll go back first," Qin Feiyang said. "All right." The black-robed old man nodded. However, just as Qin Feiyang turned around, the black-robed old man's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he slapped towards Qin Feiyang's back. However, Qin Feiyang seemed to have a pair of eyes on his back. The moment the black-robed old man made his move, he moved sideways like lightning, avoiding the black-robed old man's palm. "What?" The black-robed old man's face changed. He originally thought that a sincere apology would definitely dispel the guard in Qin Feiyang's heart, but he didn't expect that he was still guarding against him. Qin Feiyang slowly turned around and sneered, "Old thing, do you think I can't feel the killing intent in your heart?" That's right. From the beginning, he felt the killing intent in the black-robed old man's eyes, so he had been secretly vigilant. Moreover, the black-robed old man's move was exactly what he wanted. Simply put, his last words were to lure the black-robed old man to make a move. Heaven was watching what people did. The 10th Elder was a lesson to be learned. These words were actually a threat. The black-robed old man was a smart person, and he definitely understood the meaning of these words. Naturally, he couldn't help but have the killing intent in his heart. And this place was still very far away from the Alliance. Even if the black-robed old man made a move to kill him, no one would know, so the black-robed old man couldn't help but make a move. But the black-robed old man didn't know. All of this was within Qin Feiyang's calculations. Because the black-robed old man was the 10th Elder's man, leaving him alive would sooner or later become a disaster, so if there was a chance, he must get rid of him quickly. And the black-robed old man didn't let him down. At the same time, when the black-robed old man heard Qin Feiyang's words, his pupils shrank. His killing intent had been concealed very well, but it still didn't escape this boy's senses. This boy's sensitivity to killing intent was too terrifying. However, just as Qin Feiyang said, this place was still very far away from the Alliance. Even if he made a move, no one would know. Sure enough, you have some ability. No wonder even the 10th Elder fell in your hands, but this is the end. The black-robed old man said coldly, and a terrifying majesty shrouded Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was immediately confined in the void, and then the black-robed old man once again charged towards Qin Feiyang. "End here? You're too naive. Without arranging everything in advance, do you think I would dare to face you alone?" Qin Feiyang sneered. "Stop." Before he finished speaking, a cold shout sounded. Following closely, two figures broke through the sky like lightning. One of them was Yi Tian. The other was a black-robed man with a cold face and sharp eyes. The aura emitted from his body was unfathomable. Young Master Yi Tian. The black-robed old man's expression changed. Qin Feiyang's ridicule on his face became even more intense. That's right. Before entering the bounded domain, he sent a message to Zhao Xiaojin, asking Zhao Xiaojin to tell Yi Tian to bring someone to pick him up. And also to get rid of this person. Whoosh. The black-robed man took Yi Tian and landed in front of Qin Feiyang like lightning. A cold light flashed in the black-robed man's eyes. With a wave of his hand, the pressure that imprisoned Qin Feiyang was immediately shattered. Qin Feiyang regained his freedom and looked at Yi Tian with a smile. "Young Master Yi Tian, I'm sorry to trouble you to come here in person." "It's okay. Yi Tian waved his hand and smiled. Looking at the black-robed old man, he said, "Do you know the consequences of harming a disciple of the Hall of the Exalted for no reason? Young master, please spare my life. It's not my fault. He offended me first." The black-robed old man hurriedly protested, obviously trying to make a false accusation. "He offended you first? Do you think I'm that easy to fool?" Yi Tian sneered. "It's true. I'm not lying to you. He just said that I'm an accomplice of the 10th Elder. Isn't he trying to get me killed? Besides, he hasn't entered the Hall of the Exalted yet, so he's not a disciple of the Hall of the Exalted." The black-robed old man said. "Sure enough, they're jackals of the same lair. Fortunately, I'm prepared." Qin Feiyang shook his head and raised his arm. A sacred voice-transmitting stone suddenly appeared in his palm. Yes. Before entering the bounded domain, he had secretly taken out the sacred voice-transmitting stone and recorded everything in order to make this person completely shut up. Looking at the sacred voice-transmitting stone, the black-robed old man finally realized that he had been completely tricked. He immediately collapsed. "Do you want me to show you the recorded scene?" Qin Feiyang looked at him with a playful face. Chapter 3161. No need, no need. The black-robed elder waved his hand. "I want to see it," Yi Tian said. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. With a wave of his hand, the recorded image slowly unfolded in the void. "Bastard." After Yi Tian finished reading, he was furious. The black-robed man's eyes were also filled with a shocking cold light. "I deserve to die, I deserve to die. Please spare my life, give me another chance." The black-robed elder quickly knelt on the ground and begged. "If Mo Wuji didn't inform us in advance, would you give him a chance?" Yi Tian's face was cold. The black-robed elder was terrified and trembled. "You wouldn't. Just as we saw, you would kill him without hesitation. How preposterous. I let you guard this place to protect the Alliance capital, not to be the 10th Elder's lackey. Second Xing, kill him," Yi Tian roared. The black-robed man immediately attacked and slapped the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder turned and fled. However, the black-robed man's cultivation had already reached the level of a perfected dominator. How could he escape? The black-robed elder died on the spot as his blood dyed the glacier red. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Tian. He was a righteous person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. He was indeed a good person. Unfortunately, why did he have such a sinister grandfather? Wait. Second Xing. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the black-robed man. After a closer look, he realized that the black-robed man looked similar to Third Xing. "May I ask, what's your relationship with Third Xing?" Qin Feiyang looked at the black-robed man and asked. "Third Xing is my younger brother." Second Xing smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang. His attitude was completely different. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded and said half-jokingly, "Your younger brother is Third Xing and you are Second Xing. Don't tell me you have another elder brother." "Indeed. Our elder brother is Xing Da." Second Xing nodded. "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yi Tian smiled and said, "The three of them are my grandfather's right-hand men. My grandfather trusts them more than he trusts me." "Really?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes." Yi Tian nodded, and there seemed to be some jealousy in his eyes. "Young master, you must be joking. You are the Lord's grandson, and we are only his subordinates. How can we compare?" Second interrogation officer shook his head. "Come on, I'm not blind." Yi Tian rolled his eyes at him and said, "You will guard this place for now. When the time comes, find someone we can trust to replace you." "All right." Second Xing nodded and walked to the black-robed old man's corpse. He took off his cosmos ring and took out the token. As for the black-robed old man's corpse, second interrogation officer waved his hand and crushed it into pieces. Yi Tian retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. "Then let's go back. Little Jin has already prepared food and wine at home to reward you." "Is that necessary?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Of course. You have been out there for the past few days. In order to deal with the Zhao family, Wu Sanyuan, and the 10th Elder, you have worked hard. I must treat you to a few drinks." That's what I want too. Yi Tian smiled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. It seems that I can't hide it from you, isn't it obvious? Others may not know, but little Jin and I know very well the reason why you stayed out there. Let's go. Yi Tian patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder, and the two immediately flew toward the Alliance capital. This man is a talent. If he is willing to help young master will definitely become the next leader in the future. Second Xing looked at Qin Feiyang's back and muttered to himself. Obviously. Whether it was the deputy leader, Yi Tian, or the people around them, they all had a good impression of Qin Feiyang. Alliance capital, East City. Aren't we going back to little Jin's home? Walking on the street, Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Tian suspiciously. Yes. Didn't I just say that little Jin will personally prepare the food and wine when she gets home? Yi Tian nodded. She hasn't entered the Hall of Fame. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Yes. However, the Hall of Fame doesn't restrict her freedom. She can go wherever she wants. Yi Tian smiled. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Brother Mo, you are back. You don't have to worry now. Under the wise judgment of the deputy leader, the 10th elder has been brought to justice. Along the way, the people they met all greeted Qin Feiyang from afar. Although Qin Feiyang had only been in the Alliance capital for more than 300 years and had been in seclusion for more than 300 years, after the incident with Feng Wanyun, everyone now knew of his existence. Moreover, they also knew that Qin Feiyang did not hesitate to offend the 10th elder in order to help Zhao Xiaojin. Everyone admired him for his love and righteousness. Thank you for your concern. Qin Feiyang also responded to them with a smile. Soon, the two of them entered the suburbs and arrived at Zhao Xiaojin's home. In the backyard, smoke rose in spirals. Before entering the courtyard, they could smell the aroma of food. Let me tell you, little Jin is good at cooking. It smells better than the dishes in those restaurants. Yi Tian pushed open the door of the courtyard and led Qin Feiyang to the attic while chuckling. It seems that you really know her well. Qin Feiyang smiled. After all, we have known each other for so many years. Yi Tian smiled. The two of them walked into the backyard and saw Zhao Xiaojin busying herself in front of the stove alone. You are back. Sensing the aura of the two, Zhao Xiaojin turned to look at them and smiled. Yes. Yi Tian nodded. Did anything happen? Zhao Xiaojin asked. There really was. If I hadn't arrived in time with second interrogation officer, I'm afraid your big brother Mo would have been doomed. Yi Tian shook his head. That old thing. The 10th elder has already fallen, but he still refuses to come to his senses. Zhao Xiaojin's eyes were full of anger. He asked, how should we deal with him? Yi Tian made a throat-slitting gesture. Good death. Zhao Xiaojin laughed heartily and said, go and sit outside first. If you want to drink tea, do it yourself. I'll be done soon. Don't you need our help? Yi Tian asked. Help? Two grown men. I'm afraid that the more you help, the more trouble you'll cause. Go on, don't hinder me here. Zhao Xiaojin waved his hand impatiently. All right then. Yi Tian nodded and smiled. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, then let's not ask for trouble here. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The two of them returned to the attic hall and sat opposite each other. Do you want to drink tea or wine? Yi Tian asked. Drink tea, Qin Feiyang said. Not bad. I like to drink tea too. Coincidentally, I also have some top-grade tea leaves on me. After Yi Tian finished speaking, he began to make tea. Not long after, a pot of tea was brewed. Yi Tian poured a cup and handed it to Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, try it. Qin Feiyang took the teacup. He first smelled it, then took a sip. He nodded and said, not bad. Not bad. Yi Tian was slightly stunned. He frowned and said, from the sound of your words, you don't seem to be very satisfied. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, to be honest, this tea can be considered good tea, but it seems to be far from being top grade. Don't call me young master, you're treating me like an outsider. We can be considered comrades in arms. If you don't mind, just call me big brother Yi like little Jin. Yi Tian smiled. Qin Feiyang laughed. This is my honor, how could I dislike it? But I'm worried that someone will say that I'm trying to curry favor behind my back. After all, gossip is a fearful thing. You still care about this? Yi Tian was speechless. Haha, Qin Feiyang smiled and nodded. Then it would be impolite for me to refuse. That's more like it. Just now, you said that this tea is still far from being top grade. Could it be that Brother Mo has better tea leaves? If you do, then you must take it out and let me have a taste. Yi Tian's eyes lit up. Looks like I've really met a kindred spirit. Qin Feiyang smiled, took out a tea jar, and placed it on the coffee table. The tea jar was very inconspicuous. It was only made of ordinary jade. But when Yi Tian opened the tea jar, his eyes lit up. Immediately after, he couldn't wait to take out some tea leaves and boil them in boiling water. Fragrant. Sure enough, this is a top-grade tea. Just by smelling the tea fragrance, he couldn't help but salivate. When he really tasted it, he was completely intoxicated. As the eldest grandson of the Vice Alliance leader, he had naturally drunk a lot of good tea. But this was the first time he had tasted this kind of tea. The tea fragrance was pure, and the most wonderful thing was that there was a hint of medicinal fragrance in the tea fragrance. The most important thing was that this medicinal fragrance not only did not affect the fragrance of the tea leaves, but instead blended with the tea fragrance, forming a unique fragrance that made people addicted. If Brother Yi doesn't mind, I'll give this jar of tea to you. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. I don't mind. This kind of good tea, if you give me a few more jars, I'll take them all. In any case, I definitely won't be polite with you. Yi Tian chuckled and immediately put away the canister of tea leaves. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He was indeed a very easygoing person. Brother Mo, let me ask you something. Where did you get this tea from? Yi Tian smiled as he tasted the tea and looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Yi Tian said, I'm just worried that if I finish this jar, I won't have any more to drink in the future. This tea, you can't buy it outside. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Can't buy it? Yi Tian was stunned. Yes. This tea was personally cultivated by a younger sister of mine. Qin Feiyang smiled. That amazing. Yi Tian was stunned and immediately asked, what younger sister? Can you introduce me to her? I must curry favor with the person who can cultivate such good tea. She's not with me now, but there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Then I'll look forward to it. Yi Tian nodded and smiled. Then, he glanced at the backyard and whispered, Brother Mo, what do you think of our Xiao Jin? Chapter 3162. Your little Jin? Qin Feiyang was stunned. It's not me, it's us. Now that we're the only ones left by little Jin's side, she's naturally our family. Yi Tian said. Then why are you asking me what she's like? What do you mean by that? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Answer me first. Yi Tian smiled. She's not bad. She's good in the kitchen and most importantly, she's talented and kind-hearted. Qin Feiyang nodded. You have a good eye. In short, other than being a little wild, little Jin is a good person. Yi Tian smiled. Brother Yi, what do you want to say? Don't beat around the bush, just say it. Qin Feiyang said. Then I'll get straight to the point. Although I'm not related to little Jin by blood, in my eyes, little Jin is my biological sister. In the past, she had her family to take care of her and I had no right to interfere. But now, she's all alone, so I'd like to settle her marriage. As for you, although we haven't known each other for long, from the way you protected little Jin and dealt with the 10th elder, I can tell that you're a very righteous and responsible man. So I'm thinking, Yi Tian smiled. Wait a minute. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he hurriedly reached out and interrupted Yi Tian. You're not thinking of matchmaking me with her, right? That's right. That's what I mean. Because I believe that you're capable of taking care of her and giving her happiness. Apart from you, I'm really worried about leaving little Jin in the hands of others because you've seen for yourself that there's no one reliable among the younger generation of the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance. Yi Tian sighed. Stop. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hands. What's wrong? Don't you have any feelings for little Jin at all? Yi Tian looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, Little Jin is indeed very outstanding and I can take care of her, but I can't be with her. Why? Yi Tian was puzzled. First of all, I'm already married. Qin Feiyang said. Already married? Yi Tian was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Although it's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, I personally think that it's better to be single-minded. If I can give her happiness, then I definitely won't only give her 9 points. I didn't expect you to be married. Yi Tian shook his head. Secondly, Zhao Xiaojin already has someone she likes. Qin Feiyang laughed again. Who is it? Why didn't I know about it? Yi Tian was bewildered. Far away on the horizon, yet close at hand. Qin Feiyang smiled. Others said that he was a blockhead, but now it seemed that the person in front of him was not much better than him. After being together for so long, he still didn't know what Zhao Xiaojin was thinking. So far away, yet so close. Yi Tian looked around suspiciously. Apart from him and Qin Feiyang, there was no one else in the hall. Could it be? Suddenly, Yi Tian's expression froze. He looked at Qin Feiyang and pointed at his nose, his face full of bewilderment. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Ah. Yi Tian was stunned. Actually, when I first met you, I could already tell that she likes you, but you only treat her as a sister. Furthermore, I've also mentioned this matter to her. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Brother Mo, you really have sharp eyes. Yi Tian's face was full of admiration, and then he asked, What's Xiaojin's attitude? Her attitude? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and shook his head. At that time, I really couldn't tell what her attitude was. This is a big headache. I really only treat her as a sister. Yi Tian rubbed his forehead. Anyway, in my opinion, feelings can't be forced. As for Zhao Xiaojin, I have already told her. Whether she can think it through or not, it's up to her. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Sigh. Yi Tian sighed and said with a wry smile, If you didn't say it, I really wouldn't have noticed. This girl is too much. Why did she fall for such an outstanding man in the Eastern continent? Don't think too much. What she likes is not your identity, nor is it your status. It's just that she likes you. Qin Feiyang said. I know that. Xiaojin is not a snobbish woman. It's precisely because of this that I'm so close to her. Yi Tian nodded, pondered for a while, and asked, Then do you think I should keep a distance from her in the future? Don't do that. Now that she has lost her family and has been betrayed by them, if you deliberately keep a distance from her, she will definitely feel very sad and lonely. In the future, she might even suffer from depression. Qin Feiyang hurriedly advised. That's true. Yi Tian muttered and frowned, Then how should I solve this matter? You are experienced, you have to help me come up with ideas. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, It's not good for me to get involved in this matter, but for the sake of you and Xiaojin, I'll think about it. All right, quickly think about it. Yi Tian urged. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a while, then said, How about this? When Xiaojin has walked out of her sorrow, you can directly confess to her. Then, won't that be too cruel to her? Yi Tian frowned. It's better to deal with the pain quickly than to prolong it. At that time, she will definitely feel terrible, but as long as you give her some time to calm down, she will definitely think it through. On the contrary, if you continue to drag it out, she will sink deeper and deeper, and something big will definitely happen. At that time, not to mention continuing to be siblings, you probably can't even be friends. Qin Feiyang said. That makes sense. All right, I'll listen to you. Then in the future, you have to help me counsel her well. I don't want to see her depressed all day, and even more so, I don't want to see her do anything stupid. Yi Tian said in a low voice, with a hint of pleading. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then, thank you. Yi Tian smiled and raised his teacup. Qin Feiyang also raised his teacup, and the two of them lightly clinked their teacups and tasted it. Coincidentally, at this moment, Zhao Xiaojin walked out with 2 side dishes. Seeing Qin Feiyang and Yi Tian happy and harmonious, he revealed a sincere smile. Are you done? Yi Tian asked. Zhao Xiaojin nodded. Then, Brother Mo, let's go help. Yi Tian stood up and smiled. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. At the dining table, Zhao Xiaojin naturally couldn't help but thank Qin Feiyang, and Qin Feiyang accepted it calmly. The meal ended amidst laughter and chatter. After packing up everything, the three of them walked out of the courtyard. Zhao Xiaojin locked the door and looked at this familiar home, and there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. It was originally a happy home, but now she was the only one left. Xiaojin, don't be sad, you still have us. Yi Tian comforted. Zhao Xiaojin nodded, took a deep breath, and turned around resolutely. Let's go to the Hall of the Exalted. At that moment, the three of them left the courtyard, locked the courtyard door, and flew to the Hall of the Exalted. By the way, how did Zhong Sanbao's parents settle it? Qin Feiyang asked. Their parents have been demoted to ordinary members, and their family property has been confiscated. Yi Tian said. Then who is the city lord of East City now? Qin Feiyang asked. It's not confirmed yet, my grandfather has to arrange it. Yi Tian shook his head. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at Zhao Xiaojin, and reminded, then we have to be more careful in the future. That's not necessary. The 10th elder has been executed, and they definitely won't dare to do anything to you. Yi Tian said. Although they won't dare to deal with us openly, it's hard to guard against a stab in the back. These people are quite strong. Once they succeed, we will lose our lives, so we can't be careless. Qin Feiyang shook his head. That's true. Yi Tian nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, how about this, when you enter the Hall of the Exalted later, all of you go to my place. With me around, even if they have 100 guts, they won't dare to plot against you. Will this work? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What's wrong with that? It's decided then. Yi Tian smiled. You're the big brother, you have the final say. Qin Feiyang smiled. This was actually more advantageous for him. Firstly, with Yi Tian's deterrence, he could save a lot of trouble. Secondly, he could get closer to the deputy leader through his relationship with Yi Tian. Chapter 3163. The exit of the trial ground was about 1,000 miles to the west. There was a glacier that towered into the clouds. The center of the glacier was completely different from other places. Here, there was no snow at all, the vegetation was lush and full of vitality, like an oasis sitting in the glacier. Here, young men and women would often appear, each with a dignified appearance and extraordinary temperament. That's right. This was the Hall of the Exalted, the gathering place of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance's geniuses. Those who entered here, except for the prodigal sons like Feng Wanyun, all of them had mastered the power of law. It could be said that they were all the future mainstays of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. When Qin Feiyang followed Yi Tian and Zhao Xiaojin here, he sensed the aura of no less than 100,000 people. Among these people, they were basically at the perfection imperishable realm, and there were also Dominator realm. The Dominator realm powerhouses here are older than me. When you see them in the future, no matter what, you have to be polite. Yi Tian reminded. Don't worry, I never take the initiative to cause trouble. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. But you're not afraid of trouble, right? Yi Tian smiled. Qin Feiyang laughed and asked, how many people are here? What's the cultivation of the strongest person? It seems that there are more than 100,000 people. As for the cultivation of the strongest, it's the Dominator realm. Because once the cultivation surpasses the Dominator realm, they will leave the Hall of the Exalted and take on important positions outside. For example, Xiaojin's father, Zhao Eyong, used to stay in the Hall of the Exalted. Yi Tian transmitted his voice. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Finally, the three came to the edge of the oasis. Yi Tian took out a golden token, and as divine power poured in, a golden light rushed forward. At that moment, a barrier appeared in the void in front of them. As the golden light merged, a crack suddenly appeared on the barrier. Let's go. Yi Tian took the lead and stepped into the barrier. Qin Feiyang and Zhao Xiaojin followed closely behind. When he entered the barrier, Qin Feiyang clearly felt that the energy of the crystal vein and soul line here far exceeded that of the outside. Moreover, due to the isolation of the barrier, the temperature here was completely different from outside, like spring flowers in full bloom. This barrier, Qin Feiyang turned around and glanced at the barrier that was gradually disappearing into the void. This barrier was set up by the League Master himself. Firstly, it is to protect the people of the Hall of the Exalted. Secondly, it is to seal the energy of the crystal vein and the soul line here. As for the token to open the barrier, you'll have to go to the duty hall to get it later. This token is also the identity token of a Hall of the Exalted Disciple. Yi Tian explained. I see. Qin Feiyang mumbled and asked, then, is it the same as the outside world? You can't activate teleportation altars or teleportation divine tools here? That's for sure. That's because this barrier is the same as the one that enveloped the entire Mount Azure Wave Snow Mountain. It was formed by the laws of space and time. Yi Tian nodded. Qin Feiyang came to a sudden realization and asked curiously, I heard that Lord Alliance Master is recognized as the #1 person in the entire Eastern continent in terms of attainments in the laws of space and time. Is this true? Of course it's true. Not to mention the Eastern continent, even in the entire Sky Cloud realm, there are only a few people who can compare with our Alliance Master. Yi Tian smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang's eyes shone with a strange light. He could not help but have a strong interest in this Alliance Master. Why? Do you want to meet the Alliance Master? Yi Tian smiled. Of course. As a member of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, who doesn't want to meet the Alliance Master in person? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. You'll have the chance. But to tell you the truth, even I haven't seen the Alliance Master in person. Yi Tian shook his head. What? You haven't seen him? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Zhao Xiaojin also looked at Yi Tian with a surprised expression. Yes. Our Alliance Master is very mysterious. In the entire Rogue Cultivator Alliance, except for my grandfather, the 10 Great Elders, and the Hall Master of the Hall of the Exalted, no one has seen him. Yi Tian shook his head. There's a Hall Master in the Hall of the Exalted. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Of course. And you've seen him? Yi Tian nodded. Seen him? Qin Feiyang's face was full of suspicion. When had he seen the Hall of Famers? Brother Mo, it's the white-robed old man we met at the exit of the trial ground. Zhao Xiaojin smiled. So it's him. Qin Feiyang's face was full of astonishment. Why? Doesn't he look like him? Yi Tian looked at him in amusement. He really doesn't look like him. I thought he was just an ordinary old man guarding the exit. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. There's no other way. He's just that low-key. And he's a person who hates trouble, so he has been hiding at the exit of the trial ground to cultivate. But his strength and status in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance are not inferior to my grandfather at all. Let's put it this way. Alliance Master, my grandfather, and this Hall of Famers are the top 3 figures in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Yi Tian said. It's really hard to imagine. Qin Feiyang shook his head and turned to look at the Hall of Famers. Huge peaks towered into the sky, exuding a majestic aura. In the mountains, caves of different sizes could be seen everywhere. At the top of a huge peak next to it, there was an ancient hall. This was also the only hall in the entire Hall of Famers. That's the assignment hall. Go and get your identity token. Xiaojin and I will wait for you here. Yi Tian smiled. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded, jumped up, and landed on the top of the mountain. In front of the hall, there was a square. There was no one in the square, but he sensed a familiar aura in the hall. Qin Feiyang walked into the hall and saw an old man in red sitting in front of a desk with his eyes closed. So it's him. Qin Feiyang muttered. This old man in red was the elder who led them to the entrance of the trial ground. You're here. The old man in red opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. His tone was very calm. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The old man in red opened a drawer of the desk and took out a token. This token was exactly the same as the one that Yi Tian took out before. The old man in red waved his hand, and 3 words appeared on the token, Don't have no fate. Only this token can enter the Hall of Famers. You must keep it well. The old man in red handed the token to Qin Feiyang and exhorted. I'll keep it in mind. Qin Feiyang nodded and took the token. The token seemed to be cast in gold. There were 3 words on the front, Hall of Famers, and his name on the back. Also, although you have a good relationship with Yi Tian, there are many people in the Hall of Famers who are stronger than Yi Tian. So from now on, don't mess around in the Hall of Famers just because you have Yi Tian's support. Besides, there are rules in the Hall of Famers that prohibit disciples from fighting in private. If you really have any grievances to settle, go to the fighting arena. However, before going to the fighting arena, you must report to the Deacon Hall first. In other words, you must get my permission first. The old man in red said. Understood. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then go. You can pick your own cave residence. The old man in red waved his hand, closed his eyes, and continued to rest. I'll take my leave. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and turned to walk out of the hall. Don't mess around in the Hall of Famers just because you have Yi Tian's support. Was this a warning? When Qin Feiyang jumped down the mountain and met up with Yi Tian immediately asked, how was his attitude towards you? A little cold. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. Don't underestimate our Deacon Hall elder. He's the Hall Master's younger brother. Even my grandfather and the 10 elders have to give him some face. Yi Tian said with a smile. The Hall Master's younger brother? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This identity was really scary. Let's go. Yi Tian smiled and led the 2 of them to the mountain range on the left. Isn't that Mo Yuanyuan and Zhao Xiaojin? They actually let Yi Tian lead the way in person. It seems that their relationship is really deep. You don't know about this. This Mo Yuanyuan is also a ruthless character. It is said that he killed Feng Wanyun with his own hands in front of the 10th elder. Killed Feng Wanyun in front of the 10th elder? He's a badass. Soon. Some people in the Hall of Famers found Qin Feiyang and the other 2. They looked at the 3 of them from afar and whispered. At the same time, under Yi Tian's lead, Qin Feiyang and Zhao Xiaojin soon came to a giant peak. This giant peak was like a sharp sword. It was located at the edge of the Hall of Famers and could be considered very remote. I don't like to be disturbed, so I've been living here alone. And here, I named it Sky Peak. Yi Tian smiled. That's just right. I don't like to be disturbed either. Qin Feiyang smiled. It seems that the 2 of us really get along well. Yi Tian laughed. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. Then, please take care of me in the future, Brother Yi. I should be the one saying this. I heard from Xiaojin that you have already comprehended the 4th profound meaning of the Law of Thunder, Yi Tian said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned to look at Zhao Xiaojin and said speechlessly, why didn't I realize that you are a very gossipy woman? I just said it casually. Besides, I didn't tell anyone else except Brother Yi Tian. Zhao Xiaojin pursed her lips. Then you'd better keep it a secret for me. After all, there is a saying that the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. We'd better keep a low profile. Qin Feiyang said. I agree with this statement. Yi Tian nodded. Got it. Zhao Xiaojin waved her hand impatiently. Qin Feiyang and Yi Tian looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. The cave abodes have been opened. You guys can choose whatever you want. I have to hurry up and work hard. I hope that I can also comprehend the 4th profound meaning during this closed-door cultivation. After Yi Tian said that, he took a step forward and entered one of the cave abodes. Zhao Xiaojin chuckled and said, it seems that Brother Yi Tian is feeling pressure from you. His pressure should be from you. Your Law of Light has also reached the 3rd profound meaning. If you surpass him by then, how embarrassing would it be for him as the big brother? Qin Feiyang smiled. That's nothing. After all, I have only comprehended 1 law power, while Brother Yi Tian has mastered 2. Zhao Xiaojin said. 2. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Looking at Yi Tian's law of space and time, Zhao Xiaojin still didn't know. Chapter 3164. Even Zhao Xiaojin didn't know about the spacetime laws, which meant that there was a very important piece of information. Yi Tian kept the space-time laws a secret. After learning this information, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't mention Yi Tian's space-time laws before this. Otherwise, Yi Tian would definitely suspect his identity. She might even guess his identity directly. This was because he had seen Yi Tian use the space-time laws outside. "What are you doing?" Zhao Xiaojin looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "Nothing." Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked with a smile, "Where is your previous cave abode?" "My previous cave abode was on Sword Peak, not far from the assignment hall. I have to go over and pack my things later," Zhao Xiaojin said. "I see. Then I won't accompany you." Qin Feiyang smiled and glanced at Sky Peak before entering the second cave abode. "Wait a minute. Go to the third cave abode." Zhao Xiaojin stopped Qin Feiyang and said. "Why?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Just go if I tell you to go. Why are you asking so many questions?" Zhao Xiaojin blushed. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhao Xiaojin's reaction and then at the first cave abode and immediately understood. Because Yi Tian was in the first cave abode. Zhao Xiaojin asked him to go to the third cave abode because she wanted to stay in the second cave abode. Because of this, she would be closer to Yi Tian. This silly woman is still bent on getting close to Yi Tian. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. Without looking back, he entered Immortal's cave number 3. He couldn't interfere in matters of the heart before Yi Tian said anything. Indeed. After Qin Feiyang entered the third cave abode, Zhao Xiaojin ran into the second cave abode happily. In the cave abode, Qin Feiyang looked around. The entire cave abode was about 100 feet long. There was a separate living room, lounge, cultivation room, and alchemy room. Although it was small, it had all the essentials. Not bad. Of course. For Qin Feiyang, this immortal cave did not have much value. Although the Hall of the Exalted had a time array that lasted 500 years, he could completely ignore it. If he wanted to cultivate, he would definitely go to the castle. After making some arrangements, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the Law of Thunder appeared, sealing the entrance of the cave. Subsequently, he sat in the hall, deep in thought. Now that he had entered the Hall of the Exalted, how should he approach the Vice Leader next? If it was too deliberate, it would definitely arouse the Vice Alliance Master's disgust and suspicion. However, if he let nature take its course, he didn't know how long it would take to find out the relationship between the Vice Alliance leader and the Blood Hall. Now, he seemed to be missing an opportunity. This was an opportunity to gain the Vice Alliance leader's complete trust. Because in order to understand these matters, the first thing he had to do was to be able to see the Vice Alliance Master whenever he wanted to. In order to do so, he needed to gain the trust of the Vice Alliance leader. Just like Third Xing and his two brothers, they could meet the deputy chief at any time. A moment later, Qin Feiyang shook his head. This matter really couldn't be rushed. He had to slowly wait for an opportunity. Immediately, he entered the castle and comprehended the law of force and the law of wind while refining the soul stone to improve his cultivation. Now that he had mastered 7 kinds of law of force, the only thing he lacked was his cultivation. Now, he was only at the phenomenal undying realm, 2 small realms away from the perfected undying realm. Therefore, improving his cultivation became the key at the moment. Because even if Qin Feiyang comprehended the 5th profound meaning of the Law of Thunder, his cultivation would not be able to break through to the half-step sovereign realm before reaching the perfected undying realm. Young Master Yi Tian. Outside. Not long after, a hurried voice sounded from the outside. Qin Feiyang heard this voice, but he ignored it because the other party was looking for Yi Tian, and it had nothing to do with him. Young Master Yi Tian, come out quickly. Zhao Xiaojin is in trouble. After a while, that voice sounded again. Zhao Xiaojin is in trouble. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He got up and left the castle, appearing in the cave abode. With a wave of his hand, the law of thunder that sealed the door of the cave abode dissipated, and he strode out. He saw a young man in black standing outside Yi Tian's cave abode, his face full of anxiety. Brother, you said that Zhao Xiaojin is in trouble? Qin Feiyang asked. Mo Fengyuan? The young man in black was taken aback and hurriedly ran to Qin Feiyang, smiling. Brother Mo, you're here too. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. I really envy you and Zhao Xiaojin. You have to know that young Master Yi Tian has never allowed anyone to step into Sky Peak. The young man in black had a look of envy. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, let's get down to business. Yes, yes, yes. The young man in black nodded and said, just now, Zhao Xiaojin returned to Sword Peak to pack his things and met Zhong Santian and Feng Wanjian. Zhong Santian? Feng Wanjian? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, who are they? Don't you know? The young man in black looked at him in a daze. I just joined the alliance not long ago, so I'm not sure. Qin Feiyang shook his head. No wonder you don't even know them. You don't know Zhong Santian and Feng Wanjian, but you must be familiar with Zhong Sanbao and Feng Wanyun, the young man in black said. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Zhong Santian is Zhong Sanbao's elder brother, and Feng Wanjian is Feng Wanyun's elder brother. Now you know what their goal is, right? The young man in black said. Qin Feiyang frowned. Zhong Sanbao's elder brother. Feng Wanyun's elder brother, was there a need to think about it? They must be making things difficult for Zhao Xiaojin. The young man in black looked at Yi Tian's cave abode and asked, is young Master Yi Tian not here? Why is there no response after shouting for so long? Qin Feiyang could not help but look at Yi Tian's cave abode. The young man in black shouted so loudly, but there was no response. He should be in seclusion. His eyes flashed slightly. He looked at the young man in black and said with a smile, please take me to Sword Peak. You're going? The young man in black was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Don't go looking for death. I know your strength. You've already comprehended the third profound of the Law of Thunder. But Zhong Santian and Feng Wanjian have mastered 2 types of law powers. And they've already comprehended the third profound of one of the law powers. The most important thing is that they're both at the perfection imperishable stage, and you're only at the profound imperishable stage. The gap is too big. We still need young Master Yi Tian to do this. The young man in black hurriedly persuaded. It's fine. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. He was still a little nervous in his heart. After all, Zhong Santian and Feng Wanjian were both seniors in the Hall of the Exalted. Their cultivation should be very strong. But after hearing the young man in black talk about their strength, he felt relieved. Perfection imperishable stage? 2 types of law powers? Even Yi Tian was no match for them. What was there to be afraid of? Okay then. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was so determined, the young man in black could not say anything more. He nodded and led the way. Qin Feiyang glanced at the young man in black. This person's cultivation was also good. He was at the perfection imperishable stage. I haven't asked for your name, senior brother? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. You're still in the mood to smile? The young man in black looked at Qin Feiyang speechlessly. What kind of mentality was this? Then he said, my name is Li Yuandao. I also live in Sword Peak. You came here to inform me. Aren't you afraid that Zhong Santian and Feng Wanjian will take revenge on you? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. I used to be afraid, but it's different now. The young man in black shook his head. Why? Qin Feiyang was curious. It used to be because of their background. Zhong Santian's father is the city lord of the East City. My family happens to be in the East City, so I have to give in. As for Feng Wanjian's background, I don't need to tell you. But now, Zhong Santian's father and Feng Wanjian's grandfather have been executed. Why should I be afraid of them? The young man in black looked disdainful. But a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Qin Feiyang smiled meaningfully. It doesn't matter. My family isn't weak either. The young man in black smiled proudly. Is that so? Qin Feiyang smiled. Yes. I even heard that the Vice Alliance leader wants my father to take over the position of City Lord of the East City. The young man in black smiled. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He nodded and said with a smile, then your family is really not simple. To be qualified to take over the position of City Lord of the East City, Li Yuandao's father had to be at least a greater success or perfect dominator. In other words, Li Yuandao came to inform Yi Tian because he wanted to curry favor with Yi Tian so that his father could take over the position of City Lord of the East City. Because Yi Tian was the Vice Alliance leader's grandson, he just needed to say a few words in front of the Vice Alliance leader to make this matter come true. It seemed that no matter where one was, there would always be a struggle for power and intrigue. Although Qin Feiyang was disgusted by this, there was nothing he could do. This was the way of the world. Everyone was like that. You could change one or two people, but it was impossible to change everyone. About 100 breaths later, under Li Yuandao's lead, a tall and straight giant mountain came into sight. There were at least a few hundred disciples around the giant mountain. Everyone gathered together and looked at the cave abode, discussing in low voices. Zhao Xiaojin killed Zhong Sanbao and Feng Huanyun. He even made the 10th elder and Zhong Deyuan lose their positions as elders and city lords. To Zhong Santian and Feng Huanjian, this is a blood feud. If Zhao Xiaojin doesn't agree, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to escape today. What did you say first? What do you mean by killing Zhong Sanbao and Feng Huanyun? They were clearly the ones who framed Zhao Xiaojin first. Zhao Xiaojin is just taking revenge. Besides, Feng Huanyun killed Zhao Xiaojin's family. He deserves to die. That's right, this Feng Huanyun deserves to die. Anyway, no matter what, their grudge has already been formed. If they don't fight to the death, it definitely won't end. Zhong Deyuan was Zhong Sanbao's father, the former city lord of the East City. When Qin Feiyang heard these discussions, he couldn't help but frown, and said, "Senior brother Li, what are they forcing Zhao Xiaojin to do? Go to the fighting arena and fight, regardless of life and death." Li Yuandao said in a low voice. "Regardless of life and death," Qin Feiyang muttered, "wasn't this a battle of life and death?" He raised his head and saw that in front of a cave halfway up the mountain, Zhao Xiaojin was standing at the entrance, and in front of him were two young men. Zhao Xiaojin's face was extremely gloomy at this moment. Looking at the two of them, his eyes were filled with disgust. The eyes of the two young men were extremely sharp, and they appeared to be overbearing. Chapter 3165. Who is Zhong Santian? Who is Feng Huanjian? Qin Feiyang sized up the two young men. One was dressed in black, the other in purple, and they were about 1.8 meters tall. But because their backs were facing him, he couldn't see their faces. The one in black is Zhong Santian, and the one in purple is Feng Huanjian. Li Yuandao transmitted his voice. "All right then, don't appear with me, lest they hold a grudge." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, took a step forward, and landed beside Zhao Xiaojin. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect the Hall of the Exalted to be so lively." Zhao Xiaojin was stunned. Zhong Santian, Li Yuandao, and the onlookers behind could not help but be stunned. Mo Yuandao? When did he come? Wait. Is he alone? Young Master Yi Tian didn't come? After everyone came back to their senses, they hurriedly looked behind, but they didn't see Yi Tian's shadow at all. He really came alone. He's here to die. He killed Feng Huanyun with his own hands. How could Feng Huanjian let him go so easily? There was an uproar at the scene. Qin Feiyang also finally saw the faces of Zhong Santian and Li Yuandao. Both of them looked dignified, but their expressions were very gloomy. But thinking about it, it made sense. Their younger brother was killed, and their grandfather and father were also demoted to the position of city lord and elder. How could they be in a good mood? "What are you doing here?" Zhao Xiaojin came back to her senses and secretly glared at Qin Feiyang. "If I don't come, how can you get away?" Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaojin's heart was quite warm, and she felt a lot more at ease. She secretly said, "Where's brother Yi Tian? He should be in seclusion." Qin Feiyang said. "He's already in seclusion? He's really diligent." Zhao Xiaojin's eyes were full of admiration. "Nymphomaniac." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. "You're the nymphomaniac." Zhao Xiaojin snorted in dissatisfaction and transmitted his voice. "Do you know who they are?" "I know." Qin Feiyang nodded. "They are not people that Zhong Sanbao and Feng Huanyun can compare to. Be careful. Zhao Xiaojin reminded. So what? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Zhao Xiaojin was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, "It doesn't seem like much to you." What a joke. This was the famous Qin Feiyang. Even the 10th elder had fallen into his hands, let alone Zhong Santian and Feng Wanjian. Perhaps in Qin Feiyang's eyes, these two people were just two clowns. Qin Feiyang smiled as he looked at Zhong Santian and Zhong Santian. He chuckled and said, "Little Jin, introduce us." "Don't you know?" Zhao Xiaojin was furious. "Just do as I say." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Zhao Xiaojin puckered his lips and pointed at them. One of them is called Zhong Santian, Zhong Sanbao's older brother. The other is Feng Wanjian, Feng Wanyun's older brother. "So, it's the two of you." Qin Feiyang immediately gazed at them with surprise and smiled. "I'm really sorry. I accidentally killed your younger brother that day." Zhong Santian and Feng Wanjian instantly clenched their fists when they heard this. The spectators exchanged glances as well. The moment he arrived, he touched the sore spot of Zhong Santian and Zhong Santian. He really didn't give them any face. But in comparison, Zhong Santian, you're much luckier. Qin Feiyang gazed at Zhong Santian and smiled. "Even though your father has been stripped of his position as city governor, at least he didn't kneel on the central square of the city like Feng Wanjian's grandfather did and be despised by everyone." Feng Wanjian's face grew even gloomier. "Feng Wanjian, have you gone to see your grandfather?" "Probably not, but I saw it with my own two eyes. He was so pitiful. Not only did he have to kneel on the ground, he even had to face being beaten and cursed by everyone. The dignified 10th elder of our independent cultivator alliance actually fell to such a state. To be honest, even I can't bear it." Qin Feiyang chuckled. Feng Wanjian's face had warped, and he seemed to have reached his limit. Zhao Xiaojin sent a voice transmission. "What are you doing? Are you intentionally provoking them?" "Of course." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Aren't you just looking for trouble?" Zhao Xiaojin frowned. "Wrong, this is called cutting the weeds and pulling up the roots." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. "Cutting the weeds and pulling up the roots." Zhao Xiaojin's heart shook. Is he intending to kill them? What a terrifying fellow. Qin Feiyang continued gazing at Zhong Santian and Feng Wanjian, and he said with a puzzled expression, "What's the meaning of this? Haven't you taught them a lesson yet? You still intend to humiliate yourselves? How arrogant. I've really never seen such an arrogant person. He simply doesn't take Zhong Santian and Feng Wanjian seriously." The spectators were shocked. Compared to this person, their arrogance was really not worth mentioning. Feng Wanjian could no longer hold it in and roared, "I want to challenge you." "Challenge?" Qin Feiyang was startled, and laughed. "I remember that your brother also challenged Zhao Xiaojin and my brother Mo Wuhui, but in the end," at this point, Qin Feiyang's face suddenly revealed a trace of playfulness. Because the following words, needless to say, everyone understood. Feng Wanjian naturally understood as well, and said in a deep voice, "If you think of me as my brother, then you are gravely mistaken." "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang didn't believe it. "Cut the crap, just one word. Do you dare to accept our challenge?" Zhong Santian roared. "I don't dare. Both of you have comprehended the third profound. I'm afraid I can't beat you." Qin Feiyang shook his head. At least he has some self-awareness. Everyone muttered. However, suddenly, Qin Feiyang changed the topic and said with a smile, "If you must challenge me, I will reluctantly accept it." "What?" The people who were muttering before couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "Accept? Reluctantly? This person must be stupid. I know you are very talented and have comprehended the third profound of the law of thunder, but Zhong Santian and Zhong Santian are not bad either. The most important thing is that both of them are at the Great Perfection Undead stage. A Great Perfection Undead stage to challenge them one-on-one. I really don't know where he found the courage. Also, you can come together." Qin Feiyang spoke again. "What? 1 against 2? The shock in the hearts of the spectators at the back could no longer be described with words. Zhong Santian and Zhong Santian were also stunned. When they heard Qin Feiyang say that he didn't dare at first, they were quite proud. But they didn't expect that he would continue to talk nonsense. How was this not daring? It was obvious that he was teasing them, playing them like monkeys. What are you doing? Suddenly, an angry roar sounded. Everyone looked up and saw the old man in red rushing over angrily. Greetings, elder. Everyone bowed to salute him. Mo Yuan, Zhao Xiaojin, Zhong Santian, Feng Wanjian, answer me, what do you want to do? The old man in red stared at the four of them, his face extremely ugly. They had caused such a big mess as soon as they came to the Hall of the Exalted. Did they still take him, the elder, seriously? Elder, this is not our fault. It's Zhong Santian and Feng Wanjian. They stopped Zhao Xiaojin and didn't let him go. Elder, what right do they have to do this? Qin Feiyang said. Zhong Santian, Feng Wanjian, is that so? The old man in red looked at the two of them. Zhong Santian was a little frightened. But Feng Wanjian was not afraid at all and nodded. Yes. You're making trouble. The old man in red said angrily. Elder, I believe you know the grudge between me and them. This matter must be solved. Looking at the angry old man in red, Feng Wanjian was not moved at all. Although the 10th elder had fallen, with his own talent, he was enough to look down on the Hall of the Exalted. Besides, the 10th elder was being punished now, but he was not dead yet. Everyone would more or less give him some face. Then how do you want to solve it? The old man in red frowned. I want to challenge them. Feng Wanjian pointed at Qin Feiyang and said word by word. Just like his name, there was a shocking sharpness in his words. The old man in red glanced at Feng Wanjian, then at Zhong Santian, and then at Qin Feiyang and said, you can refuse, and after you refuse, they won't dare to force you. Since they're courting death, why should we refuse? Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Qin Feiyang's arrogance made the old man in red blow his beard and glare. Can't you see that I'm helping you? You really don't know how to appreciate favors. Arrogant, right? Good. Then I'll give you a chance to be arrogant. I'll let you see the power of the Hall of the Exalted. Okay. I'll allow you to enter the fighting arena, but remember, don't go too far. The old man in red said. No. We want to have a battle of life and death. Feng Wanjian said. That's right, either you die or I die. Zhong Santian nodded. The old man in red was so angry that he was trembling. Okay. I'll grant you your wish. Qin Feiyang chuckled. The old man in red was so angry that he laughed and nodded. Good, good, good. Since you want to die so much, I'll grant you your wish. Go to the fighting arena immediately. If you don't die in there today, don't come out. The elders have spoken. Let's go. Feng Wanjian looked coldly at Qin Feiyang and Zhao Xiaojin and said. Lead the way. I just came to the Hall of the Exalted. How would I know where the fighting arena is? Qin Feiyang said lightly. Humph. The two of them snorted coldly and soared into the sky, flying towards the duty hall. The fighting arena is in the Deacon Hall? When Qin Feiyang saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. The fighting arena is an independent space. The entrance is in the Deacon Hall. Zhao Xiaojin said telepathically. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and then flew to the Deacon Hall with Zhao Xiaojin. The other onlookers naturally wouldn't miss this good show and followed. Soon, everyone appeared in the square of the Deacon Hall. Qin Feiyang scanned the square and didn't find any entrant. Are you really going to fight with them? Zhao Xiaojin asked telepathically. She was a little worried. Yes. I can use this opportunity to establish my power in the Hall of the Exalted so that people won't keep coming to find trouble. Qin Feiyang thought to himself. In fact, he wanted to use this opportunity to show the fourth profound of the Law of Thunder. One had to know. With his cultivation, once he showed the fourth profound in public, it would definitely cause a sensation. It would even attract the attention of the deputy chief. In this way, he could shorten the time to get close to the deputy chief. Chapter 3166. I'll ask you one last time. Do you really want to fight to the death? The old man in red frowned as he looked at Qin Feiyang and the other three. Almost every disciple of the Hall of the Exalted was an extraordinary talent. The death of any one of them would be a loss to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. He did not want to see such a thing happen. However, if Qin Feiyang and the others insisted on fighting to the death, he could not stop them. Yes. Zhong Santian and Feng Wanjian nodded. We'll accompany you to the end. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Okay. The old man in red did not persuade them anymore. He walked to the center of the square and stomped his foot hard. The ground immediately cracked. Immediately after, accompanied by a buzzing sound, a 3-meter-wide stone platform slowly rose up. Above the stone platform, a space-time crack was suspended. The entrance to the fighting arena is hidden underground. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This is to prevent the disciples of the Hall of the Exalted from entering the fighting arena without permission. Zhao Xiaojin explained through telepathy. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Let's go. Zhong Santian and Feng Wanjian looked at Qin Feiyang and Zhao Xiaojin. You're my senior brothers. After you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I'm afraid that after we enter, you'll run away. Zhong Santian sneered. I'm laughing. Qin Feiyang laughed. He pulled Zhao Xiaojin and stepped into the space-time crack. Zhong Santian and Feng Wanjian looked at each other. Their eyes suddenly flashed with a sinister smile as they entered the space-time crack one after another. The old man in red frowned and followed them in. Needless to say, those who were watching the show swarmed after the old man in red entered, fearing that they would be left behind. The sky was dark, the earth was broken, and the void was left with a tragic aura. This was the fighting arena of the Hall of the Exalted. It was boundless as far as the eye could see, but there was not a single blade of grass. It was like a land of death. On the west side of the fighting arena, there was a 5-meter-tall and 3-meter-wide stone platform. There was also a space-time crack suspended on it. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang and Zhao Xiaojin walked out of the space-time crack. Looking at the land in front of them, there was a trace of shock in their eyes. They did not expect the fighting arena to be so big. Zhong Santian, Feng Wanjian, the old man in red, and the disciples who were watching also came out of the space-time crack. However, as veterans, they were already extremely familiar with the fighting arena. Therefore, their gazes appeared very calm. Whoosh! Zhong Santian and Feng Wanjian looked at each other as they took a step forward and landed tens of thousands of miles away. Their auras burst out as they stared at Qin Feiyang and Feng Wanjian and shouted, "Come and accept your death. Don't be careless. That's why I'm here today." Qin Feiyang smiled, then stepped into the air and landed in front of Zhong Santian and Feng Wanjian. You really want to fight 1 against 2? The old man in red raised his eyebrows. As an elder of the Hall of the Exalted, he was very clear about Zhong Santian and Feng Wanjian's strength. Not to mention the great achievement Eternal Realm, even the perfection Eternal Realm might not be their match. Wasn't this a little too careless? The other disciples were also stunned. At first, they all thought that this person was joking. They did not expect him to really do it. There must be something wrong with his brain. Otherwise, how could a normal person do such a stupid thing? After all, Zhao Xiaojin was also in the perfection Eternal Realm and had comprehended the third profound of the Law of Light. The two of them would have a higher chance of winning if they worked together. What was he thinking? Zhong Santian and Feng Wanjian did not say anything. Since Qin Feiyang wanted to die, they would fulfill his wish. Boom! Zhong Santian's body shook, and the power of the law roared out. He did not want to give Qin Feiyang a chance to struggle, so he directly activated the power of the law. And Zhong Santian mastered the law of earth. Clang! At the same time, Feng Wanjian waved his hand, and sword chi emerged, exuding a sharp aura that could destroy the world. Qin Feiyang was stunned, looking at the sword chi around Feng Wanjian. He could feel that it was also a kind of law, but he had never seen it before. The law of sword. Feng Wanjian sneered. The law of sword. Qin Feiyang was surprised. The sword also had the law of sword. Kill. But Feng Wanjian did not explain, and he immediately shouted. The law of sword and the law of earth suddenly turned into a torrent, rushing toward Qin Feiyang. How many more law of sword are there in this world that I don't know about? Qin Feiyang murmured. Purple divine lightning roared out, exuding a terrifying power of thunder, and blasted toward the two's law of sword. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the purple divine lightning directly disintegrated. Qin Feiyang also spat out a mouthful of blood, and he was forced to retreat. Did you see that? This is the difference in cultivation. Even if he also mastered the law of sword, his cultivation is much weaker than Zhong Santian and Feng Wanjian. There is no suspense in this kind of battle. In the audience, a young man in black shook his head. That's right. For Mo Wuji, he might not even be a match for one of them, let alone two of them. Another woman in green nodded. I forgot that your cultivation is stronger than mine. Qin Feiyang stabilized his body, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Zhong Santian and Feng Wanjian with a smile. You can still smile? Zhong Santian raised his eyebrows. Brother Zhong, don't worry. He won't be able to smile soon. Feng Wanjian smiled coldly. Sword Qi emerged like a tide, condensing into a 3-inch-long sword. It looked very inconspicuous, but it exuded a monstrous sharpness. The first profound, sword heart. Feng Wanjian pointed to the sky, and the 3-inch-long sword immediately turned into a flash of light, charging toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't take it head-on. He took a step forward and quickly dodged. However, the 3-inch-long sword's aura suddenly locked onto him, and it turned in the air, charging toward Qin Feiyang from behind. That's right. It was suddenly locked on. If it was locked on from the beginning, Qin Feiyang could still be on guard. But this sudden lock-on caught him completely off guard. The 3-inch-long sword directly pierced through his chest, leaving a bloody hole with blood gushing out. But it wasn't over yet. The 3-inch-long sword turned in the air again and continued to attack Qin Feiyang. And this time, it was Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen. Obviously, Feng Wanjian wanted to shatter Qin Feiyang's sea of qi in one fell swoop. As long as the sea of qi was shattered, it would be like meat on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. But how could Qin Feiyang suffer the same loss twice? The third profound, Fury of Thunder, was directly activated. Thunder dragons roared in all directions, charging toward the 3-inch-long sword. With a loud bang, the two were instantly destroyed in the void. Feng Wanjian's face turned slightly pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's body shook slightly, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. See, this is the difference in cultivation. Your third profundity of the laws of lightning is merely a match for my first profundity. Feng Wanjian looked at Qin Feiyang with contempt. Continue with your performance. Qin Feiyang wiped off the blood and smiled. Still pretending to be calm? The second profound, Sword Soul, Feng Wanjian sneered, and the law of sword roared out. A giant sword that was thousands of feet long appeared, and its terrifying sharpness tore through the world. Sword Soul? Qin Feiyang stared at the giant sword. Its sharpness was indeed stronger than the 3-inch-long sword. But where was the soul? Since it was called the Sword Soul, it must have a soul. Your strongest profound, the third profound, is merely a match for my first profound. And now, facing my second profound, what are you going to use to block it? Feng Wanjian laughed wildly. With a wave of his hand, the giant sword tore through the sky and slashed toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the Fury of Thunder appeared again. The thunder dragons fused together, turning into a giant dragon that was thousands of feet long. It shattered everything in all directions and pounced toward the giant sword. Boom! The two met in an instant, and the thunder dragon was shattered. Qin Feiyang spat out another mouthful of blood. But at this moment, a sword shadow suddenly swept out from the giant sword. This sword shadow was in an ethereal state, as if it was translucent. However, the sharpness it emitted was even more terrifying than the giant sword. This is the soul? Qin Feiyang was shocked. That's right. The second profound is the sword soul. One is ethereal and the other is real. The real is the sword, and the ethereal is the soul. The power of the soul is twice as strong as the sword. Go to hell. Feng Wanjian smiled ferociously. The sword shadow seemed to have crossed time and space, and instantly arrived in front of Qin Feiyang. Its sharpness tore through Qin Feiyang's skin, and his body was instantly covered in blood. At the critical moment, Qin Feiyang took a step forward and narrowly avoided it. The sword shadow's aura didn't lock onto Qin Feiyang, and it blasted toward the ground below. Accompanied by a loud bang, a bottomless abyss suddenly appeared on the ground below. Your reaction is quite fast. Feng Wanjian smiled in surprise and said, but let's see how you're going to dodge next. The third profound, sword domain. He raised his arm and pointed his index finger toward the sky. Waves of sword chi surged out like a tide. However, in an instant, a huge sword chi domain appeared and directly shrouded Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang, who was in the sword domain, suddenly felt a great sense of danger. The next moment, numerous 3-inch small swords appeared. They were densely packed, and there were tens of thousands of them. With a monstrous sharpness, they charged toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was shocked. These 3-inch small swords that appeared out of thin air were actually the first profound of the sword law, sword heart. In other words, could this sword domain evolve into an endless heart of the sword? This was a little scary. Although sword heart was the first profound, there were too many of them. No matter how fast one's reaction was, it was impossible to dodge the attack of so many sword hearts. Are you afraid? Are you desperate? The power of the sword domain is far more than this. Because not only can it evolve into an endless sword heart, it can also evolve into an endless sword soul. Feng Wanjian laughed. What? It can even evolve the second profound sword soul? Qin Feiyang was shocked. This sword law was a little freakish. Chapter 3167. Trapped by the domain of swords, there's nothing you can do. This is the price of being arrogant. If he was willing to join forces with Zhao Xiaojin, why would he be in such a sorry state? Everyone shook their heads and sneered. Only Zhao Xiaojin was puzzled. She knew Qin Feiyang's strength and knew Qin Feiyang's identity. He shouldn't be so passive. But why was he so powerless now? What did he want to do? Kill. Feng Wanjian laughed. Thousands of 3-inch small swords charged at Qin Feiyang from all directions. Qin Feiyang's body surged with thunder as he summoned the thunder armor. But even the thunder armor couldn't stop the 3-inch small swords and shattered in an instant. Haha, go to hell. Feng Wanjian laughed even more wildly. Zhong Santian, who was next to him, also had a mocking look on his face. I thought you were strong, but it turns out that you're just like this. It seems that I don't need to do anything. But then, Qin Feiyang lifted the corner of his mouth and said with a sneer, enough laughing. The two were stunned. If you're done laughing, then shut up, Qin Feiyang said. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaojin couldn't help but clench her fists. She couldn't help but look forward to it. Boom. Qin Feiyang's body shook, and he fully activated the Rising Dragon art. His cultivation instantly soared to the perfection imperishable realm. Although he had activated the Rising Dragon art more than once in the Eastern continent, this kind of divine art to raise cultivation didn't have any obvious characteristics. That was because the divine arts that increased cultivation were more or less the same. They weren't like the kill, battle, return, and other heaven-defying divine arts. They all had very obvious characteristics that would be seen through as soon as they were activated. So even if he activated the Rising Dragon art now, no one would be able to tell. What? Feng Wanjian and Zhao Xiaojin were stunned. He actually had a divine art to raise cultivation? And it was to raise 2 small realms at once. This is why he dares to fight 2 people at once. The surrounding disciples were also shocked. In the boundary of the imperishable realm, even the most ordinary divine art could be compared to a divine art that defied the natural order. Because in the imperishable realm, the gap between each realm was huge. Not to mention an increase of 2 minor realms, even if it was only an increase of 1 minor realm, the difference in strength would be like heaven and earth. Ding! As his cultivation base rose, Qin Feiyang once again activated his third profound skill, Thunder's Fury. The 10,000 feet long lightning dragon roared in all directions, and the 3-inch long sword that was previously ridiculously powerful instantly became extremely fragile, shattering into pieces one after another. So what if you have a divine technique to raise your cultivation? Feng Wanjian roared, and giant swords appeared in his sword domain, crazily attacking Qin Feiyang. Is it useful? Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully. He didn't need to use too many tricks. As long as he had a lightning dragon, he would be able to sweep through everything. Sword heart and sword soul would be like dead wood. Bastard. Fuse. Feng Wanjian roared in exasperation. Then, the 3-inch long sword and the 10,000 feet long giant sword in the sword domain all fused together, becoming a 10,000 feet long giant sword that seemed to be made of gold, emitting a dazzling divine light. This was the true face of the sword domain. The sharpness of the 10,000 feet long giant sword was not inferior to that of the lightning dragon at all. The two carried an aura that could destroy the world and fiercely clashed together. Boom! The fighting arena was immediately flooded by a terrifying blast of air. The void collapsed and the ground sank, as if it was the end of the world. The red-clothed old man's pupils contracted slightly. He waved his hand and formed a ward to protect the disciples behind him. With a crack, the sword domain was also shattered under the impact of the blast of air. Feng Wanjian's body shook and he kept retreating. But Qin Feiyang stood in the void as steadily as Mount Tai. Because his body was strong and his cultivation was the same as Feng Wanjian's, he could forcibly dissolve the impact of the blast. After all this time, that's all you've got? Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Wanjian with disappointment in his eyes. He shook his head and said, "Looks like you're no different from your useless brother." Useless brother? Everyone was stunned. This was a blatant show of contempt. Feng Wanjian's face was ashen as he roared, "Zhong Santian, what are you still standing there for?" Zhong Santian was really shocked. When he heard Feng Wanjian's roar, he immediately came back to his senses and activated the law of earth. The seal of thick earth, the third profound meaning, instantly appeared. It was like a towering mountain with a monstrous aura as it charged toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the lightning dragon appeared again and blasted toward the seal of thick earth. Boom! The two of them kept colliding in the sky, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Don't forget that there are two of us and only one of you. No matter how many tricks you have up your sleeve, only death awaits you today. Feng Wanjian roared, and the sword domain appeared again. It descended from the sky and charged toward Qin Feiyang. Facing the two great third profound meanings, the lightning dragon immediately wailed and shattered in the sky. Qin Feiyang was like a meteorite as he crashed into the ground again, blood gushing out of his body. "Go and die with our brother." The two of them laughed sinisterly. The shield of thick earth and the sword domain carried a shocking murderous aura as they blasted toward the ground below. With a boom, Qin Feiyang rushed out of the broken ground. He looked at the two profound theurgies and said indifferently, "That's it? What the hell? That's it. He still has that kind of attitude. That bastard. I can't help but want to beat him up. It's true that he's showing off, but can there be a limit?" The disciples who were watching the battle couldn't help but have a dark expression. He was clearly at a disadvantage, but he showed a disdainful attitude. This person was really hopeless. If that's it, then prepare a coffin, dig a hole, and bury yourselves. That way, I won't have to do anything. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, completely ignoring the two profound theurgies descending from the sky. Dig a hole and bury yourself. Everyone was speechless to the extreme. It seemed that showing off was addictive and uncontrollable. Not to mention the disciples, even the old man in red was speechless. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhong Santian and Feng Wanjian had the upper hand, but they were still so arrogant. They really didn't know what to do. Zhong Santian and Feng Wanjian were also furious. "Have you figured out the situation you're in? Did you have the right to be arrogant in such a situation? Yes, we're going to prepare a coffin, but it's for you." Zhong Santian sneered. "You're so confident that you can kill me? Sigh, you're still too young. Before you die, I'll give you a word of advice. There's always someone better than you. Remember to be discerning in your next life. Don't provoke anyone." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Bastard, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to beat him up. I'm going to beat him up until even his mother can't recognize him. I'm known as the Act Tough King in the Hall of the Exalted, but I'm not as arrogant as him. A strong man in black was so angry that he went crazy and rushed toward the battlefield. Calm down, calm down. The two companions beside him quickly grabbed him and comforted him. In the blink of an eye, the Shield of Earth and the Sword Realm, the two Ultimacy Theurgies, finally arrived. Don't be polite. Kill this pretentious bastard, someone shouted. Pretentious? Qin Feiyang smiled and said proudly, open your eyes and watch carefully. What is a real genius? In the name of Mo Yuan, I summon the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Boom. Crack. At that moment, above the sky, thunder roared loudly and a fierce wind suddenly rose. Purple tribulation clouds rolled in from afar and instantly covered the entire sky. What's this? Everyone suddenly looked up at the sky in surprise. Is this? The old man in red was also surprised. Crack. The next moment, 2 purple heavenly thunders fell from the sky. The aura firmly locked onto the 2 Ultimacy Theurgies, the Shield of Earth and the Sword Realm. With a loud bang, the 2 Ultimacy Theurgies were shattered on the spot under the incredulous gaze of the old man in red and the others. How is this possible? The brawny man in black who called himself the Act Tough King suddenly opened his eyes wide. The others were not much better. Their eyes were wide open in anger and disbelief. 2 Ultimacies were shattered in an instant. What the hell is this? Could it be? Everyone looked up at the sky again. They looked at the rolling lightning energy and the rolling tribulation clouds. Could this be the heavenly tribulation? This guy can summon a heavenly tribulation? Impossible, absolutely impossible. What kind of existence was the heavenly tribulation? How could it be summoned by humans? This is a heavenly tribulation, the old man in red said, his eyes full of shock. What? It's really a heavenly tribulation? Everyone was dazed. To be exact, this is the 4th ultimacy of the law of thunder, the 9 heavens' divine thunder. And its power is no different from a heavenly tribulation. This kid has already comprehended the 4th ultimacy. The old man in red looked back at Qin Feiyang, who was standing in the center of the battlefield, his eyes full of passion. Since the establishment of the Independent Cultivators Alliance, no one had ever comprehended the 4th ultimacy at the greater eternal stage. No. There had never been such a person in the entire Eastern continent. A genius, he was not boasting. With such comprehension and potential, it was not an exaggeration to call him a genius. It can't be. The 4th ultimacy, the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Hearing the old man in red's words, not only the onlooking disciples, but even Feng Wanjian and Zhong Santian were shocked. They did not expect this person to have already comprehended the 4th ultimacy. No wonder he was so confident. No wonder he was so disdainful. Comprehending the 4th ultimacy at the greater eternal stage, the first person in history. If they were in his shoes, they would be even more arrogant. Terrifying. Qin Feiyang looked up at Zhong Santian and Feng Wanjian and said, I heard that both of you have comprehended 2 types of law powers. Continue your performance. Their eyes trembled. They had indeed comprehended 2 types of law powers, but they had only just comprehended the other one. They had not even comprehended the 1st ultimacy. What was the use of showing it? They regretted it. If they had known this person was so terrifying, they would not have come looking for trouble. Wasn't this digging their own graves? Chapter 3168. At the same time, he was resentful of Qin Feiyang. He obviously had such strong strength, but he didn't say anything. Wasn't he deliberately pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? What? I'm giving you a chance to perform, and you're still not happy. Looking at the silent Feng Wanjian and Zhong Santian, Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of playfulness. The two of them immediately felt a great sense of humiliation. Kill. Suddenly, Feng Wanjian roared, and with a wave of his hand, a 3-meter-long spear appeared. The long spear was dark, and it was suffused with a cold light. Heaven-defying artifact. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes, this is my heaven-defying artifact, the Sky Demon Spear, and it's a peak-level heaven-defying artifact. Feng Wanjian smiled coldly, and the Sky Demon Spear instantly recovered. The terrifying divine power shattered in all directions. He grabbed the Sky Demon Spear and angrily charged at Qin Feiyang. Zhong Santian didn't move. He also had a heaven-defying artifact, but it couldn't compare to Feng Wanjian's. Because of their different statuses. Feng Wanjian was the grandson of the 10th elder. And Zhong Santian's father, although he used to be the city lord of East City, compared to the 10th elder, the difference in status was too great. Therefore, Zhong Santian's father couldn't give him a high-level heaven-defying artifact. And his power of law was now completely not Qin Feiyang's opponent, so for the time being, he could only watch from the sidelines. A peak-level heaven-defying artifact. Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Wanjian, grinned, and asked, "Is it very powerful?" This time, no one said that he was pretending. Compared to a person who had mastered the fourth profound and was only at the great achievement Immortal Realm, a peak-level heaven-defying artifact was indeed a lot dimmer. Powerful or not, you can experience it. Feng Wanjian grinned, and rushed forward like lightning. He swept out his spear, wanting to cut Qin Feiyang in half. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a stick appeared in his hand, and then he faced the Sky Demon's spear. Clang! The two artifacts collided, and dazzling sparks immediately. This is... Feng Wanjian was shocked. You're not the only one who has a peak-grade heaven-defying divine artifact. A cold glint flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. A terrifying power surged out from his arm and sent Feng Wanjian flying. That was right. The staff in his hand was none other than the Seven Stars Staff. Just like the Golden Scale Sword and the Sunset Divine Bow, the Seven Star Staff had long since evolved into a peak-grade heaven-defying divine artifact. Moreover, they had already begun to break through to the legendary grade. Therefore, in comparison, the power of the Seven Stars Staff was above that of other heaven-defying divine artifacts of the same level. As for the Golden Scale Sword, he definitely did not dare to take it out now because he had used it before. Once he took it out, his identity would definitely be exposed. Impossible. You've only been in the Alliance for a few hundred years. How could you have a peak-level heaven-defying divine artifact? Feng Wanjian was in disbelief. I told you that you're stupid, but you won't admit it. Could it be that only the Alliance capital has a heaven-defying artifact? But there's one thing that you can't compare to me. Because I obtained this divine artifact with my own strength. As for your Sky Demon Spear, I think it should be given to you by your grandfather. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Feng Wanjian gripped the Sky Demon Spear tightly. These words were obviously meant to humiliate him. Come on, continue your performance. Qin Feiyang smiled. Feng Wanjian did not make another move. His strongest trump card was the power of law and the Sky Demon Spear. But now, facing Qin Feiyang, he had no advantage at all. If they continued to fight, it would be impossible for him to win. If you're not going to perform, then I'll start. Qin Feiyang said. Feng Wanjian frowned. What is he going to perform? The disciples watching the battle had a suspicious look on their faces. The old man in red was looking forward to it. Could it be that this kid still had other tricks up his sleeve? It's starting, don't be too surprised. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted. Boom. A blood-colored wave rolled out, and a blood-colored barrier instantly appeared out of nowhere, enveloping Feng Wanjian and Zhong Santian. This is... Both of them were dumbfounded. This is the third profound of the Law of Slaughter, Killing Intent Domain, the old man in red exclaimed. What the hell? The fourth profound of the Law of Thunder and the third profound of the Law of Slaughter? Can it be any more abnormal? The audience was in an uproar. Zhao Xiaojin also had a look of shock. What she knew was the Law of Thunder and the Law of War. She did not expect Qin Feiyang to have mastered the Law of Slaughter and even comprehended the third profound. Boom. Qin Feiyang's body shook, and a terrifying battle intent suddenly roared in all directions. This is... The old man in red's eyes widened again. This seems to be the Law of War. Someone exclaimed. Oh my god, he actually mastered 3 types of law force. The sage really doesn't show his true colors. Even young Master Yi Tian only mastered 2 types of law force, but he actually mastered 3 types of law force. And among young Master Yi Tian's law force, the Law of Earth is only the 3rd profound, and the Law of Fire is only the 2nd profound. But this guy, one has the 4th profound, and the other has the third profound. His talent and comprehension are better than young Master Yi Tian's. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was too shocking. Was he still human? Boom. However, the show was not over yet. Another law force roared out from Qin Feiyang's body. The law of light, Zhao Xiaojin exclaimed. That's right. Qin Feiyang had activated the law of light this time, but he did not activate the law of war or the law of light. Even so, it was still shocking enough. A greater achievement undead stage actually mastered 4 types of law force. Not to mention the eastern continent, even in the entire sky cloud realm, there had never been such a monster. Everyone was trembling, including Feng Wanjian and Zhong Santian. What kind of monster was this? As for the old man in red, the light in his eyes became more and more scorching. Such a talent, which had never been seen before, actually appeared in their Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Was this a sign that the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was going to rise? Boom. Just as the old man in red was excited, Qin Feiyang's body shook, and another law force appeared. The law of force. Crazy, really crazy. Is this a dream? He actually has 5 types of law force. No, my little heart can't take it anymore. Kill me. It's definitely not real. How can a greater achievement undead stage comprehend 5 types of law force? The disciples present went completely crazy. What kind of person was this? 5 types of law force, how could they, who had always boasted of being a monster, live in the future? Woo-woo. However, at this moment, the sound of wind came again. It was not loud, but it clearly fell on everyone's ears. This is the law of wind. The old man in red roared, completely disregarding his image. This was the first time in his life that he had lost his composure like this. 6 types of law force. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Zhao Xiaojin was also completely dumbfounded. After being together for so long, this was the first time she had seen the most terrifying side of Qin Feiyang. 6 types of law force, who in the world could compare with him? Recalling the scene when she was complacent in front of Qin Feiyang, she could not help but want to slap herself. What was her little bit of talent? The other party was just keeping a low profile and did not want to expose it. Looking at Feng Wanjian and Zhong Santian, they were already scared stiff. 6 types of law force, this was equivalent to already having the capital to step into the sovereign realm. They actually provoked such a monster, it was too late to regret it in their heart. Was such a person someone they could offend? My little bit of talent should still be able to enter your eyes, right? Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them and laughed. He did not expose the law of cause and effect. Because the law of cause and effect, together with the law of time, law of life, law of death, law of nothingness, and so on, were the strongest law force in the world, so he had to hold back. However, just the exposure of these 6 types of law force was enough to cause a sensation in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. This was the effect he wanted. Originally, he only planned to expose the 4th profundity of the Law of Thunder. But looking at the red-clothed old man's expression, although he was a little surprised, he was not too shocked, so he simply revealed the other types of law force. As expected, even the red-clothed old man was not calm. As expected, once this matter spread to the ears of a group of higher-ups in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, they would definitely come looking for him personally. At this moment, Feng Wanjian and Zhong Santian were scared silly. How could they still listen? The performance is over, then it's time to send you to hell to reunite with Zhong Sanbao and Feng Wanyun. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the divine lightning in the sky suddenly poured down like a waterfall. At the same time, the law force around Qin Feiyang also turned into a torrent and rushed towards the 2 of them. That terrifying aura immediately woke the 2 of them up. Elder, please, save us. The 2 of them hurriedly looked at the red-clothed old man and shouted. But the red-clothed old man turned a deaf ear. Save. Stop joking. Although they both have family backgrounds, how could they compare with Mo Yuanfeng? Besides, if you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. It was you who insisted on challenging Mo Yuanfeng and insisted on a life-and-death duel. Who can you blame? You can only blame yourselves for not having eyes. He would definitely not interfere in this matter. Because once he interfered, it would definitely cause Qin Feiyang to be dissatisfied, and he might lose this rare genius. If Qin Feiyang really had a rebellious heart because of him and left the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, he could not bear the responsibility. Even his own brother, the Hall of the Exalted Lord, would not easily forgive him. As for those disciples who were watching the battle, it was needless to say. At this time, who would dare to help? Mo Yuanfeng would definitely become the darling of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Going against him was courting death. Mo Yuanfeng, we were wrong, let us go. We are willing to be your slaves. Asking the red-clothed old man for help was fruitless. Feng Wanjian and Zhong Santian looked at Qin Feiyang again and decisively knelt on the ground and begged. They were really scared. They did not even have the courage to fight to the death. Only despair and fear were left in their hearts. Do you think I am such a merciful person? Qin Feiyang chuckled. Please, I beg you, give us a way out, don't force us, okay? The two cried out. Don't force you. You say it as if I was the one who started it first. Qin Feiyang was a little helpless. Crack. Boom. The divine thunder and the power of law had arrived. Feng Wanjian and Zhong Santian looked at each other, and a trace of madness crept into their eyes. They roared, "We will die together with you." Boom. The next moment, the two self-destructed on the spot. What? The red-clothed old man's expression suddenly changed. He immediately took a step forward and stood in front of Qin Feiyang in an instant. A surge of divine power rolled out and formed a 10-foot-wide boundary, protecting Qin Feiyang. As for Zhao Xiaojin and the disciples who were watching, the red-clothed old man had already set up a boundary when Qin Feiyang and Feng Wanjian were fighting, so there was no need to worry about their safety. Chapter 3169. The power of a peak imperishable realm expert self-destruction was terrifying. The entire fighting arena was caught in the crossfire. So close. Looking at Qin Feiyang, who was safe and sound behind him, the old man in red couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Everything else didn't matter, as long as this kid was fine. In the distance, Zhao Xiaojin and the others were also sweating cold sweat. They didn't expect that Feng Wanjian and his companion would choose to self-destruct without hesitation. Fortunately, there was an elder here, otherwise everyone would have to be buried together with them. Following closely, everyone looked at Qin Feiyang, their eyes no longer filled with disdain, but with awe. 6 types of law power, this was equivalent to obtaining a pass to step into the peak dominator realm. Perhaps from now on, this person would become the number 1 person in the Hall of Fame. The number 1 monster was no longer Yi Tian. Terrifying. What kind of monster was this? Great accomplishment imperishable realm actually comprehended 6 types of law. What was even more outrageous was that the law of thunder had already comprehended the 4th profound, and the law of slaughter had already comprehended the 3rd profound. To think that they usually boasted of being geniuses, compared to this person, they couldn't even be considered idiots. The old man in red waved his hand, and the aura of Feng Wanjian and his companion's self-destruction quickly calmed down. You weren't scared, right? He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked. His attitude was no longer as cold as before, and even had a hint of flattery. Not bad. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The old man in red sized up Qin Feiyang with a strange expression. Not bad. Looking at his calm expression, it was as if he hadn't self-destructed. Not only was his talent outstanding, even his temperament was so astonishing. If this kid didn't die prematurely, he would definitely have amazing achievements in the future. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything more on this issue and scanned the fighting arena. He was looking for the Sky Demon Spear. The Sky Demon Spear was a peak-level heaven-defying divine artifact. The self-destruction of the two couldn't damage it. Soon, his eyes lit up as he found the Sky Demon Spear in a pit not far away. Immediately, he took a step forward and landed beside the pit. With a wave of his hand, the Sky Demon Spear landed in his hand. The Sky Demon Spear struggled to leave. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold as he shouted, "If you don't want your soul to be destroyed, then behave yourself." The Tianmo spear trembled slightly and stopped struggling. "There will be benefits for you if you follow me." Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. He dripped his blood on the spear to claim ownership and sent it to the Black Tortoise world. Following closely, he scanned the arena again. Zhong Santian should also have a heaven-defying divine artifact. As expected. Soon, he found another black saber nearby. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and grabbed the black saber. After examining it for a while, he nodded and said with a smile, "Not bad, a mid-level heaven-defying divine artifact." Perhaps in the eyes of people like Yi Tian, a mid-level heaven-defying divine artifact was nothing, but to Qin Feiyang, even a low-level heaven-defying divine artifact was of great value. Because he had the Black Tortoise realm. Even if it was a low-grade heaven-defying divine artifact, when it entered the Black Tortoise world's origin land, it could be upgraded to a peak-grade heaven-defying divine artifact. Similarly, he also had an ambition. That was, every person in the Devil's Land was equipped with a supreme-grade heaven-defying divine artifact. For example, the 54 war generals. Their strength was not weak to begin with. If they were equipped with a heaven-defying divine artifact, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. Moreover, the supreme-grade heaven-defying divine artifact was the strongest divine artifact under the sovereign divine weapon. If in the future, everyone had a supreme-grade divine artifact, coupled with the ancient castle and his slaughter domain, who would be their opponent in the entire Sky Cloud realm? They could walk sideways. So, no matter what level of heaven-defying divine artifact it was, as long as there was a chance to get it, he would take it all. To this, the red-clothed old man had no objections. After all, Feng Wanjian and Yi Tian were defeated by this person. Naturally, their heaven-defying divine artifact should belong to this person. Qin Feiyang put away the 7-star rod and turned to walk in front of the red-clothed old man. He cupped his hands and said, "I'm sorry to have caused you so much trouble." It's fine, it's fine." The red-clothed old man waved his hand and smiled. "Then let's go out." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. The two immediately turned and flew towards the spacetime crack. The crowd gathered around the spacetime crack hurriedly retreated to the side. It seemed that even Zhao Xiaojin did not dare to get close to the two. "What are you doing? Let's go." Qin Feiyang walked to the front of the high platform and turned to look at Zhao Xiaojin. "Okay." Zhao Xiaojin quickly nodded and ran forward. Immediately, the two followed behind the red-clothed old man and left the fighting arena. When they returned to the square of the Deacon Hall, the red-clothed old man smiled and said, "Go back quickly. This old man has high hopes for you. Work hard." "Yes." The two respectfully responded and turned to leave. Ivildor, Ivildor. "No, this matter must be told to Big Brother and Deputy Chief as soon as possible and protect this child as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the people of the Devil Palace know, they will definitely send someone to kill him." The red-clothed old man muttered and flew away like lightning. The other disciples also quickly returned from the fighting arena. Immediately, the news that Qin Feiyang had mastered 6 types of law power and forced Feng Wanjian and Yi Tian to self-destruct spread wildly in the Hall of the Exalted. "No way. Mo Yuan has mastered 6 types of law power? Are you kidding me? What is his cultivation level? How can he comprehend so many types of law power? If he really has mastered 6 types of law power, I will chop off my head and let you sit on it. He really doesn't know how to brag." Everyone's first reaction was to not believe it because it was too unbelievable. A great achievement undead stage comprehending 6 types of law power? He was simply talking in his sleep. But when they received confirmation, their hearts were filled with shock. At the same time, in the assembly hall of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. This was the sacred place of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Only those above the elder level were qualified to enter. At this moment, the deputy chief, the white-robed old man, and the 9 elders gathered together. The white-robed old man looked at the red-clothed old man standing in the middle and asked suspiciously, "Qi Yang, what's the matter? Why did you call us all here?" Qi Yang was the name of the red-clothed old man. "Big brother, something big happened." Qi Yang's face was full of excitement. "Something big?" The big shots looked at each other and looked at him with a puzzled face. "Big brother, deputy chief, elders, Do you know what kind of genius appeared in our rogue cultivator alliance? The more Qi Yang spoke, the more excited he became. He was almost incoherent. Genius. The big shots were stunned. They naturally knew about the geniuses of the rogue cultivator alliance. Was there a need to be so excited? It's different this time. Have you seen a great achievement undead stage comprehending 6 types of law power? Qi Yang said. Great achievement undead stage? 6 types of law power? Qi Yang, you're not dreaming, right? One of the elders shook his head and laughed. Qi Yang did not answer. He just quietly watched the reaction of the big shots. Sure enough. No one present believed it. Even his big brother, the Hall of Famers, only took it as a joke. No. This is not a dream. This is real. I saw it with my own eyes. Qi Yang said word by word as if he had been injected with chicken blood. What? Saw it with your own eyes? Immediately. The big shots were shocked and hurriedly asked, who is it? Why don't we know? It's so close. Qi Yang smiled mysteriously. The big shots were stunned. The deputy leader looked at Qi Yang and said, you're not talking about yourself, are you? Ah. Qi Yang looked at the deputy leader in shock and said with a wry smile, my lord, I'm not a great achievement undead stage, how could I be talking about myself? The deputy leader smiled awkwardly, then said with a dark face, don't be mysterious, tell me, who is it? He's in our Hall of Fame. And he just entered the Hall of Fame. Qi Yang said. In our Hall of Fame? And he just came in. The big shots looked at each other. The deputy leader asked, are you talking about Zhao Xiaojin? No. Zhao Xiaojin comprehended the 3rd profound of the law of light at such a young age. His talent is outstanding, but compared to this person, it's not worth mentioning. Qi Yang shook his head. It's not Zhao Xiaojin, the deputy leader murmured, then frowned and asked, you mean Mo Yuanyuan? Because only Zhao Xiaojin and Mo Yuanyuan had just entered the Hall of Fame. That's right. It's him. Qi Yang nodded. Impossible. The deputy leader shook his head and said, I heard from Elder Ying in the East City that although Mo Yuanyuan is talented, he only mastered the law of thunder and the law of war. These are all things we knew before, but there are still many things we don't know about him. Moreover, even in the past, he didn't reveal his true strength. Because he has already comprehended the 4th profound of the law of thunder. Qi Yang said. What? The 4th profound. The big shots were shocked. To comprehend the 4th profound of the law of thunder at the greater imperishable stage, this kind of comprehension was too terrifying. The 6 types of law powers he has mastered are the law of thunder, the law of war, the law of light, the law of wind, the law of force, and the law of massacre. Among them, the law of thunder has comprehended the 4th profound. The law of massacre has comprehended the 3rd profound. The law of war is needless to say, right? Before the assessment, he had already shown it to Elder Ying. It's the 2nd profound. Think about it, in the sky cloud realm, how many people have achieved such an achievement at the greater imperishable stage? If this isn't a monster, then what is? Qi Yang was extremely excited. Are you sure? The white-robed old man asked. Of course I'm sure. Just a while ago, Feng Wanjian and Zhong Santian challenged him. I saw them enter the arena with my own eyes. Not only me, but many disciples also saw it with their own eyes. It must have spread in the Hall of Fame by now. Qi Yang said. Feng Wanjian and Zhong Santian, they really can't stop. The white-robed old man frowned. Although they were both at the great perfection imperishable stage and had comprehended the 3rd profound, they were forced to self-destruct by Mo Wuji in the arena just now. Qi Yang said. Self-destruct? The white-robed old man was stunned. Yes. They have already self-destructed and died. Qi Yang nodded. Such a big matter, why didn't you stop them? There was a trace of anger in the white-robed old man's eyes. My dear brother, I also wanted to stop them, but this was a life-and-death duel they proposed. Let's talk about it later. If I had stepped in at that time, it would have definitely aroused Mo Wuji's dissatisfaction. Earlier, the matter of Zhao Xiaojin's parents should have made them very disappointed in our rogue cultivator alliance. If I had stepped in and made Mo Wuji completely disappointed in our Rogue Cultivator Alliance, what would we do if he took Zhao Xiaojin and left the Rogue Cultivator Alliance? If such a peerless genius really left the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, it would be our loss. Qi Yang sighed. You did the right thing. Compared to Mo Wuji, Feng Wanjian and Zhong Santian are worthless. The vice leader nodded. Chapter 3170. After all, Feng Wanjian is the eldest grandson of the 10th elder. One of the elders said. The 10th elder? Have you forgotten that he has been dethroned from his position as an elder? He's just an ordinary member now. The deputy leader glanced at the elder. The elder's expression froze and he shook his head without saying anything. The deputy leader looked at the white-robed elder and smiled. Mo Yuanyuan is a true monster. Do you think we should treat him this way? This person, I want to take him as my last disciple. The white-robed elder said with a smile. Shameless. The deputy leader cursed in his heart. But he might not agree. The white-robed elder glanced at the deputy leader and said unhappily, You old thing, can you stop beating around the bush? Okay. Then we'll compete fairly. The deputy leader nodded. Let's compete. Who's afraid of who? The white-robed elder snorted. Qi Yang and the other elders looked at the two of them. Obviously, both of them wanted to take him in as a disciple. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a genius? You too, we can take our time to take him in as a disciple, but we must protect him first. Qi Yang said. That's right. Pass down my order immediately. The entire hall of the exalted and all disciples are not allowed to leak Mo Yuanyuan's matter. Those who violate this order will have their entire family wiped out. The deputy leader shouted. Yes. Qi Yang nodded. The deputy leader asked, Also, who is he living with now? With your grandson, Yi Tian. Qi Yang smiled. So he's living in Sky Peak? Tian has never allowed anyone to enter Sky Peak. Now that he's living there, it seems that they have a good relationship. The Vice Alliance leader chuckled. Just because they have a good relationship doesn't mean that you can enjoy the benefits of a favorable position. The white-robed elder said faintly. Let's wait and see then. The deputy leader smiled provocatively and looked at Qi Yang. Since he's living in Sky Peak, we don't have to worry about his safety. But just in case, you have to be more careful in the future. Understood. You want me to protect him secretly? Qi Yang nodded. The deputy leader smiled. Yes, we must let him grow up smoothly. It might not be a good thing if things go too smoothly. There's an old saying that the flowers in the greenhouse are only pretty, but they can't withstand the ravages of wind and frost. The white-robed old man said indifferently. That can't be generalized. Mo Yuan grew up in the outside world. For him to be able to cultivate to the large success imperishable realm and comprehend so many laws, could it be that he relied on luck? Don't underestimate young people nowadays. They are stronger and more independent than you think. The vice leader said. This old man is just reminding you. You don't have to take it to heart. The white-robed old man said. You guys chat first. I'll go back and issue a gag order. Qi Yang helplessly looked at the two people who were at each other's throats, then turned around and left the hall. The 9 elders were also very tactful. They stood up and left one after another. In fact, they also had the intention of taking in disciples. In terms of strength and status, they were also the pinnacle of the Eastern continent. However, in the face of the Vice Alliance leader and the Hall of Famers, these two super powerhouses, they paled in comparison. It was best not to get involved in this excitement, so as to avoid making things worse and offending these two people, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Seeing everyone leave, the white-robed old man said with a smile, Old man Yi, they're all gone. Let's have a peaceful discussion. Sure. The vice leader nodded. Look, you already have Yi Tian. If you can nurture Yi Tian, it will be a great contribution to our Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Why do you still want to snatch Mo Yuan from this old man? When the time comes, you will have to nurture both Yi Tian and Mo Yuan. How will you have time to manage the other affairs of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance? So, leave the task of nurturing Mo Yuan to this old man. You're already a pile of old bones. Don't always work so hard. Just looking at you makes my heart ache. The white-robed old man said with a smile. It sounded like he was affectionate and righteous. Then, shouldn't I thank you? The vice leader was a little dumbfounded. There's no need to thank me. After all, we're nurturing talents for the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The white-robed old man chuckled. Get lost. The vice leader's face darkened. He snorted coldly and said, I really didn't realize that you were so kind. Besides, I'm afraid that you'll mislead others. I'll mislead others? Old man Yi, you have to make yourself clear. How am I misleading others? The white-robed old man turned hostile on the spot. What kind of disciple can you teach with your personality that only knows how to hide all day long? I'm really worried that if I hand Mo Yuan to you, he will become like you. The vice leader sneered. So, there's no room for discussion? The white-robed old man frowned. Yes. There's no room for discussion. The vice leader nodded. Fine, let's wait and see. The white-robed old man suddenly stood up. He glared at the vice leader and turned to leave. Let's wait and see. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The vice leader's face was full of disdain. Then, his eyes flickered. With such amazing talent, if Tian'er could get his support, then wouldn't Tian'er naturally succeed the position of the next leader in the future? Wait a minute. Would he support Tian'er? Would he have the same ambition as himself? Don't wait until he becomes Tian'er's opponent in the future. No. This matter has to be confirmed first. Otherwise, it will be a potential threat to Tian'er. The vice leader muttered and immediately got up to leave the meeting hall. The Hall of the Exalted. All disciples of the Hall of the Exalted, listen up. The vice leader has personally ordered that no information about Mo Yuan is leaked to the outside world. Those who violate the order will have their entire family annihilated. Qi Yang's voice rang above the Hall of the Exalted, clearly reaching every disciple. Annihilation of the entire family. This is the strictest blockade order in the history of our Rogue Cultivator Alliance. You can see how important Mo Yuan is to the higher-ups. The hundreds of thousands of disciples were in awe. A few bold disciples looked at Qi Yang and asked, Elder, what about our family members? Can't we tell them? That's right. Even the people in the Alliance capital have to be kept a secret. All in all, only the Hall of the Exalted and the higher-ups know about this. Don't take any chances. The vice leader is serious this time. If this is leaked, even the descendants of the elders can't escape death. Qi Yang warned seriously. Understood. Everyone nodded. Heavenly Peak. Qin Feiyang and Zhao Xiaojin had also heard Qi Yang's voice. All of this was not beyond Qin Feiyang's expectations. Because if it were him, he would have done the same. After all, there was still the Devil Hall eyeing him covetously. Wait a minute. The Devil Hall. Did Elder Hua and the others know that he was Mo Yuan? Zhao Xiaojin retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang, who was deep in thought. He pursed his lips and said, You're now the most popular person in our Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Most popular person? Qin Feiyang was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he smiled and said, Isn't this to get close to the vice leader? So, if it wasn't to get close to the vice leader, you would continue to hide the power of law? Zhao Xiaojin asked secretly. Of course. I'm a low-key person. Qin Feiyang nodded. Low-key? I really can't tell. Zhao Xiaojin pursed his lips. This bastard was too much of a blow to her. Not only had he comprehended the fourth profundity of the law of thunder, the third profundity of the law of slaughter, and the second profundity of the law of war, but he had also grasped the law of force, the law of wind, and the law of light. Not to mention her, even the number one monster of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, Big Brother Yi Tian, paled in comparison to this bastard. Zhao Xiaojin suddenly asked, How many profundities have you comprehended for the other power of law? Cough cough. About that. I've only just grasped the basics of the law of wind, the law of light, and the law of force. Qin Feiyang smiled. Zhao Xiaojin sized up Qin Feiyang and frowned. Why do I feel like you're lying to me? Would I lie to you? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Haven't you lied to me enough? Anyway, I won't believe anything you say now. There's also Madman Mo. Does he also control 6 types of laws like you? Zhao Xiaojin asked secretly. Him? More or less? Qin Feiyang smiled vaguely. Fuck. What kind of monsters are you? Zhao Xiaojin could not help but curse. With that, she turned around and entered the cave abode. She had to work hard. Otherwise, when she walked with this guy in the future, others would point at her behind her back and say that she was selling her beauty to please him. Following these monsters was really stressful. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He also returned to the cave abode and sat in the hall. He brewed a pot of tea and drank it while waiting. Soon, a white figure walked into the cave abode. Qin Feiyang turned his head to take a look, and his expression immediately froze. Yi Tian. Wasn't this person in seclusion? Looking at your expression, I know that you must be wondering why a person in seclusion would suddenly come out to look for you. Yi Tian walked to the opposite side of Qin Feiyang and sat down on the chair. He looked at Qin Feiyang with displeasure. Cough cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and laughed. Brother Yi, I don't think I have offended you. You didn't offend me, but you hid it from me. I feel a little uncomfortable. I treat you like a brother, but you actually hid it from me. If it wasn't for my grandfather sending me messages and waking me up to tell me these things, I don't know how long you would have kept me in the dark. Yi Tian snorted. Drink some tea and calm down. Qin Feiyang poured a cup of tea and handed it to Yi Tian. Yi Tian took the teacup and smelled the heavenly immortal dew. He immediately smiled and said, For the sake of this tea, I'll forgive you. Ha ha, Qin Feiyang could not help but laugh. For a person who loved tea, there was nothing that a cup of good tea could not solve. Yi Tian took a sip and sighed. From now on, I'll have to give you the title of the #1 monster in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Don't. I'm not interested in this at all. I revealed my strength purely because I don't want anyone to cause trouble for me and Zhao Xiaojin anymore. Qin Feiyang shook his head. That's what you think, but others don't. Now, many people in the Hall of the Exalted are talking behind your back. You're competing with me for the #1 title. Of course, I don't care. The #1 title is just a chew. I'm just afraid that these discussions will affect our relationship. Yi Tian said. It doesn't exist. You're all straightforward people. It's fine as long as there's no barrier between us. As for the discussions behind our backs, let them be. Anyway, their mouths are on their bodies. We can't do anything about it, right? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I'm impressed. Yi Tian gave him a thumbs up. Chapter 3171. You also make me admire you. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Me? Yi Tian was slightly stunned, shook his head and said, Haven't you heard about the matter between me and Qin Feiyang? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Back then, in order to force him to make a move, I personally killed a newborn baby. A person like me is not worthy of your admiration at all. Yi Tian shook his head. But I can see that you don't feel good about this matter. I think you must have your own difficulties. Qin Feiyang said. Difficulties? Yi Tian murmured, shook his head and said, What I did is what I did. Even if I have difficulties, I can't deny my sins. Qin Feiyang was silent. From Yi Tian's words, it was not difficult to judge that he was indeed forced to kill the baby in Wind Sea City. As for the person who forced him behind the scenes, there was no doubt that it must be the deputy leader. The more he thought about it, the stranger he felt. Just because he killed Wang Hui, the deputy leader was so unscrupulous. He even didn't hesitate to let his own grandson bear the infamy. This was obviously unreasonable. There must be other conspiracies in this. There's one more thing. Yi Tian put down the teacup and looked at Qin Feiyang. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. This time, it's actually my grandfather's idea. He asked me to talk to you from the side to see if you are an ambitious person. Yi Tian said. Ambitious? Qin Feiyang was taken aback and asked suspiciously, What do you mean? I don't like to beat around the bush, and I don't like to deliberately trick my friends, so I'll tell you the truth. In fact, my grandfather has always wanted me to work hard to become the next leader. But I'm not interested in this at all. I just want to cultivate quietly and live a worry-free life. But I can't go against my grandfather's wishes, so I can only do as he wants. And now, my grandfather saw your extraordinary talent, so he can't help but worry that in the future, will you become my opponent? Yi Tian shook his head. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Tian in astonishment. Yi Tian forced a smile and said, am I stupid to actually tell you the truth? No. You treat me as a true friend. That's why you tell me everything you know. To be honest, I'm really surprised. Compared to your younger brother, it's as if you don't have the same parents. You have completely different personalities. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You know my little brother too? Yi Tian was stunned. Of course. Who in the entire eastern continent doesn't know what he did in the Wind Sea City? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. My little brother was spoiled by my grandfather since he was young. And to be honest, compared to my younger brother, my grandfather likes my younger brother more. Yi Tian shook his head. Why? Is it because of his arrogant and domineering personality? Qin Feiyang frowned. My brother is such a person. He will do anything to achieve his goals. Let's not talk about him. Let's talk about the previous problem. You have to give me a statement. And I need you to be sincere. Yi Tian looked at Qin Feiyang and observed every change in Qin Feiyang's expression. However, Qin Feiyang's face did not show much emotion. He smiled faintly and said, as I said before, whether it's the title of the #1 monster or anything else, I'm not interested. I believe you. I envy you too. Yi Tian smiled. What do you envy me for? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. I envy you for not having any restrictions and being able to do whatever you want. But I can't. Don't be fooled by my appearance. I'm actually very depressed. Sometimes, I even have an impulse to leave the itinerant cultivator alliance and wander outside alone to be a wild crane. But I can't let go of my grandfather. It's said that it's hard to be human. This sentence is really reasonable. Yi Tian sighed deeply, revealing endless bitterness. Then, you didn't try to fight for it? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. But every time I speak, I can't bear to look at my grandfather's old face. To be honest, my parents died early. My brother and I were raised by my grandfather painstakingly. How do you expect me to go against his wishes? After all, there's an old saying that filial piety is the most important virtue. If you can't even fulfill the most basic filial piety, what right do you have to talk about other virtues? Yi Tian shook his head. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. After this conversation, his favorable impression of Yi Tian had once again risen to another level. That's right. Filial piety is the lowest standard of being a human. If you can't even fulfill filial piety, you don't deserve to be a human at all. Of course. There were many types of filial piety. If the elders were right, one must obey them unconditionally. However, if the elders were wrong, one must stand up bravely to correct them. One could not blindly be filial. All right, we've talked enough. I should go and send a message to my grandfather to give him an answer so that he can rest assured. Yi Tian smiled faintly. Then I won't see you off. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yi Tian smiled, got up, and left quickly. It's best that the deputy leader didn't collude with the Blood Hall. Qin Feiyang sighed. If the deputy leader colluded with the Blood Hall, the good image of the deputy leader would be destroyed in Yi Tian's heart. In Yi Tian's eyes, this grandfather of his was not only a good grandfather, he was also a good leader. In addition, with Yi Tian's character, if he were to find out that the Vice Alliance Master had colluded with the Blood Hall, it would definitely be a huge blow to him. About a moment later. What a strong tea fragrance. This old man can already smell it outside. Accompanied by a hoarse laughter, the white-robed old man walked into the cave. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He was indeed waiting for someone, but he didn't expect that the first one would be this old man. Look at your expression. You don't welcome me, do you? The white-robed old man asked with a smile. No. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, it's because the Hall Master came in person. This disciple is a little flattered and couldn't react for a moment. As a Hall of Famers, It's my duty to visit a new disciple. There's nothing to be surprised about. The white-robed old man shook his head and smiled, then asked, "Can I sit?" Of course, please sit." Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly and hurriedly greeted him. Someone came? The white-robed old man sat opposite, looking at the teacup that Yi Tian had drunk from. He was slightly stunned. "Brother Yi drank tea with this disciple before," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. He put away the teacup, took out a clean teacup, poured a cup, and handed it to the white-robed old man. The white-robed old man took the teacup and sniffed it. His eyes suddenly lit up. He tasted it carefully and nodded. "This tea is good. This old man has tasted countless teas, but this is the first time I've tasted this tea. It's good that the hall master likes it." Qin Feiyang smiled. He twisted the teapot and filled the white-robed old man's teacup to 80%. Not bad, not bad. This old man finally understands why you and Yi Tian get along so well. It turns out that both of you love tea. The white-robed old man smiled. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "It's my honor that Brother Yi treats me as a friend." "You can't say that. This old man has watched Yi Tian grow up. He's indeed a good person. But his grandfather is a different story." The white-robed old man smiled meaningfully. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang asked calmly. "His grandfather? He's a cunning and black-bellied old fox. You have to be careful when interacting with him. Don't be fooled by him and have to help him count the money," the white-robed old man said. "Ah." Qin Feiyang looked at the white-robed old man in shock. What's going on? This old man doesn't look like someone who likes to sow discord between others. Is he hinting at something? "Old man Qi, don't go too far." All of a sudden, an angry roar was heard. Immediately after, a green-robed old man entered the cave and stared at the white-robed old man angrily. "Greetings, Deputy Alliance Leader." Qin Feiyang quickly got up and bowed. "No need to be so polite." The Deputy Alliance Leader smiled and looked at the white-robed old man. He said angrily, "What do you mean? We agreed on a fair competition, but you're ruining my reputation behind my back. I've never seen such a wicked old bastard like you. The point is, what I said is the truth. Go and ask the elders. Who doesn't know that you're a cunning old fox?" The white-robed old man drank his tea and said indifferently, "Fair competition? What's going on?" Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them suspiciously. "Fine, I'm cunning, but at least I didn't say anything bad about you behind your back. Anyway, it's better to be shameless." The Deputy Alliance Leader smiled coldly and sat on the chair on the left side of the tea table. Qin Feiyang quickly took out a clean teacup and poured tea. "Hey!" The Vice Leader took a sip of the tea, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. "Brother Yi likes this tea. I wonder if you'll like it, Deputy Alliance Leader?" Qin Feiyang asked cautiously. "He's too arrogant. How can he like it?" the white-robed old man said suddenly. The Deputy Alliance Leader immediately glared and said angrily, "Do you have to ruin my image? Do you still have an image?" The white-robed old man was curious. The Deputy Alliance Leader was so angry that his face turned pale. He took a deep breath and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. "Don't listen to his nonsense. To be honest, this tea is the best tea I've ever drunk in my life. As long as you like it." Qin Feiyang pretended to be relieved. Looking at the Deputy Alliance Leader's attitude, Qin Feiyang knew that Yi Tian must have answered him. So now the Deputy Alliance Leader was not wary of him at all. Back to the topic. The Deputy Alliance Leader put down the teacup and looked at Qin Feiyang. "I won't be as wicked as some people. I'll be frank. In fact, both of us want to accept you as a disciple." "Accept me as a disciple?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. This was a bit beyond his expectations. It was inevitable that he would be valued by the Deputy Alliance Leader and the others when he showed the power of laws. But he never expected that they would rush to accept him as a disciple now. Chapter 3172. Accepting a disciple, Qin Feiyang began to ponder. If he became the Deputy Alliance Leader's disciple, wouldn't it be easier for him to gain his trust? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. The Hall of Famers added, We won't force you and respect your choice. Of course, before you make a decision, you must see the other party's character clearly. Old Man Chi, are you done yet? Are you trying to ruin my reputation? The Deputy Alliance leader immediately glared at him. I didn't mention any names. You're the one who bumped into me, the Hall of Famers said calmly. Is there anyone else here other than me? Are you talking to a ghost? The Deputy Alliance leader said angrily. The Hall of Famers just chuckled and looked at Qin Feiyang. Mo Yuan, you have to see clearly. Some people appear to be vile, but they might not be vile. Some people appear to be gentlemen, but they might not be gentlemen. The Deputy Alliance leader also looked at Qin Feiyang and said, he had to win this kid over and help Yi Tian in the future. He would definitely achieve great things. If he fell into the hands of the Hall of Famers, even if he had no ambition, he might become ambitious in the future. He had comprehended 6 types of laws and had even comprehended the 4th profundity of the law of thunder. It would be a pity if such a talent was killed, so he had to be used by him. Qin Feiyang hesitated for a while and said with an embarrassed smile, can I choose both? Both of them? The Deputy Alliance leader and the Hall of Famers were stunned. This kid is really greedy. After all, given their identities and statuses, which one of them wasn't a powerful master? It was already a great fortune to be able to become the disciple of one of them. However, this kid actually wanted to become their disciple at the same time. If he agreed, it would be more than a meteoric rise. In the future, in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. No, in the entire Eastern continent, as long as he didn't encounter the big shots of the Demon Hall, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. To be honest, I wouldn't dare to offend the two of you. Therefore, I can only choose a compromise. I can either acknowledge all of you as my masters at the same time or reject all of you. Qin Feiyang said helplessly. The Hall of Famers was stunned for a moment before he laughed hoarsely. I didn't expect you to be so smooth. After all, the two of you are big shots in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. You have the power to decide my life and death. Of course, I have to treat you seriously. Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly. Don't say such useless things. How about this, if you acknowledge me as your master, not only will I give you a legendary grade heaven-defying divine artifact, I will also give you a legendary grade heaven-defying divine art. The Vice Alliance master directly offered the tempting conditions. What? Legendary grade heaven-defying divine artifact, heaven-defying divine art. Qin Feiyang suddenly felt a rush of excitement. The Hall of Famers glanced at the Vice Alliance master, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said calmly, I'll make the same offer. Qin Feiyang was stunned. You old thing, do you really want to go against me? The Vice Alliance master said angrily. Fair competition. The Hall of Famers smiled faintly. The Vice Alliance master's face darkened. I say, the two of you, aren't you making things difficult for me? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. To be honest, from the bottom of his heart, he preferred the Hall of Famers. Although he didn't have much contact with this person, he could feel that this person was reasonable and didn't have a bad heart. However, his goal in entering the Alliance capital this time was to become the Vice Alliance master. The Hall of Famers smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, we won't make things difficult for you. No matter what you choose, we won't hold a grudge. Old Man Yi, am I right? Of course. The Vice Alliance master nodded. However, Qin Feiyang could tell that the Vice Alliance master didn't mean what he said. With such a comparison, it was clear who was better between the two. Qin Feiyang was hesitant. The Vice Alliance master said, I'll add to the bargaining chip and give you a legendary level support technique. You have to know that even my grandson Yi Tian doesn't have a legendary level support technique and a legendary level support technique. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. He knew this because he had fought with Yi Tian before. Whether it was a legendary level support technique or a legendary level support technique, they were both at the pinnacle level. Old thing, you really know how to put in a lot of effort. A trace of anger appeared in the Hall of Famers' eyes. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I'll also give you a legendary level support technique. The Vice Alliance master immediately gnashed his teeth. I say, the two elders, I don't want both the legendary level support technique and the legendary level support technique. Can I not be your disciple? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. No. The two spoke at the same time. Then I'll be your disciple. I still don't want the legendary level support technique and the legendary level support technique. Qin Feiyang said. That won't do either. The two shook their heads at the same time. Both had a non-negotiable attitude. Then what should I do? Qin Feiyang was in a dilemma. Make your choice boldly. The two said. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked cautiously, are you sure that no matter what I choose, you won't hold a grudge against me? Yes. The two nodded. All right. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at the Hall of Famers. When he saw this scene, the Vice Alliance Master frowned without leaving a trace. Hall Master, thank you for your appreciation. I believe you also know the relationship between me and Brother Yi. Brother Yi has taken care of me a lot, so I'm very sorry. Qin Feiyang said with an apologetic face. When the Hall of Famers heard this, he immediately got up with a look of disappointment. He did not expect to lose to Yi Tian in the end. In his opinion, if there was no Yi Tian, Qin Feiyang would definitely choose him. At the same time, the Vice Alliance Master was also beaming with joy. He thought that Qin Feiyang looked at the Hall of Famers to choose him, but he did not expect it to be an apology. Not bad. He had a good eye. He knew who the real number 2 person in the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance was. The Vice Alliance Master looked at the Hall of Famers and said with a smile, Old Man Qi, we agreed not to hold a grudge against him. Do you think I'm you? The Hall of Famers snorted coldly. That's for the best. The Vice Alliance Master laughed and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, then, acknowledge me as your master. I'm willing to pay my respects to Master. Qin Feiyang bowed and said, that's it. The Vice Alliance Master was stunned. Shouldn't one kneel and kowtow when acknowledging a master? You should be satisfied with such a good disciple. What else do you want? The Hall of Famers snorted coldly. That's true. The Vice Alliance Master chuckled and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying with a smile, I mean what I say. After saying that, he waved his hand, and a rectangular iron box and 2 rectangular jade boxes immediately appeared. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. These must be the legendary heaven-defying divine artifact and the 2 divine arts. The Hall of Famers said disdainfully, Old Man Yi, you're the Vice Alliance Master after all. Shouldn't the ceremony be more grand? Even if the whole world doesn't know about it, at least let the people of the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance know about it. The Vice Alliance Master did not answer. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, do you think it's necessary? I don't think it's necessary. It's too much of a waste of time. Qin Feiyang shook his head. See, this is my disciple. He's naturally low-key. The Vice Alliance Master laughed. The Hall of Famers could not help but pout. All right, cultivate well. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Also, take out your divine voice stone. The Vice Alliance Master said. Qin Feiyang took out the divine voice stone. After the two established the contract bridge, the Vice Alliance Master looked at the Hall of Famers and said, Old man, let's go. Did I stop you? How shameless. The Hall of Famers said angrily. Haha, what's done is done. Don't think about poaching my disciple. The Vice Alliance Master smiled proudly, then turned and strode away. Mo Yuan Cheng, I really don't know what you're thinking. The Hall of Famers looked at Qin Feiyang, shook his head, and sighed, then turned and strode away. You'll know what I'm thinking in the future. Qin Feiyang muttered secretly. Then, he sealed the door of the cave and looked at the 3 boxes floating in the void. His eyes were full of surprise. He never expected that not only did he gain the trust of the Vice Alliance Master, but he also obtained so many treasures. This was all thanks to the Hall of Famers. If it weren't for this person, would the Vice Alliance Master have given him these treasures? Don't even think about it. Qin Feiyang couldn't wait to open the rectangular iron box. There was a black battle suit lying inside. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He thought it was a weapon, but he didn't expect it to be a battle armor. However, this battle armor was not bad. Because now, he didn't lack weapons, but he didn't have a single battle armor. It just made up for his shortcomings. When he came back to his senses, he cut his finger and dripped blood to bind it. A message suddenly poured into his mind. The Spectre armor was a legendary level heaven-defying artifact. Wearing this armor, one would be like a ghost and no one would be able to detect one's aura. There's such an ability. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This meant that as long as he wore the Spectre armor, he could turn into a ghost and no one would be able to sense his aura. In other words, this Spectre armor could completely hide one's aura. Amazing. But the only pity was that this Spectre armor couldn't block the prying of divine thoughts. But it was pretty good to be able to hide one's aura. After all, the main function of the battle armor was defense. At that moment, with a thought, the Spectre armor appeared on his body and his aura disappeared. If there was a person standing in front of him at this moment, if this person didn't release his divine thoughts or turned his head, he would definitely not find someone standing behind him. With this battle armor, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Immediately, with another thought, the Spectre armor disappeared from his body. Immediately after. Then, he opened the 2 square jade boxes. 2 jade slips lay quietly inside. Qin Feiyang took out the 2 jade slips and integrated his divine thoughts into them. 2 pieces of information immediately poured into his mind at the same time. Space-time step, a legendary level auxiliary heaven-defying technique. Activating space-time step, it was like traversing through time and space, coming and going without a trace. 7 killing sword art, a legendary level heaven-defying technique. 1 sword, 1 kill, invincible. 7 swords, can destroy heaven and earth. Space-time step, 7 killing sword art. Qin Feiyang's face was full of excitement. Although he had mastered many divine arts, such as the Guiyuan sword art, the ruins of End art, and the dragon god art, these divine arts had not evolved into heaven-defying divine arts, so they were basically useless now. And the 6-word divine arts were only low-level heaven-defying divine arts. Except for the killing domain, they didn't have much significance. So now, the divine arts were his most fatal shortcoming. And the appearance of this space-time step and 7 killing sword art undoubtedly helped him make up for this shortcoming. Chapter 3173. Swish. Qin Feiyang entered the castle and meditated to comprehend the space-time step and 7 killing sword art. Outside. Time passed day by day. On the 5th day, a black-clothed youth came to Sky Peak and stood in front of cave abode number 3, saying, "Brother Mo, are you there? I'm Li Yuandao, I have something to see you about." However, after waiting for a while, he did not receive a response. Looking suspiciously at the entrance of the cave abode, Li Yuandao turned around and left in disappointment. At the same time, inside the castle. 5 days outside, 5,000 years had passed here. Qin Feiyang finally comprehended the space-time step and 7 killing sword art. As for Li Yuandao's voice, he also heard it, but ignored it and continued to comprehend the law of force and the law of wind. Now, he had already comprehended the 3rd profound of the other laws, but he had not even comprehended the 1st profound of these 2 laws. So he had to work hard. Once he comprehended the 3rd profound of these 2 laws, he would be able to comprehend the 5th profound of the law of thunder. Once he succeeded in comprehending the 5th profound, he would be able to step into the half-step sovereign realm when he reached the great perfection imperishable realm. To him, the sovereign realm was something he had been yearning for a long time. Outside. Half a month later, Li Yuandao appeared on Sky Peak again. Looking at Qin Feiyang's cave abode door, which was still sealed by the law of thunder, his eyes were filled with helplessness. Were these people all cultivation maniacs? Next. Every half a month, Li Yuandao would come. But every time, he would return empty-handed. Not only Qin Feiyang, even Zhao Xiaojin and Yi Tian's cave abodes were sealed by the law of thunder. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. In the castle, more than 36 million years had passed. Qin Feiyang finally comprehended the 3rd profound of the law of force and the law of wind. He also finally came out of seclusion. Walking out of the castle, he looked at the herb field outside. Over the years, Big Black Wolf, the 3 Black Panther brothers, Pai Lupi, and Theta Wang not only managed the Black Tortoise world well, but even the Devil's Land had improved. Qin Feiyang released his divine sense and quickly found Pai Lupi and Theta Wang. The two of them sat cross-legged somewhere in the medicinal field to meditate. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in front of the two. He discovered that the two of them had actually already stepped into the initial stage of the imperishable realm. Greetings, Lord Ruler. The two of them also sensed Qin Feiyang's aura. They quickly opened their eyes, got up, and saluted respectfully. You guys are cultivating pretty fast. Qin Feiyang smiled. This is all thanks to Miss Fire Lotus. When we were in the great circle of the Nine Heavens realm, she helped us open the door of potential. The two said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded. What? Unlocked all the doors of potential? A cry of surprise suddenly sounded from Qin Feiyang's body. Who's talking? Pai Lupi and Theta Wang froze. Qin Feiyang was also a bit surprised. He's never heard this voice before. Is someone hiding in his body? That can't be right. If there really was someone hiding in his body, how could he not know? Wait a minute. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang thought of the spectre armor. With a thought, the spectre armor appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. This is. Pai Lupi and Theta Wang were suspicious. This is the legendary divine artifact that the vice leader gave me. Qin Feiyang said. Legendary divine artifact. The two of them looked at the spectre armor in shock. Were you the one talking just now? Qin Feiyang looked at the spectre armor and frowned. The spectre armor was silent. Qin Feiyang said, I forgot that a divine artifact like you has its own consciousness. Who exactly are you? Where is this place? You can actually help them open all the doors of potential. How did you do it? The spectre armor finally spoke. Its voice was a bit hoarse. Since it's like this, then I'll hide it. I'm Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said. What? You're Qin Feiyang. The spectre armor was shocked. That's right. Qin Feiyang took a facial restoration pill and quickly recovered his true appearance. It's really you. The spectre armor was extremely shocked. Who in the Eastern continent didn't know about Qin Feiyang's deeds? He was a young man with a sovereign divine weapon. But what shocked it the most was that Qin Feiyang's talent was also so amazing. Over the years, it had been in Qin Feiyang's body and witnessed Qin Feiyang comprehending the third profound meaning of the law of force and the law of wind. In just over 300,000 years, he comprehended the third profound meaning of the two laws. It had never seen such a terrifying comprehension ability. Because if it was someone else, they would at most comprehend the first profound meaning in 300,000 years. They might not even be able to comprehend the first profound meaning. Do you really want to inform the vice leader now? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The spectre armor was silent. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, I can fulfill your wish, but in this way, you will lose the opportunity to evolve into a sovereign divine weapon. Huh? The spectre armor was surprised. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. This is not a space divine item, but an independent world. Qin Feiyang said. An independent world. The spectre armor immediately trembled in the void, revealing a wave of disbelief. Yes. You have two choices. One is to inform the vice leader, and the other is to stay by my side obediently. If your performance is good, I will consider letting you enter the land of source. Qin Feiyang said. The land of source. The spectre armor murmured. He even knew about the land of source. Could it be that this was really an independent world? Brat, bring it to the land of source. Qin Feiyang looked at the sky and shouted. Swish. Brat immediately appeared and complained, it's so troublesome. After saying that, he waved his small hand and sent the spectre armor to the land of source. Why are you more afraid of trouble than me? Qin Feiyang was speechless. You have an opinion? Brat stared at him. How would I dare? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Then shut up. Also, bring in more spirit vein and crystal vein. After saying that, Brat disappeared without a trace. And at the next moment, the spectre armor also appeared in front of Qin Feiyang out of thin air. How is it? Qin Feiyang looked at it playfully. Awesome, I will listen to you from now on, as long as I can enter the land of source. The Spectre armor was extremely excited. Qin Feiyang smiled. Pai Lupi and Brat also smiled. No matter how powerful a divine artifact was, it had to be obedient in front of the Lord Ruler. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the Spectre armor entered his body. Then he looked at Pai Lupi and Brat and asked, "Are there any other undead stage powerhouses in the Black Tortoise realm now?" "There have been some for a long time. According to my statistics, there are already hundreds of people and beasts who have stepped into the half-step undead stage." The two nodded. Good. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. Once the Black Tortoise realm gave birth to undead stage beings, it was equivalent to a qualitative transformation. Theta Wang said again, "But Lord Ruler, the growth of the Black Tortoise realm is getting faster and faster day by day. We still need more spirit vein and crystal vein. You don't have to worry about this, just help me take care of the Black Tortoise realm." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "Okay." The two nodded. Boom. Suddenly, above the ancient castle, a terrifying murderous aura emerged. Qin Feiyang was startled and turned his head to look, only to see blood dragons roaring above the ancient castle. Each of them was more than 10,000 feet long, covering the sky and covering the earth with a monstrous murderous aura. This is... Qin Feiyang was surprised. There should be at least 10,000 blood dragons. Ha ha, Madman's loud laughter rang out. Whoosh. The next moment, Madman flew out of the ancient castle and stood in the sky, his face full of pride. "The two of you continue to cultivate." Qin Feiyang looked at Pai Lupi and Theta Wang and said with a smile, then took a step forward and landed in front of Madman. He asked suspiciously, "What are you doing? Why are you so proud?" "The fourth profound, 1,000 dragon god slaying." Madman laughed, and the blood dragons roaring in the sky immediately pounced towards Qin Feiyang with bared fangs and brandished claws. The fourth profound. Qin Feiyang was shocked. This guy had actually comprehended the fourth profound of the law of slaughter. "Kid, prepare to die." Madman laughed loudly. "Prepare to die." The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted, and a murderous aura burst out, and a 3-feet-long bloodsword appeared in his hand. "Kill formula? Are you joking with me? A mere low-level heaven-defying formula, is it useful?" Madman's face was full of disdain. "Do you think this is the kill formula?" Qin Feiyang laughed mockingly, and with a slash of his sword, a blood dragon was shattered. Immediately after, the second crimson longsword appeared, and it crushed another crimson dragon as easily as crushing dry weeds. Next, the third, the fourth, the fifth, when the seventh bloodsword appeared, an earth-shattering aura erupted like a volcano and all the blood dragons were destroyed. "What is this?" Madman was stunned. "What are you doing?" "In the sky." Little Wimp's roar suddenly sounded, and then a surge of origin energy descended, shattering the bloodsword. "If you fight in the Black Tortoise world again, I will throw all of you out." Little Wimp coldly snorted, and after the origin energy erased the fluctuations of the battle and repaired the void, it quickly rushed into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Damn. Qin Feiyang and Madman both looked at the sky in shock. Origin energy was actually this strong. But after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Back in the heavenly cloud ocean, when he fought against Old High, the Grand Deacon, and the 3 sovereign divine weapons of the Blood Hall, Little Wimp had used his origin energy. At that time, the 3 divine weapons of the sovereigns were extremely wary of the origin energy, so now, it was natural for him to crush the blood sword. "I can't afford to offend him," Madman muttered, and ran in front of Qin Feiyang, and whispered, "When did your kill formula become so strong?" "This isn't the kill formula." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Not the kill formula?" Madman was stunned. Qin Feiyang nodded, and with a wave of his hand, 2 blood swords appeared. On the left was the blood sword formed by the kill formula, and on the left was the blood sword formed by the 7 deadly sword art. The blood sword formed by the kill formula was shorter and thinner. On the other hand, the blood sword formed by the 7 deadly swords technique was much longer and wider. Instead of saying it was a 3 feet long sword, it was better to say it was a 3 feet wide sword. "It is indeed different." Madman nodded. He was naturally very familiar with the kill formula, so he recognized it after a comparison. "This is the 7 deadly sword art, A legendary heaven-defying killing technique that the vice leader gave me. Qin Feiyang smiled, and with a wave of his hand, the two blood swords dissipated in the void. What? He gave you a teleportation technique? Is there something wrong with his head? Madman was stunned. Chapter 3174. Of course there's nothing wrong with his brain. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then why did he give you a heaven-defying technique? Madman was suspicious. It's not just this 7-killing sword technique. There's also a legendary divine artifact and a legendary support divine technique. Qin Feiyang smiled. Ah. Madman looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and shouted, "This old thing must be crazy." Qin Feiyang shook his head and explained the situation to Madman. So that's the case. Madman suddenly understood. Revealing 6 types of law forces, no wonder the deputy leader was so generous. He then said, "Tell me, if I don't go to the Hall of the Exalted, isn't it a bit of a loss?" "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. "Think about it, I have mastered 4 types of law forces, no, it's 5 now, and I have comprehended the 4th profound of the slaughter law. With my talent, if I enter the Hall of the Exalted, won't I be able to get a lot of divine items?" Madman said. Qin Feiyang was startled and nodded, "If that's the case, it's indeed a bit of a loss." "Bastard, this won't do. I have to find a chance to enter the Hall of the Exalted again." Madman pondered. Qin Feiyang was about to speak, but he suddenly frowned and looked at Madman in surprise. "Wait a minute, what did you just say? 5 types of law forces?" "Yes." Madman nodded and waved his hand. A wisp of black flame rose. Qin Feiyang was stunned. "That's right. This is law force. And it's the law of darkness. When did you comprehend it?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "A few years ago." "Don't be so surprised. With my talent, is it difficult to comprehend 1 or 2 types of law forces?" Madman curled his lips and waved his hand again, causing the law of darkness to dissipate. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. "Listen, is this still something a human would say? In this guy's eyes, comprehending the law force is as simple as eating and drinking. How can those self-proclaimed geniuses live?" "Got it." The madman's eyes lit up. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I have an idea." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "I'll find a chance to have a big fight with someone and show them the power of these 5 laws. When the time comes, they'll naturally make an exception and come find me. They might even be like you, fighting to take me in as a disciple." Madman chuckled. "Now that you mention it, we can really do that." Qin Feiyang nodded. If Madman also obtained a legendary divine artifact and divine art, then their overall strength would undoubtedly increase by another level. Furthermore, in any case, they didn't have a good impression of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Since there was a chance now, they might as well get some more divine items. "All right then, you go out and make plans. I'll continue my closed-door cultivation." With that, Madman turned around and slipped into the castle. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then left the Black Tortoise world and appeared in the cave dwelling. The shock in the Spectre battle armor's heart was simply indescribable. Qin Feiyang grasped 6 laws, and this madman Mo also grasped 5 laws. What kind of monsters were they? Too abnormal. Of course, at this moment, it had completely dispelled the idea of reporting. What a joke. Which heaven-defying divine artifact didn't desire to enter the land of origin to cultivate? Right now, it was only thinking about how to perform to satisfy Qin Feiyang. "Brother Mo, are you there?" Suddenly, Li Yuandao's voice sounded from outside. "This person again?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned around and waved his hand, causing the law of lightning on the cave dwelling's door to dissipate. Li Yuandao, who was standing outside, saw this and a trace of joy appeared on his face. He hurriedly walked into the cave dwelling and looked at Qin Feiyang standing inside. He smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Mo, it's really difficult to see you. Sorry, I was in closed-door cultivation and didn't hear it. Why are you looking for me?" Qin Feiyang smiled apologetically and asked doubtfully, "I'm not looking for you. My father is looking for you." Li Yuandao smiled. "Your father?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He didn't seem to have any interaction with Li Yuandao's father, and even this was only the second time he had met Li Yuandao. My father wants to invite you to his house as a guest. I hope that Brother Mo, no matter what, will give me this face. Li Yuandao nodded and smiled. Guest? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. It shouldn't be that simple. However, Li Yuandao's previous reporting was also a favor. He had to give him face. All right then, I'll go. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Thank you, Brother Mo. When do you plan to go? I'll let my family prepare. Li Yuandao was overjoyed. Let's do it now. As for the banquet, there's really no need for that. Everyone can just sit together and drink tea and chat. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Is this appropriate? Li Yuandao was stunned. Do you know why Brother Yi and I get along? Qin Feiyang didn't answer and asked instead. I don't know. Li Yuandao shook his head. Tea. Qin Feiyang smiled. Tea. Li Yuandao was stunned, then thought carefully and smiled. I understand. Brother Mo, please. Please. Qin Feiyang smiled. Immediately, the two left the cave, rose into the air, and flew towards the alliance. If it was someone with the cultivation of second Xing, it would be very fast to fly to the alliance. But Qin Feiyang and Li Yuandao couldn't. Qin Feiyang was only at the great accomplishment Immortal Realm, and Li Yuandao was only at the great perfection Immortal Realm. It would take them at least an hour to fly to the alliance. Without stopping, the two of them finally entered the alliance capital. Look, isn't that Mo Fengyuan? This guy actually dares to come to the alliance. Isn't he afraid of Zhong Deyuan taking revenge on him? You know, Zhong Sanbao and Zhong Santian's deaths are related to him, so what if it's related to him? He's now a disciple of the Hall of the Exalted, and he calls young Master Yi Tian brother. Even if Zhong Deyuan hates him to the bone, he wouldn't dare to do anything to him. As soon as Qin Feiyang entered the alliance, he caused a commotion. And listening to these discussions, Li Yuandao snorted in his heart. What do you know? Now this Mo Fengyuan was already a popular person in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Not to mention Zhong Deyuan, even the elders had to be polite to him. But there were some things that he didn't dare to say. East City. In the southern suburbs. There was a huge mansion. Whoosh. Li Yuandao brought Qin Feiyang and landed in front of the mansion's gate. Young master. There were two guards at the door. When they saw Li Yuandao, they quickly bowed. Yes. Li Yuandao nodded and turned to Qin Feiyang with a smile. Brother Mo, please. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and stepped through the door. Li Yuandao hurriedly followed and led the way. Young master, why did you invite Mo Fengyuan to our Zhong family? One of the guards was suspicious. You don't know. I heard that the higher-ups intend to let our master succeed the position of East City Lord, but they haven't made a decision yet. That's why I'm guessing that the Patriarch can't sit still any longer and wants to get closer to Mo Yuan. After all, he and young Master Yi Tian call each other brothers. As long as he's willing to help, it'll be a sure thing. Another guard said in a low voice. I see. The guard nodded in realization and said with a smile, if the Patriarch really becomes the City Lord of the Eastern City, then we can be considered to have a meteoric rise. Yes. I hope this can be done. Another guard nodded. In the mansion. There were many buildings and groups of rockery. The garden was filled with fragrance. Brother Mo, what do you think of our Zhong family? Li Yuandao asked with a smile. I don't have any requirements for the living environment, so I can't comment. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Li Yuandao smiled bitterly and said with admiration, Brother Mo's attitude really makes me admire. In the past, he called Qin Feiyang by his name, but now he called him Brother Mo. This was obviously lowering his attitude and flattering. After a while, the two came to an elegant and quiet courtyard. In the courtyard, small trees were verdant and hundreds of flowers were in full bloom. Inside, there was a 3-story attic with carved beams and painted rafters. It was antique. On the other side, there was a stream, winding through a pavilion. The stream was clear and there were small fish swimming in it. Father, I've invited Brother Mo, Li Yuandao shouted, opened the gate of the courtyard, and led Qin Feiyang in. Da. Soon. Accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps, a middle-aged man walked out of the attic. He looked to be in his 40s, and was about 1.8 meters tall. His eyes were bright, and he walked with a majestic gait. "It's really Nephew Mo." The middle-aged man smiled and came forward. Looking at Li Yuandao, he said with dissatisfaction, "Why didn't you inform me in advance? I could have prepared to welcome you at the door. Brother Mo doesn't like this kind of extravagance, so I didn't inform you in advance. Brother Mo, let me introduce you. This is my father, Li Fuyuan." Li Yuandao looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "Greetings, Lord Li." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. Li Fuyuan quickly waved his hand and said, "No, no, no. If you don't mind, you can call me uncle." Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment. Wasn't this too cordial? Also, what virtuous nephew? Only those who had a very good relationship with their parents would have such a title. However, the other party treated him so warmly, he naturally couldn't let the other party lose face. He cupped his hands and smiled. "Hello, Uncle Li. Good. Please come in." Li Fuyuan smiled and looked at Li Yuandao. "Go to the kitchen and quickly prepare the wine and dishes. Send them to me. They must be the best. Father, Brother Mo doesn't like these." Li Yuandao smiled. "Don't like it?" Li Fuyuan was stunned. "Yes." Li Yuandao nodded and smiled. "Brother Mo is the same as young Master Yi Tian, he likes tea. So that's how it is." Li Fuyuan nodded and said, "Just in time, I have a lot of good tea here. Nephew must taste it. Then I won't be polite." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "Don't be polite. Just treat this place as your own home." After Li Fuyuan said that, he retreated to the side and made a gesture of invitation to Qin Feiyang. The three of them immediately walked towards the attic. Chapter 3175. Entering the hall of the attic, Qin Feiyang finally saw what luxury was. The expensive mahogany furniture was all made of Phoebe Junnan wood that was more than 10,000 years old. There were all kinds of jade and gems. There was also sandalwood burning on the side, giving off wisps of smoke. "Nephew, please sit down." Li Fuyuan sat on the main seat and greeted him with a smile. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and sat opposite Li Fuyuan. Li Fuyuan looked at Li Yuandao again and said with a smile, "There is a small golden jar on my desk. Go and get it." "Okay." Li Yuandao responded and hurriedly ran to the second floor. Li Fuyuan began to prepare the tools for making tea. Whether it was the teapot or the teacups, they were all made of peerless precious jade, full of brilliance and spirituality. After a while, Li Yuandao ran down with a small golden jar in his arms. Qin Feiyang looked at it suspiciously. The small jar was about the size of a baby's palm. It was quite delicate and seemed to be made of gold. Li Fuyuan took the jar and opened the lid. Qin Feiyang's expression froze. What was inside was actually a type of golden tea leaves. Each tea leaf seemed to be cast with gold foil. It looked more like a small golden leaf. It was the first time Qin Feiyang had seen this kind of tea. "To tell you the truth, nephew, I also like to drink tea and chat when I have nothing to do." Li Fuyuan began to make tea and said with a smile. As for Li Yuandao, he sat aside and smiled without saying anything. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang didn't answer. He merely smiled. If he didn't see Li Fuyuan making tea with his own eyes, he might believe it. But now, as an experienced tea drinker, he could see at a glance that Li Fuyuan's tea-making technique was not skillful. He didn't look like a person who often drank tea. Therefore, it was more obvious that he was trying to get close to him. After a while, the tea was made. Li Fuyuan poured a small cup and motioned Li Yuandao to hand it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took the teacup and looked at the color of the tea. It actually had a faint golden color. He placed it on the tip of his nose and sniffed. The tea fragrance was rich, but it was not pungent. Instead, it carried a faint floral fragrance. "Try it." Li Fuyuan looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. Qin Feiyang placed it near his mouth and tasted it. Immediately, a fragrant aroma filled his mouth, causing his spirit to flourish. Without a doubt, this was definitely a good tea. However, it was still a bit lacking compared to the heavenly immortal dew. Not bad, not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. If you really like it, then please kindly accept this pot of tea. Li Fuyuan smiled. How would I dare to accept such an expensive gift? Qin Feiyang was stunned and quickly waved his hand. It's precisely because it's precious that it's suitable for you. Li Fuyuan smiled. In fact, in his eyes, no matter how good the tea was, it had nothing to do with the word expensive. It was not even as valuable as a pot of Tianshan Yulu. This, Qin Feiyang, had the heavenly immortal dew. Why would he need this tea? However, if he directly rejected it, it would be unreasonable. After all, the other party treated him so warmly. Brother Mo, just accept it. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Li Yuandao closed the lid and forced the small golden pot to Qin Feiyang. Then I'll accept it. Qin Feiyang laughed and accepted the small pot. However, he did not put it into the universe ring. Instead, he placed it on the tea table in front of him. Then, he took another sip of tea, then looked at Li Fuyuan and said with a smile, Uncle Li, I don't like to beat around the bush. Why don't we get straight to the point? Hearing this, Li Fuyuan was slightly stunned and couldn't help but look at Li Yuandao suspiciously. I didn't say anything. Li Yuandao transmitted his voice. You didn't say anything? Li Fuyuan was secretly shocked. His son definitely wouldn't lie to him. This could only mean that the young man in front of him had already seen that he had something to ask of him. His eyesight was a little scary. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, Then let me guess. Uncle Li, if I'm not mistaken, you invited me here this time for the matter of the East City Lord. Li Fuyuan's heart skipped a beat. Li Yuandao pondered for a while, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Brother Mo, since we've already talked about it, then we won't hide it anymore. This is indeed the reason why I invited you here this time. For this matter, you should go to Brother Yi. After all, Brother Yi is the grandson of the Deputy Alliance leader. His words carry more weight than mine. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. This, Li Yuandao hesitated. He did think of looking for Yi Tian, but Yi Tian was in seclusion. Moreover, with Yi Tian's character, he didn't like others to please him. Therefore, he thought of Qin Feiyang. Firstly, Qin Feiyang and Yi Tian had a good relationship. Secondly, Qin Feiyang had shown extraordinary talent, so his words should carry no less weight than Yi Tian's. However, he didn't dare to say these things in front of his father. Because the red-clothed old man had already ordered that no one was allowed to leak Qin Feiyang's matter. Otherwise, it would be a great crime for 9 generations to be exterminated. Nephew. Actually, I also planned to look for young Master Yi Tian. But my son told you that it might be more useful to look for you. Although I don't know why he said that, I'm willing to believe him. Of course. After the matter is done, Uncle Li will not treat you unfairly. Li Fuyuan smiled. Qin Feiyang heard this and said with a smile, Then what is Uncle Li going to give me? As long as I can take it out, I can give it to you. Li Fuyuan said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered, and suddenly said with a smile, Okay, I agree to help, but the reward I want must be Spirit Vein and Crystal Vein. Spirit Vein, Crystal Vein? Li Fuyuan suddenly frowned. Father, don't be impatient. Li Yuandao, secretly comforted, looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Brother Mo, how many do you need? If it's 100 or 200, we can give it to you now. Yuandao, what are you doing? You agreed to him so easily. Li Fuyuan secretly said angrily, It's just 100 or 200, it's not like our Li family doesn't have it. Don't worry, if he only wants 100 or 200, then we'll make a profit. Li Yuandao transmitted. At the same time, Qin Feiyang was stunned, looked at Li Yuandao strangely, and said with a smile, Brother Yuandao, are you joking with me? 100 or 200, even a small family would be embarrassed to take out 100 or 200, let alone a rich family like your Li family. Hearing this, Li Yuandao looked a little embarrassed, and said with a smile, Brother Mo said it well, I'm too stingy, then tell me, how many do you want? 10,000 crystal vein, 10,000 spirit vein. Qin Feiyang said. What? Li Fuyuan suddenly stood up. 10,000 crystal vein, 10,000 spirit vein, this added up to 20,000. What an exorbitant demand. Seeing this, Li Yuandao hurriedly transmitted, Father, sit down. He was afraid that Li Fuyuan's attitude would make Qin Feiyang dissatisfied. Li Fuyuan looked at Li Yuandao, suppressed the anger in his heart, and returned to his seat. Li Yuandao looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Brother Mo, this is too much. Is it? Compared to the position of the city lord of the East City, this should be nothing. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Then you can definitely let me sit in the position of the city lord of the East City? Li Fuyuan opened his mouth, his tone was a little cold. As long as you give me spirit vein and crystal vein, I promise to let you become the city lord of the East City. Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. Big talk. Do you think you are young Master Yi Tian? For the sake of Yuan Dao, I can promise you, but at most 1,000 spirit vein and crystal vein. Even if you don't let me sit in the position of city lord, it can be considered a meeting gift for you. Li Fuyuan said. Meeting gift? That's really generous. However, 10,000, no bargaining. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Ridiculous. Don't think that just because you have some relationship with young Master Yi Tian, you have the right to be arrogant. At most, you are just arrogant. Li Fuyuan couldn't hold it in anymore. He didn't know that Qin Feiyang had mastered 6 kinds of laws, nor did he know that Qin Feiyang was the disciple of the Deputy Alliance Leader. He only knew that Qin Feiyang had some relationship with Yi Tian. And he always thought that Qin Feiyang was relying on his relationship with Yi Tian to demand an exorbitant price in front of him. In fact, he didn't know that even without Yi Tian, the current him could make the Deputy Alliance Leader nod his head. Father, don't be like this, calm down. Seeing Li Fuyuan angry, Li Yuandao's face changed, and he quickly comforted him. I can't calm down, why does he dare to ask for so many spirit veins and crystal veins? Li Fuyuan sneered. Sigh, you don't understand. Li Yuandao sighed. Can you have some backbone? Just because he and Yi Tian call each other brothers, you are so scared. Young Master Yi Tian is also a reasonable person. Okay, no need to say any more. Li Fuyuan secretly snorted, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, My Li family's temple is small, it can't accommodate a big Buddha like you, please leave. This is what you said. When I leave this door, even if you come to invite me in person next time, I won't come. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Don't worry, there won't be a next time. Li Fuyuan smiled coldly. Okay. As for this tea, Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at the small golden jar on the tea table in front of him, and said, You'd better keep it for yourself. With that, he got up and left. Brother Mo, wait. Li Yuandao quickly chased after him. Come back with me. Li Fuyuan shouted. Father, you're in big trouble. Li Yuandao turned to look at Li Fuyuan and said angrily, then continued to chase after Qin Feiyang. Big trouble? Li Fuyuan sneered disapprovingly. Outside. After Li Yuandao caught up with Qin Feiyang, he said apologetically, Brother Mo, I'm sorry, I sincerely apologize to you on behalf of my father. No need. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. It's all the vice leader's fault for the blockade order, otherwise, if father knew that you have mastered 6 laws, he would definitely not have such an attitude. Li Yuandao was quite upset. Actually, I have to thank him for the blockade order. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Thank. Li Yuandao was stunned. That's right. Otherwise, how can I see your father's character clearly? This is a typical snobbish person. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Li Yuandao's expression froze. Although his father was indeed snobbish, but to say it in front of him without hesitation, he also felt a little uncomfortable. Chapter 3176. Brother Li, hold on. Qin Feiyang stopped in his tracks, turned around and smiled at Li Yuandao. He then leaped into the sky and flew toward the Hall of the Exalted. Sigh. Li Yuandao sighed, shook his head, and returned to the attic. He's gone? Li Fuyuan asked. Yes. Li Yuandao nodded. What's the matter with you? Why are you so afraid of him? Li Fuyuan frowned. You don't understand. Li Yuandao shook his head. Then tell me. Li Fuyuan said angrily. What should I say? The higher-ups have issued a lockdown order. No one in the Hall of the Exalted is allowed to leak anything about Mo Yuanchuan. Li Yuandao roared. What? 9 familial extermination. Li Fuyuan was shocked. What exactly was hidden in this? He immediately realized the seriousness of the problem and said angrily, why didn't you tell me this earlier? Didn't I tell you earlier? We can't offend him. Li Yuandao rubbed his forehead. But you didn't say anything about the 9 familial extermination. If you had told me earlier, no matter what, I would have been polite to him. Li Fuyuan said. It's too late to say anything now. Father, let me tell you. It's very likely that you can't be the city lord anymore. Li Yuandao sighed. Can't be. Li Fuyuan was stunned. Was it that serious? No. He had to find a way to make up for it. Li Fuyuan pulled Li Yuandao and urged, let's go. Let's catch up and apologize to him. What's the point of this? He already told me without hesitation that you're a snob. Do you know what this means? He said that you're a snob and he definitely won't like you anymore. Li Yuandao shook his head. It's better to do something than not to do it. Hurry up. Li Fuyuan urged. Li Yuandao was helpless. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have done it in the first place. Back to Qin Feiyang. After leaving the Alliance City, he went straight to the Hall of the Exalted. What a waste of time. If he had the time, he might as well stay in the Black Tortoise realm and cultivate. Outside the Alliance capital, there were also endless glacier. Snow and ice covered the area, and the cold wind was bone-chilling. A short while later, Qin Feiyang arrived above a plain. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from below. Qin Feiyang was startled. He looked down and saw a black figure breaking out of the ice at lightning speed and charging towards him. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. There was actually an ambush. This person's speed was very fast, so fast that even he couldn't catch him. At this critical moment, the Spectre battle armor appeared on its own and instantly recovered. That black figure punched Qin Feiyang's body. Qin Feiyang immediately let out a muffled groan and flew out like a meteor. What? Legendary grade heaven-defying armor, the black figure exclaimed. A legendary heaven-defying divine artifact was comparable to a peak dominator. Therefore, although the black figure's sneak attack was successful, Qin Feiyang wasn't in any danger with the Spectre armor protecting him. Who are you? Qin Feiyang stabilized his body and looked at the person. The person was wearing a black robe and a mask. He couldn't tell who he was. You're lucky this time, but it won't be so easy next time. The black-robed person roared angrily and turned to flee. You want to leave after sneaking an attack on me? Qin Feiyang used the space-time step and activated the 7 deadly sword art. He charged forward at lightning speed. What? This is actually a legendary heaven-defying divine art and a heaven-defying auxiliary divine art. The black-robed person was shocked. But his speed was faster. After all, his cultivation was much higher than Qin Feiyang's, and he had also activated an unknown heaven-defying auxiliary divine art. He didn't even look back as he fled in the direction of the Alliance capital. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and was about to give up when 2 figures appeared in front of him. It was Li Fuyuan and his son. Looking at the black-robed person, the father and son were also shocked. Looking at the ferocious Qin Feiyang, the two immediately understood. Father, this is a good opportunity. Li Yuandao roared. Li Fuyuan understood and immediately unleashed a terrifying aura towards the black-robed person. Li Yuandao naturally retreated to the side. Damn it! Why is he here? Seeing Li Fuyuan charging towards him, the black-robed person cursed inwardly and turned to flee in the other direction. He was afraid of attracting others, so he decisively left after his attack failed. But he didn't expect to meet Li Fuyuan. Trying to escape. Li Fuyuan sneered and also activated a heaven-defying auxiliary divine art and chased after the black-robed person. The two of them disappeared from Qin Feiyang's sight like lightning. Brother Mo, are you all right? Li Yuandao ran to Qin Feiyang and asked with concern. I'm fine. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and asked, "Why are you here?" "I went back and told my father, so he specially came to apologize to you. But I didn't expect to encounter this. Who was the person who attacked you?" Li Yuandao was suspicious. "I don't know either." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Swish. At this moment, 4 figures quickly rushed over and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. These were 4 old men, all with white hair. Qin Feiyang knew one of them. It was Elder Ying, who guarded the East City. Mo Yuan. Elder Ying and the other 3 looked at Qin Feiyang and were slightly stunned. Then, they looked at Li Yuandao and asked, "Are you fighting here?" "No, no." Li Yuandao quickly waved his hand and explained, "Someone attacked Mo Yuan. My father and I just arrived. My father is now chasing that person." "What? You were attacked?" Elder Ying was stunned. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at the other 3 old men, and asked suspiciously, "They are?" "They are the guardians of the West City, North City, and South City. We heard the commotion and specially came to check it out." "Elder Ying. Mo Yuan, who was the person who attacked you? How dare he act rashly in the Alliance capital? We must not let him off easily." One of the old men snorted. "I'm not sure. I didn't see his face clearly." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then which direction did they go?" Elder Ying asked. "That way." Qin Feiyang pointed in the direction where the black-robed man and Li Fuyuan disappeared. "Let's go." Elder Ying waved his hand and swept up Qin Feiyang and Li Yuandao. Then, he followed the other 3 old men and chased after them with a heaven-defying auxiliary technique. Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 of them with a trace of surprise in his eyes. The speed of these 4 people was actually faster than Li Fuyuan and the black-robed man. But when he thought about it, he understood. Yi Tian said that although the 4 of them were guarding the Alliance capital on the surface, they were actually the enforcers and supervisors of the 4 major districts of the Alliance capital. Then, the heaven-defying divine techniques and weapons in their hands must be stronger than Li Fuyuan and the others. Otherwise, how could they deter the people of the 4 major districts? This was good news. The 4 of them were faster than Li Fuyuan and the black-robed man, so they would definitely catch up. He was also very curious. Who was the person who attacked him? Chapter 3177. Sure enough. After a while, Qin Feiyang sensed the aura of the black-robed man and Li Fuyuan, and then he could see them clearly. Elder Ying stared at the black-robed man and said in a deep voice, "Can you tell who he is from his figure?" The other 3 old men shook their heads. "His aura is also very strange. I think he deliberately changed it." One of the old men said. "Yes. But no matter who he is, since he dares to make trouble in the Alliance capital, we must not let him have it easy." Elder Ying said coldly and caught up with Li Fuyuan in less than 10 breaths. "You are also here." Li Fuyuan immediately greeted the 4 of them. "Yes." Elder Ying nodded and said, "Take good care of your son and Mo Yuan Cheng. Leave this person to us." After saying that, Elder Ying left Qin Feiyang and Li Yuandao and chased after the black-robed man. The other 3 old men followed closely behind. "Damn Li Fuyuan." The black-robed man cursed in his heart. If Li Fuyuan hadn't killed him halfway, he would have escaped without a trace. "Don't make a futile struggle. Stop," Elder Ying said. The distance was getting closer and closer. But the black-robed man turned a deaf ear and looked ahead, looking for a way out. However, Elder Ying and the other 3 were faster than him. And the entire Kanglan Snow Mountain was enveloped by the enchantment set up by the leader. Where could he escape to? His eyes were extremely flustered. Whoosh. Finally, Elder Ying and the other 3 caught up with the black-robed man and surrounded him. The black-robed man had to stop, and his eyes were extremely gloomy. "Who the hell are you?" Elder Ying shouted. "Get lost." The black-robed man roared and threw a punch at Elder Ying with all his strength. "Can you recognize the voice?" Qin Feiyang asked. "It's very strange. I can't recognize it." Li Yuandao shook his head. "Humph." Elder Ying didn't back down. He snorted and slapped. Boom. When the fist and palm met, both of them were forced back a step. At the same time, the other 3 old men joined forces to attack the black-robed man. One of the old men tore off the black robe on the black-robed man's body, revealing a muscular body. The other old man also smashed the mask on the black-robed man's face, revealing a middle-aged man's face. "It's you." Elder Ying was stunned. "Not bad. It's me." The black-robed man spoke. His voice was different from before, and this was his original voice. This voice, Li Fuyuan and his son's expressions froze. "What is it?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Li Yuandao said in surprise, "He is Zhong Deyuan." "Zhong Deyuan? Dongcheng City Lord? Zhong San Bao and Zhong San Tian's father?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "That's right, it's him." Li Yuandao nodded. Although Zhong Deyuan's back was to them, and they couldn't see his face, Zhong Deyuan's voice was very familiar to everyone in the East District. Zhong Deyuan slowly turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang finally saw Zhong Deyuan's true appearance. He had a muscular body, a square face, and a little beard. At this moment, he looked extremely gloomy. "Why did you sneak attack me?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "What do you think?" Zhong Deyuan asked. "Because of Zhong San Bao and Zhong San Tian? But you should know that they were the ones who came to provoke me first. And you, as the former Dongcheng City Lord, actually sneak attacked a disciple. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by others for doing such a despicable thing?" Qin Feiyang shouted. "I just want to kill you. How hateful. To think that I, a grand perfected juggernaut, actually failed in my sneak attack." Zhong Deyuan's face was full of resentment. Elder Ying shouted, "You're unreasonable. Follow us to see the Deputy Alliance Leader immediately." Zhong Deyuan's expression immediately panicked. "If you dare to resist, we'll kill you on the spot," Elder Ying said mercilessly. Zhong Deyuan looked around in a panic, still looking for a way out. But suddenly, his eyes flashed. He looked at Elder Ying and the others and shouted, "I have something to say." "What is it?" Elder Ying frowned. "There's something wrong with this Mo Yuanyuan's identity." Zhong Deyuan stared at Qin Feiyang and said, Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. There was indeed something wrong with his identity, but how did this person see through it? That's not right. He didn't seem to have revealed any flaws. "Calm down, don't be scared." At the same time, Elder Ying and the others, Li Fuyuan and his son, were stunned when they heard this. Li Yuandao glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Zhong Deyuan and said jokingly, "You said that there's something wrong with Brother Mo's identity? Then tell me, what's wrong with him?" "There's something very wrong with him. All of you should know that he's from the outside world. How could a brat from the outside world have a legendary grade divine artifact? And he doesn't know about the legendary grade divine artifact, he also has a legendary grade divine art and a legendary grade auxiliary divine art. Isn't that a problem?" Zhong Deyuan roared. "What?" Elder Ying and the others looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. "So that's what you're talking about." Qin Feiyang came to a realization and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "In my opinion, he's a spy sent by the Demon Palace. Because other than the Demon Palace, no other force has the ability to give him so many divine artifacts." Zhong Deyuan shouted. "Just based on this, you're saying that he's from the Demon Palace. Aren't you being too hasty?" Elder Ying frowned. "Then tell me, how do you explain these legendary grade divine artifacts?" Zhong Deyuan asked. Elder Ying couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang again. To be honest, it was a little unbelievable that he had so many divine artifacts. One of the old men said, "How about this? Let's go see the Vice Alliance Leader and make things clear in front of him." "All right." Elder Ying nodded. "Mo Yuanyuan, do you dare to go?" Zhong Deyuan stared at Qin Feiyang. "I don't want to go. It's troublesome." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "See, he's guilty." Zhong Deyuan suddenly seemed to have caught Qin Feiyang's weakness and shouted. Elder Ying and the others looked at each other and couldn't help but frown. "Guilty?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Your imagination is too rich. What I want to say is that we don't have to go all the way to the Deputy Alliance Leader and let him come here personally." "Let the Deputy Alliance Leader come here personally?" Elder Ying and the others were stunned. This kid must be out of his mind. Who was the Deputy Alliance leader? He was the second in command of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Who would dare to let the Deputy Alliance leader come here personally? Brother Mo, don't talk nonsense. This is disrespectful. You'll be punished. Li Yuandao pulled Qin Feiyang's clothes and sent a voice transmission. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and took out the holy voice-transmitting stone. Everyone immediately looked at him suspiciously. Was he going to send a message to Yi Tian? Buzz. As the holy voice-transmitting stone woke up, an old figure quickly appeared. What? It's the Deputy Alliance leader. This guy has established a contract with the Deputy Alliance leader. Li Fuyuan, Zhong Deyuan, and Elder Ying and the others were all shocked. There are so many people here. What's going on? The Deputy Alliance leader glanced at Elder Ying and the others, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. I was ambushed on my way back to the Hall of the Exalted. Qin Feiyang said. What? The Deputy Alliance leader suddenly became angry and shouted, Where are you now? I'll be right there. Qin Feiyang told the Deputy Alliance leader his location. Before Elder Ying and the others came back to their senses, the Deputy Alliance leader's shadow dissipated. When they came back to their senses, the group of people suddenly looked at each other. What was going on? As soon as he heard that this kid was ambushed, the Deputy Alliance leader wanted to come in person without hesitation. Since when did Mo Yuanyuan have such an important place in the Deputy Alliance leader's heart? At the scene, only Li Yuandao knew. It must have something to do with the 6 laws that this person mastered. But he only knew one thing and not the other. The 6 laws were only secondary. Now, Qin Feiyang's master-disciple relationship with the Deputy Alliance leader was the main thing. After a while, a figure came through the air and landed in front of Qin Feiyang, asking gloomily, Who ambushed you? It's him. Qin Feiyang pointed at Zhong Deyuan. Zhong Deyuan? The Deputy Alliance leader was slightly stunned and immediately understood that it must be to avenge Zhong Sanbao. He shouted, You're really stubborn. It seems that I have to kill you. Sir, please calm down. I have something to say. Zhong Deyuan hurriedly knelt on the ground. Speak. The Deputy Alliance leader said. This Mo Yuanyuan has a legendary level heaven-defying divine object. There must be something wrong with his identity. Please investigate, Zhong Deyuan said. The Deputy Alliance leader was stunned. What did he mean? Sir, this is what happened. Elder Ying and the other 3 stepped forward and explained the situation in detail. Hearing this, the Deputy Alliance leader looked at Zhong Deyuan in shock. Sir, think about it. He is an unknown person. How could he have such a heaven-defying divine object? So he is definitely a spy sent by the Demon Palace. You must not be fooled by him, Zhong Deyuan exclaimed. Ha ha, Qin Feiyang suddenly laughed out loud. Elder Ying and the others couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang. Sorry, I can't hold it in anymore. Let me laugh for a while. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and laughed so hard that he was convulsing with joy. Stop laughing. What's so funny? Why don't you just tell them? The Deputy Alliance leader glared at Qin Feiyang. I just want to keep a low profile. Qin Feiyang chuckled. It's true that you want to keep a low profile, but you still have to say what needs to be said to avoid causing misunderstandings. The Deputy Alliance leader's face darkened. Master, you are right. I will pay attention in the future. Qin Feiyang nodded. What? He called the Deputy Alliance leader as his master? What's going on? Elder Ying and the others looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Did they hear it wrong? You heard it right. Mo Yuanyuan has long been my disciple. The Deputy Alliance leader said faintly. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang had always claimed to be his disciple. However, the disciples of the Hall of the Exalted basically claimed to be their disciple when facing the giants, so they didn't think much of it. So now, they suddenly realized that the disciple Mo Yuanyuan claimed to be was fundamentally different from the other disciples of the Hall of the Exalted. Mo Yuanyuan and the Deputy Alliance leader had a true master-disciple relationship. Li Yuandao was also dumbfounded. Needless to say, Li Fuyuan was completely flustered. Chapter 3178. He was actually the disciple of the Vice Alliance leader? What was going on? There was no news of such a big matter. If he had known about this earlier, how would Li Fuyuan dare to offend Qin Feiyang? He would have to worship him like an ancestor. He finally understood who he had offended. Unfilial son, why didn't you tell me about such an important matter? Li Fuyuan was very angry and vented his anger on Li Yuandao. I don't know either. Li Yuandao smiled bitterly. When did this person become the Vice Alliance leader's disciple? You don't know? Could it be that the blockade order you mentioned was not referring to this? Li Fuyuan was surprised. No. The blockade order refers to another matter, but I definitely can't say anything about it. If not, our Li family will be finished. Li Yuandao transmitted his voice, his tone extremely solemn. Li Fuyuan's heart trembled. What could be more important than this kid being the Vice Alliance leader's disciple? Disciple, Lord, why don't we know about this? Elder Ying and the other three were also puzzled. There wasn't even the slightest bit of news. It happened a long time ago. As for those heaven-defying divine objects of his, they were all given to him by me. The Vice Alliance leader said indifferently. Is that so? The four of them nodded in realization. No wonder Qin Feiyang was smiling so happily. So that was the case. How is it? Are you still saying that I'm a spy of the Demon Palace? Qin Feiyang looked at the pale Zhong De Yuan. Zhong De Yuan was naturally even more so. He was completely scared silly. He originally thought that he could fight for a chance of survival from these heaven-defying divine objects, but he never expected that these heaven-defying divine objects were all given to him by the Vice Alliance leader. And what was even more terrifying was that he was actually the Vice Alliance leader's disciple. Even the elders had to be polite to the Vice Alliance leader's disciple, let alone an ordinary person like him who had already been demoted to the East City Lord. He was the same as Li Fuyuan. It was too late for regrets. If he had known earlier, even if this kid killed his entire family, he wouldn't have dared to take revenge. I'm sorry. Suddenly, he followed on the ground and begged. That was because he knew that he would only be able to survive if Qin Feiyang spoke. Otherwise, given the vice leader's temper, he would never let him off. It could be said that the Vice Alliance Master was even more overprotective than the 10th Elder. Fated, you deal with it yourself. If he dares to have any ulterior motives, just kill him. The Deputy League Lord looked at Qin Feiyang and waved his hand, shattering Zhong De Yuan's sea of qi. Zhong De Yuan didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He could only endure the pain. Immediately after, the Vice Alliance leader turned around and disappeared without a trace like a bolt of lightning. Spare me. Zhong De Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang, pleading endlessly. As expected, the Vice Alliance leader had given him the power of life and death. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he looked at Elder Ying and the other three. He smiled and said, "Many thanks to the four seniors. Another day, this junior will personally go to the Union capital to thank you." Sure. The four of them chuckled. His attitude towards Qin Feiyang had also undergone a 180-degree change. What a joke. Who wouldn't give face to the Vice Alliance leader's personal disciple? Then this junior won't see you off. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. No need to see me off. Just go back to the East City to have a look when you have time. Elder Ying smiled faintly. Then, he exchanged glances with the other three old men. After that, he left sensibly. Father, let's go too. Li Yuandao was also a shrewd person. He tugged at Li Fuyuan's clothes. Go. Li Fuyuan was stunned. Can't you see? He wants to talk to Zhong De Yuan alone. If we stay here, we will be in the way. Li Yuandao secretly said. But, Li Fuyuan was anxious. Now you regret it. Li Yuandao shook his head and sighed. He said, don't worry, let's leave first. When we return to the Hall of the Exalted, I will slowly find a chance to apologize to him. Okay then. Li Fuyuan nodded and then looked at Qin Feiyang with a flattering look. He smiled and said, Nephew, then we will leave too. Remember to come visit us more often when you have time. After that, Without waiting for Qin Feiyang's response, he hurriedly left with Li Yuandao. Nephew? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Li Fuyuan's back. He could not help but feel a trace of contempt in his eyes. This person was indeed a snob. After knowing his relationship with the Vice Alliance leader, he immediately changed his attitude. But that was another matter. This time, it was really thanks to this person. Otherwise, he would not have been able to keep Zhongde Yuan. Mo Yuan. No. Brother Mo, let's talk nicely. As long as you let me go, I am willing to do anything. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhongde Yuan hurriedly began to curry favor. I was waiting for you to say that. Qin Feiyang chuckled and asked, are you sure you are willing to do anything? He was not afraid of Zhongde Yuan at all now. Because his Sea of Qi had been destroyed, Zhongde Yuan could only use his divine soul. Although Zhongde Yuan was a paragon dominator and was much stronger than him, a mere divine soul would not be able to kill Qin Feiyang, who had a legendary treasure. Moreover, with his identity as the Vice Alliance leader's disciple, Zhongde Yuan did not dare to have such thoughts. I am sure. Zhongde Yuan nodded repeatedly. Good. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. He scanned the surroundings. With a wave of his hand, the two appeared in a stone room. That's right. This was a cultivation room in the ancient castle. This is. Zhongde Yuan looked around suspiciously. This is my spatial treasure. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. So small? Then its grade must not be high. Brother Mo, let me go and I will give you a heaven-defying spatial treasure. Zhongde Yuan hurriedly smiled. A heaven-defying spatial treasure? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Zhongde Yuan nodded. Is it very powerful? Qin Feiyang asked mockingly. Zhongde Yuan was stunned. He did not know how to answer. A heaven-defying spatial treasure was even rarer than a heaven-defying divine weapon. Every one of them was a rare treasure. However, in front of this person, they did not seem that important. After all, as the Vice Alliance leader's personal disciple, what could he not have? Don't resist. This is your only chance to live. Qin Feiyang said. Then, he formed a seal with both hands. An enslavement seal appeared and entered Zhongde Yuan's head at lightning speed. What is this? Zhongde Yuan was bewildered. You will know in a while. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Actually, Zhongde Yuan already knew what it was. After all, he was a paragon dominator. What had he not seen? However, he did not dare to resist. Because if anything were to happen to Qin Feiyang because of his resistance, then the Vice Alliance Master would definitely not let him off. Soon, the enslavement seal was completed. This is an enslavement seal. It can ignore distance and instantly erase your divine soul. It can also peek into your inner thoughts. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. What? Zhongde Yuan was shocked. Is this for real? It can even peek into one's inner thoughts. Qin Feiyang said, if you think it's fake, you can give it a try. I dare not. Zhongde Yuan quickly shook his head. Wait a minute. Is it real or fake? Isn't it what I am thinking? This person actually knew it immediately. Then, who is it? Can he really peek into my inner thoughts? He suddenly became listless, and all his thoughts disappeared. Because in the face of such a control secret technique, there was no secret at all. Swish. Qin Feiyang waved his hand again and brought Zhongde Yuan to the glacier outside. He said with a faint smile, Go, bring me all the spirit veins and crystal veins in your house. All of them? Zhongde Yuan's expression froze. Yes. All of them. Qin Feiyang nodded. Can't you leave some for me? After all, there are so many people in my Zhong family. They all need cultivation resources. Zhongde Yuan's face was sad. Do you think you are still qualified to talk about conditions now? Qin Feiyang frowned. Hearing this, Zhongde Yuan was immediately dejected. He nodded and said, Yes, I will go now. Go, I will wait for you here. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Zhongde Yuan turned around and flew toward the Alliance capital. Looking at Zhongde Yuan's back, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. After all, he was a perfected sovereign. He really couldn't bear to kill him. If he kept him, he would definitely be valuable in the future. At the very least, when he encountered fatal danger, he could use him as cannon fodder and make him self-destruct. The self-destruction of a perfected sovereign would be extraordinary. About a while later, whoosh, a figure broke through the air and arrived. This person was Li Yuandao. He said with a smile, "Brother Mo, we are really fated to meet several times in a day." "You call this fate?" Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He looked at him with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. This person was obviously here to look for him. If he returned to the Hall of the Exalted, he wouldn't have passed through this direction. Because when he was chasing Zhongde Yuan, they had already missed each other. Li Yuandao's expression was slightly awkward. After saying this, even he felt a little awkward. "On the way here, I met Zhongde Yuan. Why did you let him go?" Li Yuandao changed the topic to cover up the awkwardness. After all, he is a perfected sovereign. Moreover, he has contributed greatly in managing the East City. There is no need to take his life over such a small matter. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Brother Mo is really a magnanimous person. I admire you." Li Yuandao cupped his hands and smiled. "Let's get straight to the point. Tell me your purpose of looking for me," Qin Feiyang said. "You saw through me." Li Yuandao smiled embarrassedly. He then cupped his hands and said, "I am here to apologize to you on behalf of my father. Brother Mo, please forgive my father's previous rudeness. Here are 15,000 spirit veins and 15,000 crystal veins. Please accept them." With that, he waved his hand. Spirit veins and crystal veins immediately appeared in the void. So many. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Back then, he only asked for 10,000 spirit veins and 10,000 crystal veins. Now, he actually added 5,000 more. Not much at all. "I only hope that Brother Mo doesn't mind." Li Yuandao waved his hand. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "Actually, when I left, I had already thought of how to deal with your father." Li Yuandao was shocked. "Because I knew that your father would definitely come looking for me again. I originally planned to increase the price to 20,000 spirit veins and 20,000 crystal veins. However, on account of your father's help in intercepting Zhongde Yuan, I will not pursue the matter. I will also accept these spirit veins and crystal veins. We are even now." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The 15,000 spirit veins and crystal veins immediately disappeared into the void. Chapter 3179. "Brother Mo, you're such a straightforward person." Li Yuandao also smiled. Now that the grudge was settled, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As for the position of the East City Lord, he did not dare to mention it now. As long as he could reconcile with this person, it would be perfect. "Don't worry, your father won't run away from the position of East City Lord." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "Brother Mo, you," Li Yuandao looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. "Don't look at me like that, because I don't need to say anything now." Qin Feiyang said. "What do you mean?" Li Yuandao was stunned. "Your father helped to intercept Zhongde Yuan, and Master knows this, so when choosing the candidate for the East City Lord, he will definitely prioritize your father." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "I see." Li Yuandao nodded and then smiled, "But I still have to thank Brother Mo. Okay, you go back to the Hall of the Exalted first." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "Okay. If I have the chance to get some good tea, I will definitely send it to you." Li Yuandao nodded. "Okay." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "Then I'll go." Li Yuandao smiled and turned to fly toward the Hall of the Exalted. However, when he was out of Qin Feiyang's sight, he immediately took out the voice transmission stone and told Li Fuyuan the good news. Li Fuyuan was naturally very happy when he heard this. Fortunately, he had chased after him, and it was also thanks to Zhongde Yuan that he had made such a scene. Otherwise, there would be no chance to make up for it. Qin Feiyang waited for about half an hour before Zhongde Yuan finally came back. When Zhongde Yuan took out the crystal vein and soul vein, Qin Feiyang was also shocked. There were actually more than 50,000 crystal veins and more than 50,000 soul veins. "Is this all?" Qin Feiyang asked. "This," Zhongde Yuan stammered. Qin Feiyang immediately peeked into his inner thoughts, and quickly understood what was going on. This was not all. Zhong Deyuan had left a few thousand spirit veins and crystal veins at home. He had left them for his clansmen out of selfishness. It's all right. It's just a few thousand. I won't pursue the matter. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. There were about 110,000 spirit veins and crystal veins in total. A few thousand spirit veins were just a fraction of the total. Thank you. Zhong Deyuan was extremely grateful. At the same time, he was even more certain that the other party could really see through his inner thoughts. Because he hadn't mentioned the thousands of spirit veins and crystal veins that he had left behind, but this person knew everything. Didn't that mean that no matter what he was thinking, he couldn't escape this person's prying eyes? At this moment, he was truly convinced and became obedient. All right, go back. If you have the chance, you can go outside and get me more spirit veins and crystal veins. Of course, I won't mistreat you. You'll benefit from it. Qin Feiyang said lightly. All right. Zhong Deyuan nodded respectfully. After establishing the contract bridge, he turned around and left silently. Deep down, however, he was pondering. Since he had already entered the Hall of the Exalted, did he still lack resources? He actually wanted spirit veins and crystal veins. What a weirdo. Qin Feiyang also turned around and returned to the Hall of the Exalted. When he returned to the Hall of the Exalted, he entered the cave residence, sealed the door, and went to the ancient castle to cultivate in seclusion. Outside. Although he had experienced these things, the fact that he was the disciple of the deputy leader had not been exposed. Because Elder Ying and the others did not dare to publicize it. At that time, they all heard Qin Feiyang say to keep a low profile, so in order to avoid causing Qin Feiyang's displeasure, they pretended not to know about it. In the blink of an eye. Outside, more than 500 years had passed. More than 500 years, for experts at the imperishable realm and the sovereign realm, was just a matter of a snap of the fingers. But for the Black Tortoise world, which had 1,000 years in a day, it was already a very long period of time. After careful calculation, it was estimated to be more than 180 million years. In other words, according to the time in the Black Tortoise world, Qin Feiyang had already lived for more than 100 million years. But according to the time outside, he was still very young. After these years of bitter cultivation, he finally stepped into the complete imperishable realm. However, the improvement of the major power of law was not too obvious. The fourth profound of the power of law was like a hurdle that was difficult to cross, let alone the fifth profound. But he did not lose heart. This kind of thing, you can't force. Sometimes, if you are lucky, you can comprehend the fifth profound in an epiphany. And if you are unlucky, then you may be trapped in the third or fourth profound for the rest of your life. Anyway, 70% hard work, 30% luck. Next. Naturally, he could not wait to take the Dragon Phoenix Divine Pill to raise his cultivation to the complete imperishable realm, and then take the Supreme Clear Fortune Pill to open the door of potential. At this point, he had finally stepped into the complete imperishable realm. Now, he could concentrate on comprehending the fifth profound of the Law of Thunder. Why the Law of Thunder? Of course, it was because the Law of Thunder had already comprehended the fourth profound. And the other power of law were all at the third profound. So, comprehending the Law of Thunder could step into the half-step sovereign realm faster. When he broke through to the half-step sovereign realm, he would finally have a certain amount of power to protect himself in the Sky Cloud world. However, what was the fifth profound of the Law of Thunder? These years, while he was cultivating, he had also been pondering the Law of Thunder, but what was in front of him was like a fog, and he had no clue at all. Wait. He remembered that when he comprehended the fourth profound, it was because of the fire dragon's tribulation. Then, could he continue to use the heavenly tribulation to comprehend the Law of Thunder, and then comprehend the fifth profound? After thinking for a long time, Qin Feiyang also thought of this shortcut. But, this tribulation was not something that could be encountered every day. Take the people around him for example, except for him, Frenzy, the five-clawed golden dragon, and the fire lotus, no one else had passed the tribulation. From this, It could be seen that the appearance of the heavenly tribulation was not so easy. I wonder how the two ancestors are now. Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang, and immediately got up and walked out of the cultivation room. Just as he was about to leave the ancient castle, a trace of surprise crept into his eyes as he looked at the two cultivation rooms. It was the cultivation room where the white-eyed wolf and Frenzy were. The aura emitted by these two fellows had actually reached the great perfection imperishable stage. That's fast. They're not lagging behind at all. Qin Feiyang muttered. However, compared to Frenzy, he was more worried about the white-eyed wolf. This fellow, he did not see it comprehend the power of law, so how did it step into the dominator stage? After thinking for a while, Qin Feiyang shook his head. The white-eyed wolf was not worried, so why should he be? Besides, the white-eyed wolf could not be looked at with ordinary eyes now. Just the fact that it could deprive the fighting soul and the innate divine power of one's cultivation was enough to shock anyone. Immediately, Qin Feiyang left the ancient castle, glanced at the medicinal field outside, and walked straight to Qin Baishan's courtyard, and shouted, "Ancestor." Soon, Tan Tai Li walked out from inside and said with a smile, "You're out." Tan Tai Li's cultivation had already reached the great perfection imperishable stage, and looking at her aura, she was not far from the great perfection imperishable stage. Qin Feiyang nodded, ran up, and said with a smile, "Great-grandmother, you're really getting younger and younger. If we stand together, people who don't know will definitely think that we're brother and sister." "Stinking brat, your mouth is smeared with honey." Tan Tai Li rolled her eyes at him and asked, "Why are you looking for your ancestor?" "I haven't seen him for too long, so I miss him a little." Qin Feiyang smiled. "We live together every day, what's there to miss?" Tan Tai Li was speechless, and then said with a smile, "Your two ancestors are not here." "Not here?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Many years ago, the two of them had already left the Devil's Land and went to the secular world to gain experience. Tan Tai Li nodded. They still went to gain experience with their cultivation? Are they crazy? Qin Feiyang was stunned. How can you say that? Is there any respect for the elders? They went out to gain experience because they have been unable to comprehend the fifth profound, so they want to go to the secular world to have a look. Perhaps they can find the answer there. Tan Tai Li explained. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Don't disturb them. A few years ago, I secretly went to see them. They were like two little old men, wandering around all day, free and very comfortable. Tan Tai Li said. Then aren't you afraid that your ancestor will flirt outside? Qin Feiyang laughed. How dare he? Tan Tai Li frowned. Ha, Qin Feiyang laughed dryly and said, "All right then, I'll go out for a walk too." You can't get the fifth profound either? Tan Tai Li was stunned and asked. It's too difficult. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed, saying, "Perhaps it is as the two ancestors have expected. Building a cart behind closed doors won't work. I have to go out more and take a look." "All right then, I don't know how to comfort you. In short, relax and don't put too much pressure on yourself." Tan Tai Li smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded. As a result, he also began to wander around the Black Tortoise realm. However, he changed his identity and concealed his cultivation level, as if he was an ordinary person. However, as thousands of years passed in the Black Tortoise realm, he didn't gain anything at all. It seems that I still have to find a shortcut. One day, he stood on the peak of a mountain, sighed softly, and left the Black Tortoise realm. Walking out of the cave, he glanced at Zhao Xiaojin and Yi Tian's cave residence. After pondering for a while, he suddenly thought of the Deputy Alliance leader. How could he forget about him? As a peak sovereign, he definitely had a deep understanding of the power of law. He made a prompt decision and took out the voice transmission divine stone to send a message to the Deputy Alliance leader. Because now, he still didn't know where the Deputy Alliance leader lived. After the Deputy Alliance leader told him where he lived, Qin Feiyang immediately set off to find the Deputy Alliance leader. The Deputy Alliance leader's residence wasn't in the Hall of the Exalted, nor was it deep in the mountains or forests. Instead, it was in the central city of the Alliance capital. In other words, the Deputy Alliance leader had always been personally overseeing the Alliance capital. The central city district was filled with magnificent mansions. However, somewhere, there was a different kind of courtyard. This courtyard covered an area of 200 to 300 feet. It was a simple courtyard with an old 2-story wooden building. This place was not even as big as the outhouse of those mansions. Hence, in this bustling central city, this small courtyard was particularly different. And this was the place where the Deputy Alliance leader usually recuperated. Of course, if he was dealing with matters, he definitely wouldn't be here. Chapter 3180. Master. Qin Feiyang landed in front of the courtyard and shouted at the small wooden house inside. Then, he looked at the small courtyard with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that the dignified Deputy Alliance leader would live in such a simple place. Logically speaking, people who could live in such a place were basically indifferent to fame and fortune and had no desires. Could it be that he was wrong and the Deputy Alliance leader really did it purely for Wang Hui? No. Before he found out, he couldn't be careless. Because there was no lack of people who were good at disguising themselves in this world. Come up. The Deputy Alliance leader walked out from the second floor and stood on the balcony, looking at Qin Feiyang with a smile. The balcony was 3 meters wide and 6 to 7 meters long. There were chairs, tea tables, tea sets, and so on. Qin Feiyang entered the courtyard and stepped on the balcony. He said with a smile, "Master, your place is pretty good. It's just a shabby courtyard. What's so good about it?" The Deputy Alliance leader shook his head and smiled. He pointed to a chair and said, "Have a seat." "Master, I don't agree with you. Look at this world. Usually, only those who like to be pretentious and ambitious can build gorgeous palaces. And the real unworldly experts all like the simplest life." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Then according to what you said, I'm an unworldly expert, right?" The Deputy Alliance leader was stunned. "Obviously." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "Don't flatter me." The Deputy Alliance leader glared at him. While making tea, he asked, "Why did you suddenly come to find me?" "I missed you, so I came to see you," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Ah." The Deputy Alliance leader was stunned and said with amusement, "It's funny. We've only met a few times in total. Although you're right, I'm afraid you don't know my situation, Master. I've been alone since I was young, so now that I've acknowledged you as my master, I feel that I have one more family member by my side. It's very warm and caring." Qin Feiyang sighed. "Alone? Didn't I hear that you have an elder brother?" The Deputy Alliance leader was stunned. "Yes. But this big brother of mine only knows how to wander around all day. It's hard to even get together with him." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "I see." The vice leader smiled and said, "Then if you like it here, you can come here often to play." "That's great. I wish I could stay here and serve master every day." Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. "Haha," the vice leader smiled in relief. This disciple was quite filial. He then said, "I'm not so old that I need someone to serve me. Besides, there's a time array in the Hall of the Exalted. You have to stay there and train hard. Isn't a time array very simple to deal with, Master?" Qin Feiyang giggled. "You don't say. The time array is really difficult for Master because Master hasn't grasped the law of time. We'll have to depend on Old Man Qi for that," the vice leader said. "Hall of Famers?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Yes. He grasped the law of time, and the time array in the Hall of the Exalted was set up by him. The vice leader nodded. Then his amazing. Qin Feiyang's face was full of admiration. "What's wrong? Look at you. You seem to regret not acknowledging him as your master." The vice leader was displeased. No. He's very powerful, but master is definitely more powerful than him. After all, you're the vice leader." Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. "Haha, boy, you have good taste. Tell me, why are you looking for master?" The vice leader laughed, took a sip of tea, and asked. Qin Feiyang also took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "Master, look at my cultivation." The vice leader was stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang and a trace of surprise gradually appeared in his eyes. He exclaimed, Peak imperishable stage? Yes. I just broke through. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's not right. When you first entered the Alliance capital, you were only at the minor imperishable stage. The vice leader frowned. Qin Feiyang was secretly shocked. This old man had actually investigated him in secret. That's right. When he first entered the Alliance capital, he was indeed at the minor imperishable stage. Then, he went into seclusion in Zhao Xiaojin's house and broke through to the great imperishable stage before the trial began. However, not many people knew about this. However, it was definitely impossible to hide it from the vice leader. After all, with his status, it was too easy for him to investigate a person. Aren't you a little too fast? The vice leader looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Master, don't you know my character? I've always liked to keep a low profile, so before entering the Alliance capital, I didn't show my true cultivation at all. At that time, I was already at the great imperishable stage. And these years, I've been cultivating in seclusion in the Hall of the Exalted. With a 500-year time array, I smoothly broke through to the great imperishable stage. Then, I took the Dragon Phoenix Divine Pill and directly stepped into the great imperishable stage. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's more like it. The vice leader nodded and then asked, Then, you came to find me now to ask about the power of law? That's right. I haven't been able to figure out the fifth profound of the Thunder Law, so I want to ask for your guidance. Qin Feiyang said. The fifth profound. The Vice Alliance Master sipped his tea and muttered to himself. After a while, he shook his head and said, I haven't grasped the law of lightning, so I don't know much about it. However, I do know a person whose comprehension of the law of lightning is the best in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Who? Qin Feiyang quickly asked. Great Elder. The vice leader said. Great Elder? This, I don't know him at all. Will he give me guidance? Qin Feiyang was a little hesitant. Can you be a little confident? You're my disciple now. What's a mere elder to you? Even if he's the great elder, he has to be polite to you. The vice leader said proudly. That's not good. As a junior, it's better to be humble. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Haha, the Vice Alliance Master was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, So you know how to respect the old and love the young. This is indeed similar to Tian-Er. However, Master wants to tell you that in a faction, especially a super faction like our Rogue Cultivator Alliance, you must show your arrogance. Only then will the other party fear you. I'll remember. Qin Feiyang nodded. Wasn't this teaching him to be arrogant because of his talent and abuse his power? He couldn't do such a thing. In front of an old senior, especially one who was worthy of respect, he had to put on a good attitude and humbly ask for guidance. He also finally understood why the vice leader liked Yi Yuan more than Yi Tian. It was because Yi Tian was humble, and Yi Yuan was arrogant and overbearing. Although I don't understand the law of thunder, the laws in the world are actually more or less the same. The main thing is to comprehend. Building a cart behind closed doors definitely won't work. You have to walk around more and see more. The myriad of life, the myriad of things in the world, all of them contain the epitome of the laws. However, when I said see, I don't mean to see with the eyes, but with the heart. Because the eyes can be deceived by illusions, but the heart won't. If the heart is clear, it will naturally be clear. The vice leader smiled faintly. If the heart is clear, it will naturally be clear. Qin Feiyang muttered. In other words, as long as the heart is clear and not confused, it will naturally be clear. There's something that I've been looking for an opportunity to ask you. The vice leader suddenly spoke. What is it? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. You've comprehended the fourth profound of the law of thunder, the law of war. I heard from them that you've comprehended the second profound, and the law of slaughter has comprehended the third profound. Then, what profound have you comprehended for the law of force, law of wind, and law of light? The vice leader was suspicious. Take a guess. Qin Feiyang chuckled. The vice leader's face darkened, and he said, If I have to guess, they should have just been comprehended. Why? Perhaps I've already comprehended the second or third profound meaning of these laws. Qin Feiyang said. If that's the case, Then I've really picked up a big bargain. Besides, you've comprehended the fourth profound of the law of thunder, the third profound of the law of slaughter, and the second profound of the law of war. This is already unprecedented, so I don't believe that you've comprehended the profound divine ability for the other three laws. The vice leader shook his head. Then, if I've really comprehended it, won't you have to give me a few supreme treasures? Qin Feiyang chuckled. If you've really comprehended it, I'll give it to you. You're not modest with just a few words of praise. The vice leader rolled his eyes. Don't go back on your words. Qin Feiyang said. The vice leader was stunned. Looking at this kid's attitude, could it be that he had really comprehended it? Watch carefully. Qin Feiyang chuckled mischievously and immediately displayed the third profundities of the various laws one by one. The vice leader was dumbfounded. The teacup in his hand dropped, but he didn't even realize it. What kind of monster is this? He's so young, but he's so terrifying. Even Yi Tian can't compare to him at all. Master, how is it? Qin Feiyang smiled proudly. Ha, the vice leader laughed loudly. This time, he really picked up a treasure. Where's the promised supreme level heaven-defying divine object? Qin Feiyang chuckled. Hearing this, the vice leader's laughter came to an abrupt stop, and his expression became unnatural. You're the vice leader, you can't go back on your words. Qin Feiyang said. Ahem. The vice leader coughed dryly and said with an embarrassed smile, well, actually, our rogue cultivator alliance doesn't have many supreme treasures. After all, they're second only to the sovereign divine weapon. But don't worry, when I have the chance to get one or two, I'll definitely give it to you. You're really going back on your words? Qin Feiyang looked at him speechlessly. Who said I'm going back on my words? I don't have any on hand now. The vice leader's expression became more and more awkward. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything and just looked at him quietly. The vice leader became more and more unnatural. He coughed dryly and said, well, aren't you going to ask about the fifth profound of the law of thunder? Hurry up and find the Grand Elder. He's also in the central city. Go out and look for him along the main street. His mansion is less than half a mile away. All right then I'll go find the Grand Elder first. You have to keep your promise. Qin Feiyang got up and said disappointedly. You have to keep your promise. Go on. The vice leader waved his hand and smiled. Then this disciple will take his leave. Qin Feiyang bowed and saluted. He then turned around and walked out of the courtyard. However, he suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the Vice Alliance head. Master, this disciple will remember everything. Don't forget. I won't forget. The vice leader laughed. All right then, I'll come to pay my respects to you another day. After Qin Feiyang said that, he held back his smile and left. This old man was quite fun. The vice leader couldn't help but wipe his sweat. How could he be so foolish as to promise him a supreme treasure? A divine object of this level, even in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, was very precious. However, it was really lucky to find such a monstrous disciple. If Old Man Qi knew about this kid's true talent, he would probably be so angry that he wouldn't be able to sleep for a few days. Thinking of this, the vice leader couldn't help but laugh.